Under the clear blue sky, streaks of white clouds drift lazily. Today is truly a beautiful day. The lively atmosphere is stirred by cheers and the brilliant colors of fireworks flying everywhere. It seems like everyone in the city has poured into the main street, taking turns to shout, "Hero! Look over here! Hero!" On horseback, a man in majestic red armor waves back to the enthusiastic crowd below. "Hooray for the hero! Hooray for Izga!" As he weaves through a narrow alley, a girl's voice rings out as she runs, calling to the person ahead. "Big bro, slow down a bit." The boy head hurriedly turns back, urging, "Hurry up. The parade is about to end." The girl tiredly responds, "Big bro, The boy keeps running. "I already told you to keep up." From a distance, the silhouette of a man in a black cloak approaches slowly, step by step. Getting closer, the boy suddenly stops in his tracks, then slows down until the man glides past, leaving the boy frozen in place. The girl finally catches up to her brother, puzzled. "Big bro, I told you to slow down. Why did you stop?" Not understanding what is happening, she turns to look at the man and continues, "The parade is over there." The boy whispers in fear, "Don't look at that idiot. That man is a dark sorcerer." The girl innocently asks back, "A dark sorcerer?" "Yeah," the boy replies, but inside he whispers a feeling of dread. He is cursed. In contrast to the noise outside, inside the vast castle is a quiet space. A girl stands by the window, her gaze dreamily looking far away. Suddenly startled by the sound of approaching footsteps, she instinctively turns to look at the man approaching and speaks. "You have returned, Minnie." He is the man in the cloak from the earlier parade. He drops a head on the ground, causing the girl to exclaim in satisfaction. With this, the final threat to Izga has been eliminated. "I want to thank you on behalf of the entire empire." He coldly interrupts, "That is enough. Just fulfill your final promise to me right now." The man emphasizes, and the girl replies with a frown, "I remember that, so do not worry, Minnie. Or should I call you Kim Min Chun?" Beneath the cloak is a serious face, his sharp gaze fixed directly on her. A moment later, still in the castle, the girl tells Kim Min Chun, "I am telling you once more, but I won't entrust the task to you under the name of Dark Sorcerer, because I do not like you." He replies, "I hate you so much that I could die right here." "My lady," the lady continues, "there is no denying the work you have quietly done for the empire. That is something I have always been grateful for. Although your mouth is rude, you have exceeded expectations in changing the prejudices against dark sorcerers in Izga. Let me ask you once more, do you really want to return to your real world?" He immediately kneels respectfully. "Yep. Please let me return right now. I have done enough work here." The lady sighs in persuasion. "If you stay for the sake of the empire, I promise you will be compensated for all the hardships you have endured and more." Hearing this, Kim Min Chun scoffed. "Step right up." "The Saintess." The Saintess angrily exclaimed, "You mean I am acting? I am being completely sincere." He stood up and asked, "So what will you give me?" The Saintess stared at him with wide eyes in confusion. Kim Min Chun brushed off his coat, continuing on, "You forced me here to use me as a slave, and now what? Do you want me to stay in the shadows and act as your pawn so I can clean up your mess? Will you let me go?" Nin Chun spoke as if commanding her. The Saintess pretended to smile brightly. "If you stay, I will give you anything you want. If you disappear, our empire..." He cut her off. "Give me Korean fried chicken." The Saintess looked baffled. Kim Min Chun continued, "And some spicy rice cakes too. Do you know those things? The food back home is just amazing. You only feed me these dry, calorie-rich cookies. It feels more like animal food than human food. How can you expect me to live here when you only give me that junk?" The Saintess seemed struck, her voice weak. "We will try to improve that." He shouted, "Fine. Do not worry about that. Just get me a high-spec computer with top-notch specs and the fastest internet connection. I need to collect rewards from the epic game League of Legends as a challenger. So get it to me quickly." Inside, he felt quite smug, thinking he truly had a sharp intellect. The Saintess shouted in anger, "Stop! Stop! Why do not you ask about what I can offer you in Izga?" "I see." She began to let go of her intention to keep him, reluctantly agreeing with him. "We will start the return ritual. To begin the ceremony, the door to the room has been locked tight." Kim Min Chun cheerfully said, "I have been here quite a while, and I have many memories. Still, I do not want to see you again." The Saintess said warily, "Stand in the middle of the summoning stone, where you were originally summoned." He obediently complied, stepping into that position, and a magic circle appeared beneath his feet. The Saintess continued, "He will release the protection of the Saintess first." Kim Min Chun took off his gloves, thinking to himself, the protection of the Saintess is called protection. But in reality, It is just a magical seal preventing me from fighting that woman. Eventually, I will be freed from this magical circle. Finally, he reached out directly towards the saintess. She cast a spell while saying, I really do not understand you. You have great power here, along with wealth and fame. Why are you trying to give it up? Kim Min-chun did not care, just reminding her. Focus on what you are doing. Saintess, aren't you worried? Once this magical mark disappears, you could die at my hands. The saintess calmly replied. I accepted that from the moment I started all of this. The protection of the Holy Spirit has been removed. You can kill me if you want. But if you do not intend to, I will begin the next phase of the ritual. Kim Min-chun stared blankly at his palm. Remaining silent, the saintess turned her back and continued. Now I will strip away all the power you have gained in Isga. Hearing that, he smirked, and the saintess continued. Unaware, it will be dangerous for you to travel through time and space. If you bring your power here, suddenly a force will choke her neck. It tightened around her throat, lifting her body up. That was Min-chun's dark ability. The saintess turned her head, struggling to ask, what is this about? Kim Min-chun smugly replied, do you know how hard I worked to gain this power? Do you really think I would give it up? Clearly, giving up this power is just your lie. After saying that, he forcefully threw her away to the ground. The saintess looked at Kim Min-chun. Feeling angry, she knew his scheme, but with dark magic, he would not be able to activate the time portal. Suddenly, she widened her eyes in disbelief at what was happening. How can he open a time portal using dark magic? The saintess sat up in shock and said, Stop. You can't rush through time and space like that. Kim Min-chun calmly replied. I know. Then he explained. That is why I have practiced it 1,000 times. After all, I have reached the peak of dark magic. You all are so strange. Why divide magic into light and dark? They are all the same. Suddenly, Min-chun remembered something and continued. I have something to give you before I leave. He cupped his hand into a fist towards the saintess and said, It really was nice getting to know you. Damn saintess. Let us not meet again. If I see you again, you are dead for sure. Goodbye. The saintess shouted helplessly. Stop. Stop. Just then, Kim Min-chun stepped in, and the time portal began to glow. The light gradually narrowing, then spiraling straight up to the sky. The saintess slammed her hand on the ground in despair, her face filled with hatred as she said, Do you think I want to do this? The madman. The scene shifted back to the modern era. In the middle of an apartment building, a mystical purple portal appeared and Kim Min-chun stumbled out from that light. His body felt drained. He collapsed to the ground, sweating profusely, breathing heavily. He thought to himself. He did not expect this damn thing to happen at any moment. While traveling through the time portal, Kim Min-chun used all his strength to stand up, carefully observing the surroundings. Suddenly, something caught his attention. A smartphone. Kim Min-chun picked up the phone, joyfully exclaiming, I have missed this for too long. It is finally here. His phone was beeping excitedly. He quickly tapped into his favorite game. Finally back. He was finally returning from that hell. Kim Min-chun shouted with joy. But suddenly his smile faded. The phone screen displayed a network connection error. Cannot connect to the network. Please check your connection status and try again. Elsewhere, a troop of soldiers was running urgently. The leader pressed against the wall, cautiously asking the person next to him, It is this way. Right. The person replied. Yep. The observer has pinpointed its location for us. He kept questioning. Corporal Choi In-ho. What is all this nonsense? Why are they deploying ordinary soldiers like us? Choi In-ho replied irritably. How would a corporal like me know? Go ask the commanding officer. Everyone was tense, breathing heavily, drenched in sweat. Fully alert, Corporal Choi In-ho led the way, ordering as they darted out from the wall. Guns drawn. Corporal's eyes widened in surprise at Kim Min-chun, who was walking down the street, contemplating his past experiences. It has been 2 years since I was summoned to that hell. I am still quite surprised thinking I could return here thanks to data synchronization. My phone still works, but I have no one to contact. What is wrong with the internet in this neighborhood? I can connect to the network. He raised his phone high. Does that mean there is no signal here? Not a single store is open. Corporal Choi In-ho asked the person next to him. What is that? The person next to him said. It looks like a civilian. Kim Min-chun mumbled ahead. How long have I been in Igas? I think only 2 years have passed on Earth. Choi In-ho whispered. I think the civilians have been restricted in this area. I do not understand how those dumb guards operate. Choi In-ho said. Wait. Young man. Walk by here. Kim Min, confused, turned around and asked, "Why are there military soldiers in this residential area?" He speculated. "I guess they might be training for a situation. They seem stricter than before. But did not they just need to practice wandering around the neighborhood?" Kim Bin-chun scratched his head and replied, "Sorry. I just wanted to pass through here." Suddenly, the soldier shouted loudly, "Young man, run. Fierce wolf is attacking from behind." Kim Bin-chun was confused, dazed. Turning around, he still did not grasp the situation. The soldier shouted a warning to Min-chun. "Get out of the way." "Young man." A scream rang out from behind. "Get out of the way." Min-chun looked up at the shadow blocking the light in front of him. It turned out to be a wolf. It was charging at him, its mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth. It was raising its claws, intending to attack Min-chun. Min-chun raised his hand, using his strength, his veins bulging, and coldly scoffed, "This stupid dog is not even worth a punch." Min-chun stared down at his hand in disbelief. Looking at his hand, Min-chun could not believe it, thinking that his dark energy had completely vanished. Min-chun reached out to grab the wolf charging at him. The wolf was startled by Min-chun's action. With a cold expression, Min-chun slammed its head into the ground, cracking the earth beneath. The soldiers were also shocked by Min-chun's action. They stared with their mouths agape. After Min-chun's blow, the wolf's teeth were all broken, and it lost its ability to attack. "Stupid dog." Min-chun looked at it coldly and said. The blue-faced soldier was startled to hear another loud thud from Min-chun. "You think I am just a useless guy who can't use magic because I am out of dark energy?" With blood on his face and a murderous look in his eyes, Min-chun coldly said, "Even if I become weaker, it is still not at a level that a trash monster like you can defeat me." Suddenly, Min-chun recalled the miserable images of his past, darkening his face as he thought about his training time at IS. But his gaze turned grim as he looked down at the heavily injured wolf lying there motionless. Min-chun wondered, "Why did you appear in this world?" The soldiers were startled when they saw Min-chun stand up. Min-chun turned to the soldiers and said, "Sorry, sir." The soldier was terrified as he looked at Min-chun, who was glaring at him, and shouted in panic, "Hey, do not come any closer." Switching to another scene, the sign indicated that they would reach the evacuation base after one more mile. Sitting in the soldier's vehicle, one curious soldier spoke up, "I do not understand why you went so far." "Young man. But you could end up in jail for that." Min-chun was wiping his face and looked at the speaker, who continued, "Because the commander told us not to make too much of this situation, so you can go. But do you really not know what has been happening these days?" The one speaking was the soldier named Choi Nh. "Yeah. I have been abroad." Min-chun smiled as he said, in his heart. He added, "Actually, I was in another world. This is not the Korea I once knew." Min-chun pondered. What had happened in these 2 years? The dungeon phenomenon appeared when I was about this age. Monsters from the dungeons began to appear in real life. I remember soldiers fighting them just like now. With the emergence of dungeons, awakened superhumans with extraordinary abilities joined the army. New hunters were formed at the military base and quickly wiped out the monsters as soon as they appeared, before being summoned by some crazy scientists. Korea was free of danger in residential areas. Wait, could it be? Min-chun held his phone, staring at the screen displaying it could not connect to the network. Thinking, this server has not completely disappeared. Right, I have been through so much to come back just to find this. Min-chun could not accept it. He bit his lip, frantically tapping on the phone screen. I want to play Dungeon Fighter. I really want to play that damn game. As he tapped, he thought, yeah, I want to see if this damn network will come back up. Hurry up. The whole world was in chaos. But he did not know that since he just returned from abroad. Watching Min-chun frantically tapping his phone, Choi Min-ho found it suspicious but did not want to pry. Remembering Min-chun's strength, Choi Min-ho broke out in a sweat. I am sure he has his own issues. Min-chun called Choi Min-ho. Have the people moved to safety? Like the game developers, do you think they can still work during this time? Like a game company? For example, Min-chun asked seriously. What about the destroyed buildings? Is the server storage system still there? What on earth happened that turned this place into chaos? At that moment, Choi Min-ho remained silent, wide-eyed, not saying anything. I will tell you what I know, anyway. I scored an A in Monster Theory and Dungeon Theory in college. Choi Min-ho said hesitantly. Are they still teaching stuff like that in college? Min-chun could not believe he asked Choi Min-ho. It is hard to find schools that do not teach those subjects now. Min-ho replied, the reason the situation worsened. At this point, Min-ho paused a bit because strange phenomena began appearing in dungeons 2 years ago. One day, Dungeons started appearing more frequently, and they grew larger. But the biggest problem was the increasing number of giant monsters. They came from those bizarre dungeons. Because of that, the military could no longer control the dungeons, and the situation worsened, leading to the isolation of some neighborhoods. Choi In-ho's hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly that veins bulged as he restrained his emotions. He continued. Since then, the military has used various measures to combat, but we are lacking manpower. Min-chun turned to look at Choi In-ho. Bewildered, he stood frozen, unable to believe this was happening. You still want to play Dungeon Fighter? But are you sure that game company is still okay? How old are you now? Min-ho glanced at Min-chun and asked. I think I am 21, Min-chun replied. Oh man. That means you should enlist right away. Your 5 years of youth are about to go up in smoke. Min-ho smiled at Min-chun. What do you mean by that? Isn't the regular military 3 years and the Hunter Corps 5 years? Min-chun did not understand the implication in Min-ho's words. He asked because the situation had been getting worse in recent years. All military services currently require 5 years of service, not just the Hunter Corps. If you are 21, you might already have your enlistment notice. Min-ho smiled patiently and explained. 5 years. Really? Min-chun shouted in panic. Wait, this is a bit serious. Is not? Min-chun pondered silently. He thought he wanted to play a powerful dungeon fighter after returning, just to run away and heal. But he had to enlist for 5 years right now, when he had not even connected to the server. Min-chun was so angry that his eyes turned red, showing bloodshot veins. His phone rang. A message from the government. He suddenly bent down to check. What the hell? He said while reading the message from the government announcing the enlistment date. Damn. Tomorrow is enlistment day. Could this be a draft notice? Perfect timing. Really, Min-chun was a bit skeptical about the enlistment notice. He lamented that this sound effect was so strange. Min-chun hesitated to speak. Min-ho, who was driving, smiled and said, It is. What? It is. Min-chun turned and shouted angrily at Min-ho. What the hell is this? Enlisting without a physical exam and announcing it just a day in advance. Min-chun shouted angrily. I told you. We do not have enough manpower. So you will usually take the physical exam right at the training center, and that notice you saw was probably late. Min-ho was startled by Min-chun's anger. The guy awkwardly said, Why did not you go to the nearby net cafe to check it right away? Min-chun was shocked to hear Min-ho. Min-chun recalled when his parents had just gone missing. He stayed at home playing games. So by the time he reached 12th grade, he had not made a single friend. Then he was summoned to Isga, known as humanity's forgotten paradise. On the screen was the game he was playing. After hearing Choi Min-ho mention going to the net cafe to check enlistment information, he laughed and cried like crazy. The net cafe really is a dump. This divine game is just like the first day I met you. How long has it been since I got to go boss hunting like this? He clicked the mouse frantically. I have to thank the game developers for still working on this game during tough times. Is this a new item? Choi Min-ho sitting next to him shouted. Give me a combo of instant noodles with eggs and a sting too. The beautiful net cafe staff smiled but thought to herself, how can he eat so much? Up until this moment, Min-chun still could not fully understand everything. Is this real? He sighed heavily. After satisfying his long-suppressed gaming needs, Min-chun began checking articles online. A series of news popped up on the screen. The damage caused by monsters this year is 48% higher than last year. Followed by other headlines. Are we really going to die like this? And so on with other articles. So everything that soldier said was true, including the enlistment date that was sent. Min-chun thought again about the military management office. Just as the message indicated, it is tomorrow. If I still had the power from Isga, I could have cleared out this whole dungeon by myself. But unfortunately, I do not know why my body has run out of demonic energy. It is supposed to be the main source of dark magic. But right now, I am not just some powerless guy. That is right, I can still clear out a few dungeons by myself. Just as he thought of something, he shouted, Yep. That is exactly what I should do. All right. Perfect. Just wait there. I will handle all of this myself. Another new day begins. The next day, at a military camp, Min-chun was happily eating skewers while those behind him were hugging and saying goodbye to a man who was about to enlist. While Min-chun was still cheerful. Oh my, it is so lively. As Min-chun walked through the crowd, he said, Everyone looks so gloomy. Just then, an announcement rang out. Attention. All soldiers please gather at the auditorium immediately. Please pay attention. Min-chun mumbled. They say the army is not like it used to be. I wonder if it is as harsh as it was in Isga. In the auditorium, the officer's voice echoed. Stand up straight. You kids. Did you come here for a picnic? You slowpoke. Why are you moving like a turtle? Hold your heads high. Do not look at the person next to you. The young recruits were scared stiff, nervously pushing each other. It made Min Chun recall memories from long ago when he was training. He wished he could have killed that bastard before coming back. So when he looked at the officers in front of him, he could only sigh and think, these instructors are really kind. At that moment, the officer shouted attention. Now, before we start the program, if anyone wants to join the Hunter Corps, please raise your hand. I am sure you all know the benefits for hunters are completely different from those of the regular army. The base salary has reached 3 million already. He mentioned such great benefits, but still no hands were raised. He reassured them, this is just a formality, so do not worry too much. Now, at this moment, a hand was raised. He invited that person to come forward. The person who raised their hand was none other than Min Chun. He quickly replied. Yep. Then he stamped his feet hard on the ground to gain momentum, and leaped forward under the gaze of 1,000 wide-open eyes, landing on the stage in a not-so-graceful pose. But it was enough to surprise the captain, who looked as if he had just found gold, happily turning to introduce himself. Private Kim Min Chun. I want to join the Hunter Corps in that treacherous mountainous area known as Isga, in the northern part of the Forgotten Canyon, on a mountain where there is a door leading to a deep cave. As he walked deeper into the cave, a man's voice echoed. What I am saying is that this job as a dark sorcerer has no end to the chaos. There was a man sitting casually on the back of a spider monster, mumbling to himself, there is no character worse than you know, even though we have crazy skills. If we run out of dark energy, then it is all for nothing. It won't naturally regenerate like the mana of ordinary wizards. Mana is always around you. You just need to gather it. We must regularly harvest it by defeating monsters with dark energy. Clearly, replenishing dark energy by using it is never effective, since my job's image is the worst. I can't find any members. So if I accidentally run out of dark energy while in the dungeon, I am as good as dead. And now here's a question for you. Kim Min Chun smiled slightly and asked, what is the best method for a dark wizard to replenish and retain their dark energy? Effing had no response to Kim Min Chun's question. In the cave, aside from his voice, all that could be heard was the crackling of the fire. Kim Min Chun crossed his arms and pondered for a long while. After growing tired of the silence, he clicked his tongue in frustration and answered himself. Is it that no one is answering me because they are all dead? Suddenly, a giant reptilian foot slammed into the ground, creating a loud noise. Hearing that, Kim Min Chun calmly glanced at it and said, the dungeon boss is a bit late. Answer me already. I think I am going to die of boredom. The monster glared angrily at Kim Min Chun. It swept around, looking at its kind that had been brutally killed. The bodies of those little spiders were all in pieces. They lay scattered all over the cave. Seeing the tragic state of its companions, the giant spider monster immediately got angry, bared its disgusting mouth wide, and charged at Kim Min Chun to attack him. Kim Min, however, remained calm and slowly looked at it, saying, is that your answer? He even complained, your breath stinks. Saying that, as the monster approached, he quickly stood up and delivered a straight punch to it, killing it instantly. After the punch, Kim Min Chun said, that is right. The answer is to defeat monsters with maximum strength. After taking down the giant spider monster, dark energy flowed into Kim Min Chun. The pinnacle of mini dark magic is Kim Min Chun. 645 days ago when he returned to Earth, back in the present, in the room, the squad commander placed a cup of hot water in front of Kim Min Chun and asked, did you say your name is Kim Min Chun? Yep. Kim Min Chun replied. The commander received the confirmation and told him to wait here. A team from the Hunter Corps would arrive. Kim Min Chun happily accepted the cup of water, exclaiming, you made this yourself, Commander. Thank you. The commander also picked up a cup of water, took a sip, and said, I see you are very enthusiastic. Do you have any special reason for joining the Hunter Corps? Because things have been pretty bad these days. Many people are returning to the regular army despite having special abilities. Kim Min Chun smiled brightly and replied confidently, definitely. I have things to do in the dungeon. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room fell silent. No one made a sound. And then the commander could not help but burst out laughing. Ha! You are really funny. Kim Min Chun joined in the laughter. Really? Ha! He continued joking, saying, what a funny guy. I won't charge you for the hall you destroyed. Ha! Kim Min Chun saw that he was not stopping and just quietly drank his water. He thought to himself, laughing as he walked, my old man is not joking. All the dungeons appearing in Korea are managed by the military, and the top priority related to them is clearly the Monster Hunting Corps. They consist of highly skilled individuals, where you can level up regardless of your service time. As long as you prove your abilities. There are no limits if I join the monster hunting corps. I can go into the dungeons. Right, I can clear most of them by myself. And I am sure I will encounter dark energy monsters. When that happens, along with rapid progress, I can recover my lost strength. Kim Min-chun had just imagined the bright future ahead and could not help but laugh quietly to himself. I can achieve 10 stars in 5 years and clear as many dungeons as possible. Then the dungeon warriors can relax and develop their fourth awakening. And I will become a high-paying public hero. Thinking that, Kim Min-chun stroked his chin and chuckled. Perfect plan. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and a soldier entered, standing at attention to greet. Sergeant Like Sung-ho of the hunting corps reporting. The commander saw him and immediately smiled politely, pointing to Kim Min-chun to introduce. You finally arrived. This is the rookie we reported. Kim Min-chun was puzzled, thinking, is the battalion commander seriously talking formally with a sergeant? Like Sung-ho looked Kim Min-chun up and down, raising an eyebrow in skepticism, asked, are you really capable of being a hunter? If you awakened as a hunter, you should be able to open a status window. Please tell me all your stats. Kim Min-chun felt annoyed at how serious everything was, thinking to himself, what the hell is wrong with this guy? Are all the hunting corps like this? Phew. Alright. If they tell me to do something in the military, I have to do it. With that thought, Kim Min-chun raised his arm slightly to open a status window. Immediately, a status window appeared right in front of him. Thinking back, they also had a status window in ISGA. I hardly used it back then because it only provided numerical values of my stats and abilities. I wonder how it is here. Kim Min-chun mumbled to himself as he examined his window. He focused on the numbers displayed. Like Sung-ho frowned and asked, what is it? Tell me what you see. Kim Min-chun stammered, looking at him, forcing a smile as he said, it says there is an error on the status window showing a bright red R. At this moment, Like Sung-ho glared at Kim Min-chun with a gaze like a dagger. He growled, are you kidding me right now? Somewhere in Gongyo, at the training center of the Hunter Corps. It had been a while since they last met in the battalion commander's office. Commander Kim stood up, clasped his hands, and smiled. The last time I saw you was in Trun. So it has been about 10 years. Right, I did not think I would see you here again. First, why do not you take a seat? Hunter Sonio stood stiffly, silently looking at him. She coldly retorted, I am not a hunter like everyone else who enlisted here. I am just a rookie. I might sound a bit arrogant saying this, but if you called me here because of my father, I do not want any special treatment during my training. Upon hearing Sun Anio's sharp words, Commander Kim only smiled lightly and replied, I might have given you the wrong impression. This has nothing to do with General Sun. And of course, you won't receive any special treatment during your training. The Hunter Corps is not an easy place. Didn't you already know that from your father? Hearing those words from the commander, Sonio shyly lowered her head. She awkwardly responded, then why are you? Commander Choi interjected, a rookie as famous as you enlisting. I can't not care about that as a training commander here. You are going to be very busy. So I just wanted to say a few words to you. Your choice to enlist was not as easy as a regular soldier's. Instead of an executive, we always lack people like you on the battlefield as a citizen of this country and also as a soldier. I want to thank you. Sun Anio blushed and awkwardly replied, thank you, Commander, for your encouragement. She thought to herself, I am so embarrassed. Suddenly, Commander Kim looked down the road as a vehicle approached. He chuckled and said, speaking of which, I received a funny report today. You might get a truly interesting comrade. Do you want to come meet them with me? Sun Anio looked at him, not understanding. From the outside, the Hunter Corps training center appeared to be a skyscraper completely clad in shiny glass. Kim Min-chun stared up at the tall building in confusion. He could not help but ponder silently. Oh my. How much tax money have they poured into this place? This place is amazing. I wonder if they have a computer room here. While thinking, Kim Min-chun hurriedly followed Like Sung-ho inside. Like Sung-ho glanced at Kim Min-chun and mockingly said, don't get too excited, rookie. Your admission into the Hunter Corps is not decided yet, because you are a special case. I will personally check you out. If it were not for the headquarters decision, I would have sent you straight to Waikwangtrang right away. Hearing this, Kim Min-chun angrily gritted his teeth and glared at Like Sung-ho. He ignored Kim Min-chun. Like Sung-ho coldly warned, once all the tests are completed, and you are confirmed to be a liar, be ready to enlist in the military police immediately. Kim Min felt annoyed by the endless nagging, secretly grumbling inside. Goodness. He has been complaining for so long, and then hurriedly spoke up. Yep. What is the test? Both of them approached a huge block of bright red stone. Li Deng leisurely approached, lightly tapping the rough surface with the back of his hand before speaking. Here. If you can move this even an inch, you will pass. I will give you 10 minutes, he said in a hoarse, deep voice. In his mind, he was challenging. If you have any talent as a hunter, prove it. Because this mineral block is bloodstone, a byproduct from the dungeon. It was not only incredibly dense and heavy, but would not budge under the strength of a rookie. In contrast to that seriousness, Kim Min-chun smirked. Is that all? He confidently stepped forward, laughing as he said to Like Sungye, I am glad the test is so simple. Hearing Kim Min-chun's confident words, Li Deng frowned in doubt, casting a sideways glance at him. He thought to himself, there is no way to check someone else's status window, and there are always troublesome folks trying to exploit the hunter corpse with mediocre abilities. Like Sungho crossed his arms, deep in thought, staring intently at Kim Min-chun. He disdainfully thought, can he really jump 5 meters right on the podium? Yet the status window reported an error. This is completely ridiculous. At this moment on the observation deck above where Kim Min-chun was taking the test, Commander Kim had brought Sun Yai over to introduce him. He chuckled softly. Clearly, he had demonstrated incredible physical abilities in front of the battalion commander at the rookie training center. But his status window showed an error. I have never heard of a case like this. As the training commander of the Hunter Corps, I have quite high hopes for how unique this rookie will be. Below, Kim Min-chun had approached the massive rock. He placed his hand on its cold surface, thinking to himself, this is something found all over the dungeons of Igas. An absurdly heavy mineral. But with this size, I could easily push it. With that thought, Kim Min-chun smiled confidently. He pulled his fist back for momentum. A strange action that made Like Sungho gasp in surprise. Sun Yuzio, standing high above, also unexpectedly watched him from below. Shortly after, Kim Min-chun gathered all his strength and pulled back his fist, preparing to throw a massive punch at the stone. He smugly thought, who knows? There might even be some darkness inside it. Just as that thought ended, Kim Min-chun's fist struck hard against the stone, creating a tremendous echo. Crack lines spread across the stone like a web at lightning speed. In less than a second, the stone shattered into fragments. Kim Min-chun raised an eyebrow, triumphantly looking at the debris. He scoffed. It would be terrible if nothing happened. After that shocking punch, both the battalion commander and Sun were left dumbfounded. Even Sergeant Like Sung, who was left speechless at the sight of the shattered bloodstone, smoke rising thickly. The three of them were at a loss for words. The bloodstone really broke. Sergeant Lee chuckled, assessing the situation. It was insane. Definitely a freak. Meanwhile, Min-chun felt disappointed, thinking, is there nothing inside? A few days later, during training, Nam and Huck was struggling to catch his breath. He ran while thinking that something felt off here. Before joining the Hunter Corps, he knew training would not be easy, as they would be thrown into real battles right after training. He climbed each step up the mountain, pondering, we will train like crazy for 4 weeks, carrying sandbags from day one and climbing 6,000 steps up the slope as if that was not enough. The instructor kept pushing them, while everyone looked forward to the completion time check. The people around him were also exhausted, gasping for air. With such brutal physical training, it could only slightly increase their stats. He thought everyone would have to endure all this hardship as the new recruits of the corps. At this point, Nam and Huck's face darkened as he continued to think. But that is what I think. What the hell is that jerk doing? He looked at Min-chun, puzzled. Are we the problem? Min-chun, on the other hand, was running while enjoying the cool air around him. He ran as if it were a stroll, feeling no fatigue. His body felt so light. If I still had all my magic, I would probably be flying up in the sky. The hellish training camp of the Hunter Corps seemed a bit simple. Min-chun compared it to the past world, and compared to the ragged clothes in Igas, this uniform was definitely my style. He recalled the moment he entered the mess hall. He was astonished by the impressive food here. Min-chun also remembered the time when the instructor discussed the new regulations. And above all, he paid attention to the Schedule S time regulations after it was finalized, instead of checking attendance at night. Here was. What caught his attention the most was the free time at 9:00 p.m. Min-chun happily thought as he ran. They said there was a stylish gaming room inside the facility, on par with the outside, and as long as you did not sneak out, they would not bother you after completing the schedule. I thought I could use any leftover magic to escape if I did not like it. After reflecting for a while, he found there was a lot offered here. They provided training and good food, paid well, and gave you time to play games. Min-chun laughed loudly and then sped up like a gust of wind, disappearing from the eyes of the group behind him. He laughed heartily. The Hunter Corps is the best. Nam and Huck behind him had to exclaim. He is running faster now. How is that possible? It is truly unbelievable. The person next to him chimed in. I do not know. Don't talk to me. There was the sound of footsteps rushing up, surprising the instructor. Looking over, he saw Min Chun running towards him with a determined face. That speed left the instructor momentarily speechless. What the hell is that? Just as he finished speaking, Min Chun had already reached the mountain's peak. Upon reaching the top, Min Chun calmly asked, so that is it. At that moment, the instructor finally recognized Kim Min Chun. He looked at the clock, sweat pouring down. What the hell? Usually, it takes about an hour for a newbie. Yet he completed it. Meanwhile, Kim Min Chun was happily admiring the scenery around him. It was truly stunning from here. Then Min Chun smiled joyfully. Leaving the instructor clueless about what was about to happen, he dashed back and forth in front of the instructor and said, Didn't you say we would get a ticket out if we finished in under 30 minutes? I am just wondering how much time I took to finish that. Defeated, the instructor reluctantly took out the ticket. Kim Min Chun received the ticket, happily walked aside, mumbling, Where should I use this? Seeing that, the instructor chuckled and exhaled. Then looked back at the clock, which stopped at 21 minutes. He wondered if any newbie had ever received a ticket before. Then looking out, he saw him exercising. And the instructor thought further. But high stats and good physique are not everything. The most important thing is the ability to react and deal with monsters. The instructor looked at Min Chun with anticipation. Should I keep a closer watch on you? Kim Min, after a while. When everyone had finished training and returned to their rooms, someone complained. If every day is like this, I will. Naman Heftes was applying a pain relief patch on his back. Grumbling, my back. Naman Heichi checked his status window and said, This increase in stats. My stamina has gone up by 1. The person sitting next to him chimed in. Congrats. The others began to discuss. What was your initial stat? I need to check too. Kim Bin Chun was surprised by what he just heard, wondering if he had misheard. They are happy over just 1 stat increase. He recalled at Igas. When he trained, his stats increased every day. Nam and Hex noticed he was silent and struck up a conversation. You managed to get the ticket. When will you use it? Min Chun shook his head. I am not sure. Someone behind him spoke up. I am jealous of you. Another person recounted. I heard the instructor say earlier. They said no one had ever gotten a ticket out from Sergeant Lee. Nam and Etri asked him. Do you exercise often? The teammate sitting next to him exclaimed. That is really unbelievable. Min Chun listened to the conversation and suddenly thought these people were laughing and talking with him. He remembered back at Igas, when Min Chun asked where the restroom was. Everyone had avoided him when they found out he was a dark mage. People at Igas did not want to face him because they thought it was bad luck. Thinking about this, Min Chun was silently assessing that the communication was not as bad as he thought when he heard Nam and Etisi say to the person next to him, The open style room is ready. Are you going to go? I have no energy left to play. Hearing that, he paused and quickly dashed out of the room, shouting, The open style room is ready. Why did not you tell me sooner? Arriving at the open style room, Min Chun sat down at a machine and happily enjoyed himself. He looked at the clock, thinking since it is 9 of the clock, he should get at least 2 hours of sleep. He recalled Igas at Agas. Even sleeping for an hour was considered a luxury. 2 hours were seen as a huge reward. Min Chun thought he would shake off his daily fatigue with these games. Then he played the game frantically, causing those around him to be amazed, whispering to each other, Is he playing League of Legends? Are there still people playing that game? Another new day. While training, the instructor ran ahead, shouting, Do not increase the distance. Maintain the speed. If any new recruits can complete 40 kilometers in 2 hours, they want get breakfast. Understood?
Yep, sir.
After running, Min Chun was happily drinking water and chatting. I reached level 10 with maximum points yesterday. Kim Sang Trun is panting from exhaustion and says, Kim Min, you did not even break a sweat. Min Chun calmly replies, I was just taking a stroll. Then Sang Trun continues, But did you really play games all night and only sleep for 2 hours these past 4 weeks? Are you some kind of monster? Min Chun hears this and pours out some water. Monster. I was even planning to bring water to share with my beloved teammates. I guess you do not need any. Sang Trun then reaches out to catch it. I am just saying you have freakish stamina.
Sir.
My dear teammate. Everyone around has gathered around Min Chun to drink water. Please bless them with holy water too. He pours water for them. You guys are like little chicks. While they are resting, someone steps up to the podium and shouts, causing everyone to look up and pay attention. Seeing everyone looking up, the person says, The lieutenant is very disappointed in all of you. Although this is the final training session, you are the worst squad of all. So the lieutenant is very disappointed. Min-chun hears the announcement and does not care, just wondering why he talks about himself in the third person. Then the lieutenant continues. If you are deployed to fight after training ends, I guess half of you will die within a month and a half. Do you think I am lying? With a mindset like that, do you think you will complete the final training phase? Dungeon training. Upon hearing this, some people wonder, wait a minute, what is dungeon adaptation training? Someone begins to explain. Usually dungeons disappear after you defeat all the monsters, but sometimes there are dungeons that continue to exist. In that case, it becomes a transitional dungeon and changes its internal structure daily, providing excellent training grounds to experience all kinds of different environments in dungeons. Realistic training in a transitional dungeon is dungeon adaptation training. Kim Sang-chan looks panicked, and the other person replies, is the customized dungeon training what we have to do now? We are doomed. The lieutenant, seeing the chatter below, secretly laughs. They are getting excited. Good. They need to maintain this level of tension. It will be great for controlling the rookies, as if they were racing horses. When they need discipline, you have to tighten the reins. And when they are tense, we will comfort them with carrots. Then he shows a bright face. Don't get discouraged. If you are smart, it will be fine. The lieutenant adds that the one with the highest score will receive a 3-day, 2-night vacation ticket. After saying this, the lieutenant thinks to himself, now is the time to get excited. But looking down, he sees everyone looking disheartened, fearing they did not hear clearly. The lieutenant shouts again, can you hear me? A 3-day, 2-night vacation ticket. Seeing the situation unchanged, the lieutenant gestures more wildly, thinking, what the hell is wrong with these guys? Do they want to stay here until they die? But the situation remains the same, and he only sees Min-chun excited. Why is only one person excited? Min-chun, upon hearing this, says, that is awesome. A moment later, in the forest, everyone arrives at the assembly point to practice, and Zhang then shouts, what? Why is it so big? In front of him stood a large space door guarded by 2 people. Kim Sang-chun wondered, is this the dungeon? This is where it officially begins. The customized dungeon training. A teammate beside him said, I think it is a camp. A vehicle zoomed by. Pushing both of them aside, Kim Sang-chun turned back to look, asking suspiciously, what is 2.5 doing here? A growl came from behind the vehicle, making everyone fearful except for Kim Min-chun, who calmly observed them before looking into the back of the truck, where many pairs of eyes gleamed from within a metal cage. The sharp gazes were fixed on them, accompanied by a low growl. Someone trembled and asked what those were. Ferocious brown creatures appeared, their cold eyes and sharp fangs dripping with saliva. They were hunting dogs, and the group of rookies panicked and fled. Some screamed monster, while others flailed their arms. Even falling to the ground, they were still screaming in fear. It was the first time I had seen them up close like this. Kim Min-chun watched the panicked crowd, wondering why they were so scared. They are just like motorcycle dogs or chihuahuas. Sergeant Like Sung H saw the rookies frightened to death by the hunting dogs, and could not help but shout at them. Why are you rookies so scared? Those are the monsters you need to face. The group, already terrified by the dogs, was startled again by Sergeant Like Sung A's loud voice. They all asked, you want me to face them? Sergeant Like Sung A announced loudly to them, you will form a team of 4 rookies to enter the transformed dungeon. All teams will fight a hunting dog for 1 hour and then return here. If you get injured, boost your core strength. If you are scared, use your brains to focus on fighting them. Is that clear? The group, intimidated by Sergeant Like Sung A's presence, quickly regained their serious demeanor. They shouted, yep. Understood. Sergeant Like Sung A gave another order, so hurry up. At this moment, Corporal Kim A-chun was already standing in front of the equipment, waiting for them. He instructed each person to gear up one by one. This time, the rookies were issued the exclusive protective armor of the EMA Hunter Division. It was designed for mechanical body protection, extremely bulky and heavy. Honte Chi-chun struggled to put on the armor while saying, they did not provide us with anything else. After putting it on, Sang-chun was already sweating. I think my legs are about to break. Kim Min-chun was preparing to wear it, silently evaluating it in his mind. This thing is uncomfortable and does not offer any benefits other than body protection. I can't believe this costs 50 million. They must have really used it carefully since it is so expensive. I can smell their sweat and passion. He imagined muscular men, drenched in sweat, happily putting it on, realizing he truly did not like it. It is indeed a remarkable item, but I do not like it. After putting on the armor, Kim Min-chun approached Sergeant Like Sung A. Lieutenant, I have a question. If we can defeat the pack of wolves quickly, can we take off these suits? Sergeant like Sung-ich thought he was getting too full of himself and turned to shout, "Why are you so arrogant?" Tae-eun then realized the person asking this was you. Team Bond ranked Kim Min-chun. He changed his tone, saying, "If you want, that is fine. But remember, this is a team training session. You can't just excel alone to see if our top rookie Kim Min-chun can stand by his teammates." Hearing that, Kim Min-chun glanced at his teammates behind him, who were still chattering away. He thought about a team training session. Hong Soichi-chun said to Sang-chan beside him, "How can we face the hounds with just this?" He replied, "We need to have a plan." Kim Min-chun listened to their discussion, stroking his chin, thinking proudly, "It is simple. I just need to tell them how to defeat the hounds." Right, thinking is one thing, doing is another. He immediately turned to them, pointing to himself, saying, "Listen to me. I will present my plan." The two discussing turned to him, curiously asking, "Your plan?" Kim Min-chun saw they were paying attention to him and excitedly clenched his fists, passionately explaining to them, "The hounds will jump at you to kill you. When they do that, do not be afraid. Grab their legs and break their backs in half." He did not stop flailing his arms to illustrate for them. "If the distance is wide enough, they will die. But if it is still alive, fold it in the opposite direction and tear it apart like everyone tears kimchi." Then he excitedly asked them if they were okay. With sparkling eyes and rosy cheeks, he looked extremely strange, not at all like the image of a strong man outside. Meanwhile, Hong Soichi-chun and Sang-chan stood there, staring at Kim Min-chun flailing around like a fool the whole time. Sergeant like Sung-H signaled to release them. Corporal Kim H.U. received the order and immediately pulled hard on the lock of the iron cage. From inside, wild beasts with their mouths wide open, drooling and sharp teeth appeared instantly. The hounds sprang out of the truck like lightning, growling fiercely as they charged forward. Corporal Kim H. Trug watched. From the hound, one crossed the boundary, heading towards the dungeon. The group of rookies stood there watching, with Hong Seichi-chun being the first to speak. "They are going into the dungeon instead of attacking us." Kim Min-chun kindly answered the question. "They were captured all day, and their home just appeared. Why would not they go home?" The group immediately understood. Hong Seichi-chu generously complimented him a few times. "That makes a lot of sense." He thought it made a lot of sense. Then someone asked how he knew the psychology of those monsters so well. This scene reminded him of an old memory. "You are a monster. A real monster." At that time, he had said, "Please let me go." His eyes widened, his face slightly dazed. He knew the reason the hounds acted that way was because he had done the same. Sergeant like Sung-H saw the group standing there and began to lecture. "Are you guys joking around and laughing in this sacred training ground? Do you want to die?" The group was startled and quickly explained, "It is nothing." At this moment, Sergeant like Sung-Ah pointed at them and ordered, "All right. The lieutenant has decided that you guys will be the first team to enter." The group panicked and shouted, "We are the first team." Corporal Kim H. Chu immediately signaled for them to go in, with Corporal Kim H. Chu urging them on. They reluctantly became the first team to enter the dark target. Kim Min-chun spoke up to reassure everyone. "It will be fine. If I can get out of this heavy and filthy suit as soon as possible, I will welcome them with open arms." Hong Se-chun asked, a bit incredulously, "Are you sure?" Meanwhile, Sergeant like Sung-A spoke into his radio. "Guiding team. The training has begun. Prepare to monitor the situation. If things get out of control and the rookies are in danger." Corporal Kim H. Shu on the other end responded, "Understood, sir." Just then, through old tight, an instructor noticed something. It turned out to be Kim Min-chun and his group. He approached the person behind him and said, "Corporal Kim H.U. The rookies have arrived. There is a team of 4. No one." Corporal Kim H.U. asked, "Is there anything else?" Suddenly, the instructor seemed to realize something about the group. He saw that guy with them, Kim Min. He thought to himself, Kim Min, a special target to keep an eye on. The rookie showed outstanding strength in that first round. His scores over the past 4 weeks were excellent. But can he stand out in this dungeon? The rookies ventured deeper inside, unaware that a pack of hounds had appeared behind them. Kim Min-chun observed as he walked, aware of his surroundings, pondering whether they were ready to come out. They must be very eager. I could end it all by breaking their necks as soon as they arrive. Imagining the ferocious hounds with sharp teeth and their piercing growls. But the other teammates have no combat experience. Do they? He felt a bit anxious. He turned to Sang-chan and said, "They are coming this way." He did not understand what Kim Min-chun was saying and asked back, "What is coming?" Just as he finished speaking, he thought to himself that if it was a pack, it might just be a group of hounds with sharp claws and fangs charging at them. Kim Min-chun immediately reassured everyone. "They are coming. Do not be scared. Our armor is very sturdy. He stood in front of the charging hounds. Unafraid.
Me.
I think I will go first. Which one wants to charge first? The hounds were getting closer to them. The ferocious hound growled and lunged at Kim Min-chun. He dodged its attack, raising his fist high. Ready. What now? He used the sturdy iron armor as leverage and decisively slammed down on the hound. The hound let out a yelp and immediately collapsed to the ground. Dead, its teeth were shattered from being hit by the iron armor. Help me. Everyone. Hong Se-chi-chun's voice from behind caught Kim Min-chun's attention. He was being bitten on the hand by a hunting dog. The dog's gaze shifted slightly from Hong Se-chun's hand, as if it had realized something. Then, Kim Min-chun kicked the wolf dog in the stomach, sending it flying. Hong Se-chun fell to the ground in shock, exclaiming, "The hunting dog that got kicked also can't escape its fate of death." Kim Min-chun began to explain to his teammates, "If they need you, you must fight back. It will see you as a little prey if you keep being scared." Hong Se-chun, still confused and panicked, replied,
"Yep.
I understand now," Kim Min-chun said. "Why are you using honorifics when we are teammates?" Hong Se-chun replied, "I am really sorry." Kim Min-chun spoke seriously. "If this situation happens, both of us would definitely be dead. We have more people than them. So let us use that as an advantage and put pressure on them." He guided his teammates step by step on how to fight.
"Yep.
If you apply pressure on them, they will be terrified. Keep pushing them until they lose their composure." Corporal Kim H.U., witnessing everything from outside, could not help but question, is he really just a rookie? A teammate next to him asked, "Are you talking about Kim Min-chun?" He began to analyze the situation. Usually, the fear of rookies would paralyze them, but under Kim Min-chun's guidance, they broke free from their fear. After some analysis, the two corporals Kim H.U. were shocked by their own speculation. Could that guy be the division sergeant who returned just the day before he enlisted? Things like that only happen in novels. Anyway, he was not just trying to handle them with his own strength. He also had leadership skills by encouraging his teammates and working with them. Therefore, Kim Min-chun was getting the highest scores. Looking at the rookie crowd below, the two began to speculate even more. The rest will get average scores. You all did very well today. Head out this way. Finally, the two appeared before the rookie team. Hong Se-chun was curious to see them. Are the instructors here? On the way back out, Kim Min-chun kept asking the two in front, "You guys are secretly giving us scores, right? Can I get a break?" Corporal Kim H.U. can't take it anymore, shouting, "Shut up. Do you think we will tell you?" He still would not stay quiet. Continuing, "Do you guys care about the rookies? You are like big bodyguards." Corporal Kim H.U. shouted, "What big bodyguard?" Suddenly, the leader's footsteps stopped, revealing a large hole in front of them. It seemed both instructors were confused about this. Something unexpected had occurred. The ground began to shake, and an instructor with a walkie-talkie told the person behind him, Private Kim Ho-chu, to turn on the radio and broadcast outside quickly. Hong Se-chu saw the ground trembling and asked, "What is happening? Is there an earthquake?" Only Kim Min-chun seemed relatively calm. "It is not an earthquake. It is a shifting dungeon. It is just changing." Meanwhile, Hong Se-chu covered his head with his hands and asked, "So what is going to happen?" Before he could get an answer, he shouted, "Wait! The exit is closing by itself." Along with Hong Se-chu's scream, the exit gradually disappeared without a trace. The two rookies stared wide-eyed, astonished at the gate of the dungeon slowly closing. "What the hell is happening?" The instructor, watching the scene while holding the walkie-talkie, could not help but feel anxious. "Damn it." Min-chun looked at the gate with a determined expression, frowning as he thought it was probably too late to leave now. This is not good. The shifting gate was darkening, and everything was closing in. The instructor, panicking, looked to the side and shouted, "Private Kim Ho-chu, the walkie-talkie is not working. The dungeon is shifting too fast." Private Kim Ho-chu was also very panicked, replying, "It should not change for over a month. Why is it like this?" Kim Ho-chu continued, "Evacuate the kids to safety first." By then, the shifting gate had completely closed, leaving only a slight tremor from the remnants of the recent shift. Inside the dungeon, everyone was extremely confused. Private Kim was assisting as you saw. There was an unexpected incident in the dungeon. Private Kim continued, "But do not worry. We will wait here for about an hour and see if the gate opens again." Hearing Private Kim Ho-chu, the rookies felt somewhat reassured. "Really? Just wait an hour and we can get out. That is great. I thought we would be stuck here. I was really panicking." Private Kim Ho-chu's expression was extremely tense at that moment. Although feeling very uneasy, Private Kim Ho-chu still tried to relax his facial muscles and spoke to the rookies as naturally as possible. "Ha. I bet those outside are also assessing the situation," he continued. "The lieutenant will come up with a suitable solution. So all we need to do is calmly wait instead of worrying." Min-chun crossed his arms and watched from a distance, secretly thinking, "Is that?" Min-chun thought the reason they continued training here was that they were sure that this dungeon would not have any unexpected situations like this. In his mind, he pictured a door lock with all kinds of chains. He continued to think about the troubling unexpected situation when the dungeon entrance was closed. Suddenly, Min-chun saw the instructor rushing toward Private Kim and saying, "Private Kim Ho-chu." But he cut him off before he could finish. "You should go somewhere else." Min-chun observed all the actions of the two of them. Min-chun guessed correctly as he thought. The instructor had realized the situation seemed off. They responded calmly. But there might not be any practical guidance for situations like this. Min-chun stood in a corner with his arms crossed, thinking that if this dungeon turned into a closed dungeon, it might be harder to defeat than he thought. But it is just a complex situation. Not the worst. Because I am here. Right. This is the worst case scenario. The scene revealing a cave surrounded by green quartz. Corporal Kim Ho-chu stroked his chin and thought, "I am sure you know this dungeon has turned into a closed dungeon." The other instructor heard this and shouted, "A closed dungeon? Really? No one warned us about this." Over here, two corporals were signaling to each other. The other corporal looked panicked. "Is it a closed dungeon?" "Oh wow. Is it really a closed dungeon? Really?" Corporal Kim Ho-chu shouted. "You idiot. Do not you have any idea?" "What were you about to say?" Corporal Kim Ho-chu continued. "There are two scenarios when the entrance to the dungeon disappears. First, the dungeon disappears after being defeated. Second, it is a closed dungeon. The gate disappears when someone from outside enters. When we are inside the dungeon, it has transformed into a closed dungeon. That means the gate has disappeared. And there will definitely be many monsters appearing. The only way to escape from this closed dungeon is to defeat each monster within it." The other corporal, hearing this, changed his expression and replied, "So we have to survive in this dungeon until we defeat all the monsters." Corporal Kim Ho-chu said seriously, "That is right. There is no way to get support from the outside." Corporal Kim Ho-chu continued to think, 4 inexperienced rookies and 2 instructors. The 6 of us have to conquer this dungeon. Just as I thought. Ever since I informed them about the reality of the situation, they all became tense. We do not know what monsters will appear. If we are not careful, this could be the end for all of us. Corporal Kim Ho-chu pondered, looking at his hands, thinking that just sitting still won't do. We have to keep moving while we still have energy. It would be better if the instructors were fully equipped. In his mind, Corporal Kim Ho-chu envisioned a green demon. He thought further, with this situation, just the weaklings would be enough to wipe us out, since it would take me over 10 minutes to take one down. The corporal turned to look at everyone behind him. The most feasible and practical action plan was to utilize the protective gear that the rookies had been equipped with. Those heavy and clumsy suits. Corporal Kim Ho-chu immediately thought of a hypothesis. If we use the defensive abilities and let the rookies go first, the instructors can defeat the monsters while they hold them back. But behind Corporal Kim Ho-chu was Rookie Hong Soo-chu, looking terrified. As he walked, Corporal Kim Ho-chu reflected that so far, these idiots have trusted us and endured the exhausting training process. As a scene, using my juniors as meat shields, my self-esteem would not allow it. Rookie Hong Soo-chu said with a worried expression. We are already in the final training week, and now we run into a dungeon incident. Behind him was Kim Min-chun, looking exasperated. Suddenly, Min-chun noticed something. He turned back, trying to listen to the strange noise from before. The instructor looked at Min-chun in surprise. "Ah, is there a problem?" Rookie Kim Min-chun. At this moment, Min-chun was staring ahead with a very surprised expression. Everyone gradually began to realize the strange sound nearby. In front of them, Instructor Kim Ho-chu was holding his head, screaming wildly like a beast. Moments later, he fell back to the ground, thrashing in despair, foam coming from his mouth, his eyes rolling back in fear. The other sergeant shouted. He hurried towards Sergeant Kim Ho-chu. Sergeant Kim Ho-chu ignored Min-chun's attempts to stop him. Don't run. Seeing the situation was uncontrollable, Min-chun calmly continued. Even if he ran now, there was no way to save him. The sergeant approached Sergeant Kim Ho-chu, suddenly paralyzed by something. Instructor, are you okay? On the other side, Min-chun stopped the rookies from getting close to the 2 instructors. Min-chun calmly said, everyone, step back. If you get any closer, you will face the same situation. Saying that, Min-chun advanced towards the 2 instructors. observing for a moment. He thought it was not serious. They just fainted. I was not surprised either. I thought I smelled something familiar. Min-chun suddenly caught a whiff of a disturbing scent. He looked around quickly, and soon grabbed both instructors, throwing them towards the rookie's team. Catch them. From a distance, Min-chun shouted. Dante, follow me. Just stay near the exit. The rookie, struggling to catch the instructor, said with a worried expression. Where are you going? Stop. It is dangerous. Even the instructor fainted. You could die. Are you crazy? Turn back. Ignoring his teammate's warning, Kim Min-chun charged ahead like an arrow. At that moment, Kim-chun felt incredibly excited as he sprinted towards the source of the strange ascent. Min-chun thought. He was dying to know. It really existed on Earth just now. Only Min-chun realized it was dark energy. The reason the two instructors fainted. Thinking of this, Min-chun smiled smugly. It was no surprise that even the awakened instructor fainted. Even the Igas were covered with a special protective layer to guard against dark energy. With a determined gaze, Min-chun thought it was getting more dangerous for ordinary people. However, for dark sorcerers, dark energy was like a charger for a dead phone. It would make them stronger. Finally, Min-chun found the source of that distinctive scent. He said, "Here it is, the swirling dark energy." In front of Min-chun was a massive amount of dark energy surging violently. Surrounding the area of that energy was covered with amethyst crystals. Without hesitation, Min-chun went straight in. Once deep inside the cave, Min-chun stood still in surprise, thinking to himself how quiet it was. He could not find any traces of monsters around. However, Min-chun had discovered something. He lifted his head, looking up with a smug expression. You think you can hide your dark energy from the dark mage? Above Min-chun's head was a dog-like monster with 4 eyes and sharp teeth. It clung to the quartz rock, staring at Min-chun, its small fangs making it look incredibly hungry. Min-chun, with an excited expression, reached out to stroke the monster's fur. He said, "Welcome to our world, the dark dog." The dark hunting dog growled, revealing its sharp teeth. Its eyes lit up, ready to hunt its prey. It was called a dark hunting dog, and of course, they could not be compared to regular dogs just because of their name. They were a species completely overwhelming compared to ordinary hunting dogs. Min-chun thought. I think the first time I met this bastard was about a year after I was summoned to Igas. I nearly died because I had never seen a monster like that on Earth. And I tried to attack it. Back in reality, the dark hunting dog had locked onto its prey. It lunged down from the quartz rock, aiming to pounce on Min-chun. Min-chun was still very calm. After all, he was quite happy to see a familiar face. Min-chun got into a stance, ready to strike. He said, "And now, thanks for the meal." Min-chun unleashed a powerful punch, strong enough to send the dark hunting dog flying into the wall, cutting straight into its face and causing it to lose all its teeth. Min-chun commented on your dark energy. The previous punch slightly shook the cave, dust flying everywhere. Min-chun pulled his hand back, looking at the dark hunting dog lying helplessly in the distance. Min-chun's fist was covered in the yellow blood from the dark hunting dog. Min-chun frowned and said, "The smell of blood still stinks." After defeating the monster, suddenly a powerful source of energy surged forth. Min-chun raised his right hand, looking at the massive energy before him and said, "A huge amount of dark energy spilled out after it died. That is why dark hunting dogs are very difficult to defeat because their blood is toxic. When a normal person comes into contact with it, their skin will rot." Saying that, Min-chun raised his hand to absorb that dark energy into his body. Because the energy contained such high density, when Min-chun used his hand to absorb it, his hand began to swell with terrifying veins. Min-chun smugly said, "Of course, it does not include 7th level dark mages." He felt excited, thinking about how thrilling it was to absorb dark energy for the first time in such a long time. He thought he had charged up about 5%. How is it that the dark hunting dogs, usually found in Aegis, are here? I thought the monsters on Earth absorbed dark energy, but based on the reactions of the guides, this might be the first time this has happened. And I have not heard anything about dark energy, or this bastard in the monster training at the center. It is likely that the dark hunting dogs can't move between dimensions. This could only be the result of people like me, those who have reached the pinnacle of dark magic or the saints, who can wield the power of gods. It is not a skill anyone can use. Quickly absorbed it, sealing that dark energy, feeling anxious and wondering if he was overthinking. Is this the first time dark hunting dogs appeared in South Korea? Has this really never happened before? Where's its corpse? I need it for a report. Saying that, he ran to look for it and found it lying in a heap nearby. He found it and shifted scenes to Corporal Kim Ho-chun. At that moment, He was lying still when he heard someone calling him, "Guide." Hearing the call, he slowly opened his eyes. As his eyes cracked open, he saw everyone extremely eager, continuously calling for him. I think his eyes just opened a little. Really? Where? Wake up. Are you okay? Soldier, guide. Then he shouted. He sat up abruptly. What? Is everyone okay? Is anyone hurt? The remaining instructor was pushed back by him, making him a bit angry. Wondering what the hell just happened. A rookie behind even thought it was a zombie. Hearing Corporal Kim Ho-chun's question, the two rookies in front replied, "We are all fine." However, Kim Min-chun had ventured deeper into the cave by himself. Corporal Kim Ho-chun was taken aback. What? What happened? Everyone recounted the details of the incident to him. After hearing, he jumped up in shock, shaking Kim Min-chun while shouting questions. So that bastard acted like that. He was shaken, feeling like his brain might explode, only able to say, "Yep. Everything has been confirmed as real." Sergeant Kim Ho-chun felt anger and worry, thinking to himself, how dare he act like that in such a dangerous situation? Just his attitude alone is enough to get him kicked out right away. But do I even have the authority to say that, instead of protecting the rookies? I fainted. I should not waste time thinking nonsense like this anymore. I need to rescue Kim Min-chun right now. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look!" The guide. Everyone turned to where he was pointing and saw Kim Min-chun approaching with the wolf. Is everyone okay? The two guides looked shocked, unable to believe it as they pointed at Kim Min-chun. What the hell is that? Is that a hunting dog? The other guide confirmed. Yep, sir. But does not it look a bit different than usual? Kim Min-chun threw the hunting dog down in front of the two guides, making them step back a little nervously. Please take a look at this damn thing, Kim Min-chun invited. The two guides approached to examine it closely. This damn thing knocked us out, I think so. The other rookies watched in horror and gasped. What the hell? Did Kim Min-chun really defeat such a big monster by himself? If the one we defeated was lightweight, this one must be heavyweight. I won't think about this anymore. Suddenly, Kim Min-chun's eyes widened as he saw something. It turns out the gate has opened. Sergeant Kim Ho-chun went over to pat Kim Min-chun on the shoulder, incredulously asking if he really took down that hunting dog by himself. Hearing the question, Min-chun smiled and nodded, confirming he did it himself. Kim Ho-chun did not say much more, nodding. I understand. Then he turned to the other guide and said, escort the rookies outside. I will follow behind. The guide agreed. Yep, sir. Sergeant Kim Ho-chun glanced around, confirming there was no one left but him and Kim Min-chun. He then said, Kim Min, once you get outside, I want you to report everything in detail to the center. Kim Min-chun happily agreed. Yep, sir. Even though Kim Min-chun confirmed the report, Sergeant Kim Ho-chun still sighed with worry, reminding him once again, don't forget anything, including how useless your guides were. After all, we were knocked out and the rookies had to handle everything without any excuse from us. Even if we are sent to military prison, thanks to you, everyone is safe. I appreciate that. It is a compliment. Kim Min-chun blushed and scratched his head shyly. You are making me embarrassed. Kim Ho-chun's words made him shy, quickly taking off his hat to cover his face. I must admit when things take a turn for the worse. Anyway, we should head back. After saying that, he walked towards the gate to go outside. Before leaving, I can't forget to complain. Damn it. Now I do not know how to write about what knocked me out. I guess I will be sleepless again tonight. Kim Min-chun sighs. Being praised at the end of training week like this, well, is not it time for me to go out? Suddenly, a system message pops up, surprising him the error has been fixed. Seeing the system message, he feels angry. Wondering, what the hell is this? The error has been fixed. Anyway, what kind of ridiculous error was that? Then he curses at this dumb system. You are so stupid. Can't you fix the error? Before he could finish cursing, the system message appeared again. Kim Min, the founder of the Luminana Church, is my favorite character. Strength 60. Speed 60. Stamina 60. Magic power 10. The rotten skills are E-level. And seeing this system message only makes him angrier. Is something strange? Is that all there is? He looks at the line saying the founder of the Luminana Church is my favorite character, and wonders how the hell it ended up in the status window. The Luminana Church is my favorite character. Lumi is a character in the powerful dungeon fighter game. When I reached the peak of dark magic while still in Igus, I created that church as a joke to drive the others away. Those followers clung to me like pests. Then he recalls the time when he just created this church, as the players were constantly being annoying. Sir Min-chun, please rule the world with us. What? Luminana is my favorite character. What is that? He annoyingly says. This is my kind of person. So go find someone else to bother. Hearing him say that, he also says he loves that name a lot in the end. That just led to more whining. Then he strokes his chin, thinking it seems like he has gotten weaker. The stats are worse than he thought after my return. When I noticed that all my dark energy had vanished, I thought about some punishment for moving back and forth between dimensions. E-level rotten skills. But from my long list of skills, only one remains. How can it still be a low-level skill? The effect of rotten skills must be a stomachache. Right, damn it. This is not some third-rate novel. Is it? It is really unreasonable. I feel like throwing up. I can't achieve any goals if things keep going on like this. Then he keeps staring at the system screen, feeling gloomy. But I am still the one who reached the highest realm of dark magic when I ruled in Iget because I was able to reach absolute level in the past. It does not mean I can't do it again. Right now, I have a clear goal to restore my power as soon as possible because the game's development has been delayed by monsters. Then he brushes his handsome hair, sighs, believing that he can do this. This is nothing compared to the time in Iges when all I could do was endure while waiting for that gaming company. Finally, he stepped out of the dungeon and walked through the portal home. That day, the entire training center was thrown into chaos because the dungeon gate had closed during training. The truth was, the lieutenant had not given any clear instructions, while the guides were powerless due to a series of unpredictable events. The rookies who were supposed to be promoted to private and enjoy a temporary freedom had to be discharged. Now they had to stay at this time. The soldiers were lively chatting about trivial matters. We are still cursed. When will we get out of this time loop with a bunch of crazy events happening during the previous training week? They should at least let us watch TV or something. This is such a waste of time. One person doubting that Kim Min-chun really defeated the monster asked Suk-chun. Did Kim Min-chun really catch that hunting dog by himself? Suk-chun replied. I thought it was a cow, not a dog the first time I saw it, another person said. Really? You do not think Kim Min-chun will be able to rank up to sergeant in the next 2 years? Haven't you heard about the promotion exam from the hunter department? Why not? I heard that most of them were assigned as non-commissioned officers, even after being there for 5 years. It seems there are even female hunters assigned as private first class. Sounds sad. Meanwhile, Kim Min-chun was extremely serious. Private Kim Min-chun reporting in. Sir. He saw. Choi was also serious. Come in. Come in, he said. As he entered, he saw the lieutenant with his head down on the desk. Speechless, Choi approached another soldier and allowed him to leave. You can go now. He was serious too. Yep, sir. Then he did not stay for a moment and immediately left. Choi walked up to Kim Min-chun, grinning, and said, a lieutenant who does not properly check the dungeon deserves to be punished. Right. Hearing the question, Kim Min-chun answered very seriously. Private Kim Min-chun reporting. Yep, sir. Then he patted him on the shoulder and said, now, no more beating around the bush. Private Kim Min-chun. You are called here because I have a few things to tell you. As the top scorer, I have a special invitation for you. Do you want to hear it? Crane among chickens. This proverb implies someone who stands out from the rest in the surveillance room. The commander was secretly pleased because he thought the kid was indeed extraordinary. I am really lucky to have lived to see this scene. Who would have thought a crane would appear to look like a bunch of chickens? It may be hard for others, but for Kim Min-chun, in his eye, he was a capable and truly special, rare person. He thought if such a talent joined the regular army, it would be a loss for the entire nation, as they would lose more soldiers to fight against the monsters. I heard you want to be promoted as soon as possible. As he spoke, he left his sentence hanging, hinting for Kim Min-chun to understand his intention. Then he continued, but according to our rules, you can only take the promotion exam after serving another year. However, if you are granted an exception, then it would be different. Kim Min-chun replied in surprise, receiving Kim Min-chun's reaction. He continued, if you volunteer to join the Hunter Corps in gang, I will use my training command authority to allow you to be an exception. Then he burst out laughing. The commander continued, after that, if you go there, you won't have to wait another year. Commander Dap-ban affirmed his words. Kim Min-chun was taken aback by this offer. Suddenly, he did not know how to respond as it was indeed a good opportunity for him right now. Suddenly, the space around them fell silent as both were lost in their thoughts. Only the commander was busy wondering if this kid would be scared and refuse him. He became anxious, thinking to himself, could it still be too much for him, even though he really wanted to be promoted? Perhaps the exception for promotion was not enough for him yet. While the commander was anxiously worrying, Kim Min-chun seemed to be deep in thought. If it were the 104th Division, his teammates had once told him to avoid that place at all costs. The weather was freezing, with continuous and thick snow falling. But it was never boring, as dungeons and monsters would always appear unexpectedly. It was the most fascinating place in the rear lines. Thinking about that, Kim Min-chun silently thought, would not it be wonderful? As long as I get promoted, the experience of being in any place would not matter. It would even be an exception. It is not that simple. Above all, they have a lot of dungeons. Isn't that the best condition for me? Especially regarding my job intentions. I want to get promoted at all costs. The higher the rank, the greater my scope of operations. And clearly, there is no better way to get exceptions than completing missions in the dungeon. After thinking, Kim Min-chun replied to Commander Choi that he would go. Commander Choi sighed sadly and said, "All right then. Tell me your conditions." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly panicked and shouted, "Wait! What?" He gasped in shock, not believing that Kim Min-chun agreed for such little compensation. Kim Min, fearing the commander had not heard clearly, repeated his answer. "I will." He spoke loudly, in a tone that confirmed what Commander Choi heard was completely correct. After finishing the conversation with the commander, Kim Min-chun was ordered to head to the new base. He immediately went back to pack up and left quickly. Outside, his teammates were preparing to head to the new base. Among them was a close teammate of Kim Min-chun, who was crying and shouting, "Kim Min, you have to call me when you get to the base." "Got it," Kim Min-chun calmly replied. "Is that what you think? I think by then, you will reach out to me yourself first." His friend responded, "Of course. I will definitely contact you." "Yeah. Whatever." His friend still could not believe Kim Min-chun would actually go and ask, "But are you really going? Why would you volunteer to go to that place everyone wants to avoid?" His friend was still emotional. Kim Min-chun replied, "This is a bit much. You should find out more. You guys have no idea. I have a goal to achieve." Kim Min-chun's colleagues could not help but wonder what that was. Could it be something like reaching the maximum level 100 times? Kim Min-chun said, "Yesterday I reached the maximum level for the 30th time. So 100 is no big deal." His friend must be crazy. Just then, the vehicle began to leave. Inside the car, his friend was still shouting to keep in touch. Kim Min-chun happily waved goodbye to his friend, then turned away to see. The loudest guy had left the base. He stood still, wondering why he was still here. At that moment, only Kim Min-chun remained standing still. At that time, there was the sound of a vehicle rolling from afar, gradually approaching Kim Min-chun. When it arrived, the vehicle stopped in front of him. He could only gasp. The sound of the car door opening made Kim Min-chun quickly look to see who it was. Then a voice called out, "Kim Min," just calling Kim Min-chun's name. The man approached and stood tall in front of Kim Min-chun. Looking serious, he said, "Have you been waiting long?" "I arrived a bit late because the snow was heavy." Standing in front of this strong man, Kim Min-chun softly replied. Private Kim Min-chun did not mind. "Snow? What season is it now?" "Oh no. Is there already snow?" There were footsteps walking away, and the man's voice echoed back. "So we will head to the base. Get in the car." Kim Min-chun thinks he is really weird. After getting in the car and settling down, he seems a bit off. He thinks that when we get to the base, he will really start living like a soldier. Whether the training is harsh or fighting monsters regularly is not a problem for him. But there is one thing that worries him. What makes Kim Min-chun uneasy is bullying. He recalls the past, the moments when he was bullied by others. "Go get the Dragon Balls." Then that guy throws the Dragon Balls far away as a pastime for others. What if I end up in a miserable situation like on those reality shows? I do not have the patience to endure that kind of stuff at this moment. Just thinking about that, Kim Min-chun's face and eyes hardened. He gasped, thinking it over. But he knows he will just have to endure it right now. The vehicle is speeding toward the base. If I pick a fight with a superior just once, I will end up in military prison like an ordinary soldier. Finally, the vehicle brings Kim Min-chun to a base covered in thick snow. Entering, he passes by a rusted sign, which can be said to be the gateway of this military camp. Kim Min-chun can only stand there in awe. This place really has snow. In front of him is a sign that reads Hunter Corps of Gang World Province, 104th Division, 2nd Battalion. Kim Min-chun is led inside by the strange man. The man opens the door to a strange room. He shoves Kim Min-chun inside and says, "Here's the new recruit. Teach him." In the room, surprised looks turn to Kim Min-chun, the new recruit, and then a boy asks, "What is your name?" "If you are Kim Min-chun, you must be the super soldier from the rumors." The guy who single-handedly defeated a hunting dog. One guy snatches Kim Min-chun's bag and tosses it to someone else. Wait. Open the new recruit's stuff. Kim Min-chun glares. Thinking they are the leaders of the dorm. They are looking at him with joy. Kim Min-chun thinks to himself as if they have just found a new toy. One of them asks, "With your high score, why did you choose to come here instead of the rear?" Kim Min-chun replies, "I heard the rear is the best place to gain real combat experience and a fast track to promotion." Hearing this, the two men are left speechless. After thinking for a moment, the two said, "You are crazy." Then started asking questions like, "Do you have any sisters? What about a girlfriend? I have been single since birth." Heavy on the black and thighs. "Then let us see your talent." "My talent? I wonder if I show it. Will they back off?" Kim Min-chun thinks. Then he decides to say, "I will perform one-handed push-ups." In front of the astonished crowd, he calmly said, "What do those idiots think? What kind of talent is that? We could do that nonsense all day." As he spoke, they smirked and said, "Come on, do not get angry. Sergeant, let him show off. Go ahead." Just as the words left their mouths, they had to be surprised. Kim Min-chun used just one finger and started doing push-ups as he had said. He pushed up and down in perfect form while keeping his hands behind his back. They had to exclaim, "Vertical. You can do it like that," while performing the movement up and down. Kim Min-chun asked, "Can anyone in our squad do that?" They had to exclaim, "That bastard can do it." Someone's voice rang out, "That bastard is a sergeant." At that moment, a figure stood outside the door watching. The figure ordered, "Get out." The two watching said, "He is in trouble now. There he is." That bastard. Kim Min-chun suddenly recognized that voice. It was the voice of the strange man who brought him to the base. He looked up and recognized it was Sergeant Like Sung-ho. "It is Sergeant Like Sung-ho." The red-haired guy asked surgently, "Why do you look exhausted when you were just supposed to be a tour guide?" The brown-haired guy continued, "Aren't you supposed to be enjoying a break with the kids? How many days have you had off already?" He sarcastically added, "What a bastard. He does not even respond to us." Lee Dong-ho shouted angrily, 4 days. Is that enough? Just leave me alone." The brown-haired guy said as he walked away. "You are just a leftover party that we are about to leave." The red-haired guy raised his middle finger and said, 4 days is too much. Eat this." "That bastard," Lee Dong-ho said to the soldier next to him. "They keep provoking me. But I am not backing down." The soldier next to him thought they had left, and Sergeant Lee lay back down. Relieved, he took out his phone to watch a video, which showed a person standing in front of a erupting volcano. The voice in the video said, "As you can see, the volcanic dungeon has very high natural temperatures, which can cause immediate harm." Soldier Kim Min-chun thought, even in this tiny room, the rank difference is still significant. This is not the 80s. Sergeant Lee shouted loudly. Dong Chin-Lee stood straight and replied, "Yep, sir." Like Sung-ho continued, "Since he is the new recruit under your command, make sure to guide him well." Lee Dong-chin shouted, "Yep, sir." Lee Dong-chin introduced to Kim Min-chun. "Hello. My name is Kim Min-chun." Lee Dong-chin thought to himself, "Is this my superior?" Lee Dong-chin said, "Let us talk after eating. I just got special permission to go to the canteen." Kim Min-chun asked, "What do you mean? Can I go to the canteen by myself?" Lee Dong-chin pointed and said, "Just pick whatever you want to eat." Kim Min-chun asked again, "Are you sure?" "I eat a lot," Lee Dong-chin clearly said. "Of course. Do not worry. Just choose and eat to your heart's content." Kim Min-chun thought he was really nice. When it was time to pay, the cashier said, 3,000. Please. Lee Dong-chin looked confused, nervously handing the card to the staff. The staff asked, "Are you cold? Why are you shaking? The weather is really nice today, with blue skies and white clouds." Lee Dong-chin urged Kim Min-chun to eat naturally. Kim Min-chun asked, "Are we not allowed to come here normally?" He just mentioned that there was an exception before. Lee Dong-chin replied, "Private first class and lower can only come here on weekends. Additionally, you need to be at least a private first class to use the gym, and at least a corporal to use the shooting range." Kim Min-chun thought while eating, "Why can only corporals and above use the shooting range? Are you crazy?" Lee Dong-chin continued, "You think that is unreasonable. But it is not something a private first class like me can fix. You need to get used to it." Kim Min-chun asked, "Is there no way to change it?" Lee Dong-chin looked a bit surprised. He replied, "You need to be promoted to at least corporal, maybe even sergeant. Although that is not easy either." Kim Min-chun thought, "As if I can just sit still. Being restricted from using the shooting range is already too much for me. Is there really no other way but to get promoted?" Lee Dong-chin hesitantly continued, "Above all, it is not easy to become a sergeant in the engineering corps. I have failed the promotion test many times. So I have been a private first class for 3 years now. It is embarrassing, Kim Min-chun replied. It is. I think you can do it next time, Lee Dong-chin immediately responded. Thank you for encouraging me. Just then, Sergeant Kim Kwang-sich came up from behind and hugged Lee Dong-chin, asking, Who's this? A newbie in a private first class, Lee Dong-chin quickly replied. Sergeant Kim Kwang-sich. Please join us for a meal. Kim Kwang-sich responded. Why are you eating so little? I won't refuse the invitation. Kim Kwang-sich walked over and sat down to eat as if he had not eaten before. Kim Min-chun thought that something felt off as soon as he finished speaking. Kim Kwang-sich told the two. I won't say anything about your gossiping here. Unless you do not perform well in tomorrow's weapon training, you two will be in trouble with me. I won't go easy just because you are new. You know how to aim. Right, Lee Dong-chin awkwardly replied. Yep. I just explained the weapon training to him, in the end. It is only a little different compared to the others. Sergeant Kim Kwang-sich responded. Really? Are we going to do it again? You mean I only care when you do well? Right. Private First Class Lee Dong-chin. Lee Dong-chin replied in panic. Sir. Kim Kwang-sich continued. Why are you still a private first class when you are doing so well? Do the candidates for the promotion test seem like fools? Kim Min-chun thought. Why is this pig so annoying? I won't hold back anymore. Kim Min-chun unleashed his power on Kim Kwang-sich. A pink mist emanated from Kim Min-chun's hands, aimed at Kim Kwang-sich. Thinking, why do not you just throw up everything you just swallowed? Kim Kwang-sich was happily chatting when he suddenly felt something strange. He stood up, trembling, his face drenched in sweat. Lee Dong-chin asked, What is wrong? Kim Kwang-sich picked up the bag of food and soda can, checking them back and forth. Damn it. This is weird, Kim Min-chun thought. Is he checking the expiration date? Kim Kwang-sich's face darkened as he replied hesitantly. Nothing. They should head back soon, Lee Dong-chin shouted loudly. Sergeant Kim Kwang-sich. He clutched his stomach and staggered away without looking back. Damn it. What is wrong with my stomach? If it is not the food, then what is it? Kim Min-chun secretly rejoiced, thinking, I'm right. Even a rotten skill like mine can be useful sometimes. Kim Min-chun banged on the table and asked Lee Dong-chin. Excuse me. Sergeant. What was that weapon training about earlier? Lee Dong-chin replied. For the training, you will be using a KX-2 with previously printed ammo. Right. So we use new projectiles with more power than those. If the printed ammo at the training center is a regular horse, then what we have now is a wild stallion. A completely different thing. And the sound is like you are using a cannon. Lee Dong-chin continued. Since the monsters appear far from here, your damage is even more important. It is quite strange at first. So just be ready to hear some scolding and do not overthink it. Kim Min-chun thought about a regular horse and a wild stallion. That is a fair comparison, Lee Dong-chin said. If you think about it, the long-range weapon I used in Iga should be equivalent to an elephant. If it is just a wild stallion, I would be relieved. Kim Min-chun thought he was really looking forward to tomorrow. Lee Dong-chin said. I wonder what is wrong with Sergeant Kim Kwang-sich. He does not look so good. The next day, the weather was beautiful, with blue skies and white clouds. Golden sunshine. As the soldiers marched with a bang, one soldier was firing and hit nearly all his targets. And it was Kim Min-chun practicing his shooting. He said, I missed that shot. What a shame. The soldier waved a flag and shouted. Completed shooting. Hit 19. Missed 1. Everyone was astonished by the result and began to chatter excitedly. Did you hear that? One private hit 19 shot. Is he a machine? It can be luck. Right. How could he shoot like that by chance? Kim Min-chun stood watching, still regretting the miss. The red-haired guy said, My record is 14 hits. Higher than the team's average. But the guy next to him replied, That is true. The two looked down from above. Sergeant Kim Mini said, 19 hits to the head. Sergeant Hex replied, I heard he is really impressive. That news seems to be accurate. The red-haired guy loudly asked Kim Min-chun. How did you do that? Kim Min-chun replied, I just followed the instructions. Then someone next to him grumbled. Sounds like we were not given instructions. At that moment, a red-haired soldier stepped forward with a displeased expression. Sneering, are you mocking us? Instructions. Aren't we all given the same instructions? How come you are the only one shooting so well? Moments later, they arrived at the cafeteria. The atmosphere was lively and bustling. Soldiers were taking their food while laughing and having fun. Kim Min-chun was eating with Lee Dong-chin. Lee Dong-chin happily said, I can't believe you hit 19 shots. You must be born to be a soldier. Kim Min-chun laughed heartily and humbly replied, Sergeant Lee Dong-chin. Hitting 13 is a good result too. Flattered by Kim Min-chun's praise, Lee Dong-chin felt delighted. his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He replied, "Well, I had some experience before, but my technique is not that great." Just as he finished speaking, the heroic image of Like Sung-ho in uniform suddenly appeared in Lai Dongqin's mind. Holding a gun and standing at attention, filled with admiration, Lai Dongqin showered praises. In other words, Sergeant Like Sung-ho was the real damage dealer. He averaged 17 hits. This made him the best shooter in the team. Kim Min-chun listened while eating, thinking to himself that 10 shots was the team average. So he was doing quite well. So now I am taking the top spot. Lost in thought, Lai Dongqin gave a thumbs up to Kim Min-chun, cheerfully saying, "Anyway, Chun, I am sure you will do great in the special weapon training." Kim Min-chun was slightly startled but smiled back happily. You cheerfully added, "Sergeant Lai Dongqin, you said there would be a 2-person team, right? Why did not you join me?" Lai Dongqin quickly waved his hand, hesitantly replying, "The executive director will decide that, so I can't be sure about anything." Kim Min-chun wondered, "Is that so? What are the criteria for joining the team?" Lai Dongqin replied, "According to the news, it is done through a tier lottery." While speaking, he imagined a scene of a soldier sweating and trembling, murmuring something, while tracing lines on a piece of paper. Behind him were other soldiers looking intimidating, staring at that soldier. The lottery system was designed to randomly pair people, also known as ghost legs in Japanese. It is amitakuchi in Chinese. The next morning, at the training area, the snow on some pine trees had not melted yet. The trainer shouted, "We will start training in 5 minutes." All the troops put on their bulletproof vests and prepared. Kim Min-chun and the other soldiers quickly got ready as instructed by the trainer. Suddenly, a soldier walked over to Kim Min-chun, laughing loudly. "Oh wow. Teamed up with a rookie. I guess that won't be necessary." Kim Min-chun was slightly startled, looked towards the person, and realized it was Kim Kwang-sech. He stood there with his eyebrows raised, showing disdain. Kim Kwang-sech scoffed. "After all, a sergeant and a private are 2 different worlds." Kim Min-chun looked at Kim Kwang-sech with some confusion, thinking to himself, "Sergeant Kim Kwang-sech? How is this jerk my teammate?" His expression suggested that he definitely had not learned any lessons and still acted arrogantly. Kim Min-chun coldly glared at Kim Kwang-sech's annoying demeanor, yet Kim Kwang-sech still acted that way, maintaining a fake smile, and continued, Since our team's average completion time is 3 minutes, our rookie should be able to do the same. Right?" Kim Kwang-sech grinned menacingly, leaning in to say threateningly, "Make sure to finish it in 3 minutes, or you will regret it." Kim Min-chun just looked at him, confused, without saying a word. Seeing Kim Min-chun's silence, Kim Kwang-sech took the opportunity to tease him further. "Why are not you replying? Have you lost your confidence? Was the last 19 just luck?" he said while shaking his body side to side. Kim Min-chun was too exhausted by the childishness of the person in front of him, and let out a quiet sigh internally. "Sergeant Kim Kwang-sech, you are a failure." As he thought this, Kim Min-chun's expression shifted slightly. 3 parts helplessness, 7 parts disdain. He responded, "It is nothing. I will do my best." Kim Kwang-sech wiped the smile off his face, switching to an expression that showed he thought he was better. "I do not care how you do it. Just the result matters. If you finish later than me, you are done for." Kim Kwang-sech subtly asked if Kim Min-chun understood. Kim Min-chun nodded. "Okay." Then Kim Kwang-sech turned around, showing a disdainful smile, pointing at the 2 soldiers being questioned by the trainer. "Is there a problem?" The 2 "Aing then," replied. "Sir," Kim Kwang-sech said, "Look at what that team over there can do." The trainer stood at the door with 2 soldiers on either side, hands on hip, asking the soldiers, "Are the soldiers ready to report?" The soldier on the right is Sergeant Kim Min-chun, who slightly smirked and said, "Ready to fire 1." The one on the left is Sergeant Ja Hanong. He reported while grinning triumphantly, "Ready to fire 2." The loud command from the trainer echoed as the special weapon training began. After a duo descended to a ground facility from 2 separate directions, the door opened in front of Sergeant Kim Min-chun with wisps of smoke lightly swirling around. Inside the door was a dark place where he could not tell what awaited him. The smoke emanating from there meant tactical training to eliminate monsters while protecting civilian target dummies in a restricted area. However, in reality, it had turned into a competition within the military. Kim Min-chun immediately dashed inside after the door opened, gun in hand and a serious expression on his face. Jae Hanong was no exception. He also ran quickly into another door. Now they shared a common goal. The objective was to complete the challenge as quickly and cleanly as possible. at the end of both directions. There would be a red button waiting for them to press, completing the task before their opponent. Outside, where the other soldiers waited, a diagram showing the paths of the two rooms appeared for them to easily follow. Above it was a label of the monsters. Kim Min-chun looked at the labels for the two different monsters, thinking that the markings seemed to differ in size. While pondering, Kim Kwang-sich next to him spoke up. The size of the mark will change based on the monster. The bigger the mark, the more dangerous the monster. You should know this before you start. Right. Kim Kwang-sich and Kim Min-chun continued to observe the diagram on the screen. Kim Kwang-sich continued. There are two monsters placed on each path, and which one you will face is completely random, so you won't know anything until you step in. As soon as Kim Kwang-sich finished speaking, Kim Min-chun had already approached the first monster. Kim Min-chun looked at the monster in front of him in surprise. A toad. As soon as he finished speaking, the monster immediately flicked its long tongue to attack where Kim Min-chun stood. Even so, Kim Min-chun dodged just in time, unable to hold back his exclamation. Damn it. The map showed a green dot getting closer to the monster, and another green dot still quite far from it. Kim Min-chun rubbed his chin, deep in thought. He thought to himself that the person on the first path was moving faster. But he was unlucky with that monster. His opponent would be in serious trouble. On Jia Hanong's side, he had encountered a gigantic deep monster. Jia Hanong repeatedly shot at the monster, causing it to scream in pain and blood to splatter everywhere. After dealing with the monster, Jia Hanong moved on. He smiled triumphantly, reloading his gun and saying to himself, this should be an easy win. Then he approached the next stage. In the blink of an eye, the next monster appeared right in front of Jia Hanong. It was terrifying with sharp, fearsome teeth that left Hanong in shock. Meanwhile, Kim Min-chun was continuously shooting at the monster, causing blood to splatter everywhere. It turned out that this was the second monster Kim Min-chun was facing. He ran while complaining. Two filthy toads in a row. I bet he is already finished. Kim Min-chun suddenly paused when he saw the button to press right in front of him. He happily pressed the button. The outside screen beeped with a time of 2 minutes 24 seconds. And the soldiers immediately buzzed with excitement at the result. One soldier admired. 2 minutes 24 seconds is not bad. Two other soldiers turned to each other and said, the second path encountered a desert worm. Is that worm all defense? Kim Min-chun stepped outside and saw Jia Hanong panting with the monster lying defeated behind him. Kim Min-chun smirked. Why are you so late? So what kind of national defense is this? Jia Hanong angrily replied. You lucky bastard. Kim Min-chun laughed triumphantly. Keep comforting yourself. I am still the better one. Since one, you will treat me at PX. Kim Min-chun turned to look at the target with a hole through it, rubbing his chin as he continued. Not only did you finish late, but you also shot a civilian, and yet, you still could not handle it and ended up shooting a dummy. Sergeant Trur, with a dark expression, stepped closer. Enough already. Kim Min-chun walked closer to Kim Kwang-sich. Why do not we make a bet? The Kim Kwang-sich turned to ask. Did I hear that wrong? Kim Min-chun pointed at himself seriously. Boss. The loser will do whatever the winner asks like a man. Hearing this, Kim Kwang-sich burst out laughing. Wait. Do you think you can do anything because the soldiers love you? All right. Let us go all out. If the subordinates want it this way. Can't refuse? Right. Kim Kwang-sich suddenly changed, his face turning terrifying as he raised 3 fingers. I have no desire that a private could fulfill. So you will have to give me 3 months' salary if you lose. Okay. Kim Min-chun felt a bit disdainful, thinking to himself, does he only want the money? So this is what he is like? Kim Min-chun firmly said. All right. If my 3 months' salary will go to the boss. Kim Kwang-sich laughed with delight, looking at him. This guy is quite something. Lai Dongqin stood from a distance, watching the two of them staring at each other, feeling helpless about what to do. Lai Dongqin called out Kim Min-chun's name, but before Min-chun could say anything, the coach's voice drowned out the rest of Dongqin's words. The coach was still standing at the door as before. He asked, is there any report before we begin training? Kim Min-chun replied seriously. No reports. Sir. Kim Kwang-sich also answered in unison with Kim Min-chun, but he was grinning smugly. No reports. Sir. The coach shouted once more. All right. Lower down. The doors gradually opened. Kim Min-chun appeared calm on the outside, but inside he was showing disdain. I could sense that sort of mocking attitude. Kim Min-chun clenched his fists, telling himself, I know standing out too much is not good. I know. But I am not mature enough to stay still when someone provokes me. All of Kim Min-chun's current thoughts shrank down to that terrifying door. The crowd outside was in chaos. It is starting. Did you hear? A sergeant and a private have made a bet. The private will win. But what about the sergeant? Forget about winning. Can he even kill the monster? I wonder if Sergeant Kim Min-chi will end up saving him. Suddenly, all the soldiers panicked and shouted loudly. Everything in the room shook violently. Debris fell down, and the soldiers who could not stand fell to the ground. Someone spoke up. What was that? An earthquake? Is not. They looked up at the map and saw a monster had left its designated position, shouting loudly in unison. What the hell is that? Kim Min-chun carefully stepped inside with his gun. He wondered what this shaking was. I think it is close to me. Suddenly, Kim Min-chun froze. His eyes wide in shock. Before Kim Min-chun was a gigantic monster gnawing on a creature that was killed earlier. The sight of a huge monster with a fierce eye in its mouth eating another creature from the rat family left Min-chun stunned. What the hell? What is it eating? A monster. Min-chun wondered. Answering himself, the one-eyed monster stared at Min-chun as if eyeing a juicy meal. Min-chun looked up at the gigantic monster, which was many times larger than him. Feeling that gaze on him, the monster got angry. Crushing the rat it was about to eat and charged towards him, the monster quickly lunged forward, its sharp claws aimed at Min-chun. Min-chun was not one to back down either. He quickly dodged the creature's strike. Min-chun easily avoided the monster's claws, standing to the side, lost in thought. Tonight's menu is fried chicken. Right, I want to finish this as soon as possible so I can go eat. Min-chun thought to himself, looking at the dummy representing the people. That must be the target I need to hit to be eliminated. What if I miss and hit something else? That would be terrible. The monster grew even angrier, charging at Min-chun. Thinking about finishing early to eat, Min-chun hesitated. But this time, he did not dodge. He retaliated against the massive monster. Watching the monster charge at him, he wondered how this bastard could be such a nuisance. Min-chun's dark power affected the monster's arm in the blink of an eye. The monster's arm was corroded halfway. It screamed in pain. Min-chun stood to the side, laughing like a rogue. Looking at the monster, he said, "Finally calm down a bit. Now I have to take you down." Just as he said that, Min-chun was taken aback. The arm of the monster that he had corroded was now regenerating new flesh. What is more, the arm transformed, forming a long, sharp blade. In the observation room, Min-chun's image standing before the monster was displayed on the map. Inside, the teammates were surprised and asked each other, "What is going on? Is the rookie in combat mode? Is there an accident or something?" Everyone was in a frenzy as they looked up at the screen. Sergeant Kim Min-chi saw two monsters on Route 1. The person on Route 1 had killed the first monster, and was now fighting the second. But on Route 2, there was only one monster, and it was twice the size of the one on Route 1. Sergeant Kim was so surprised he almost dropped his jaw. Kim Min-chi recognized the monster on Route 2 as Cyclos, also known as the gluttonous beast. Once it uses its energy, its regeneration and attack capabilities would increase until the depletion process was complete. Kim Min-chi felt scared, but something was strange. It would not attack unless its life was in danger. Besides, it had escaped captivity and was furious after eating another monster. What provoked it? Kim Min-chi wondered. Meanwhile, on Route 1, Min-chun was joyfully fighting the monster. The monster angrily swung at Min-chun, but he dodged all its attacks. Min-chun could not help but taunt the monster, loading his gun while saying, "What a lively little bastard. It will be easier to take you down." A powerful shot sent the monster flying, and Min-chun continued, "But this is supposed to be a weapons training." The shot hit the monster in the face, causing it to scream in pain. The energy corroded the monster's face, releasing white smoke. Taking advantage of the situation while the monster could not see, Min-chun searched for an opening to strike. He realized that the monster's eyes were its weak point, so he thought that its regeneration seemed slower than his, and decided to finish it off right now. The monster's eyes were corroded beyond recognition. It could not see anything. The one who talks does the deeds. Min-chun charged at the monster, but he did not expect the knife to whistle past his ear as he got closer. Min-chun stood still, staring at the knife near his neck. Questioning himself, "Look at that bastard. It aims precisely. Can it see where I am standing? Or can it sense me through sound or something else?" The monster swung down, cutting off Min-chun's train of thought. He quickly tilted his head back to dodge, avoiding being sliced by Min-chun. The monster struck down with its other hand where Min-chun stood. The ground around him shattered from the impact. The monster's face froze beneath its bold strike. Min-chun did not die. He used one hand to block the monster's blow. A strange sound echoed. There is no way they would use such a violent monster for training. I had covered its eyes, but somehow, it found my position, twice in a row. As he blocked the monster's strike, Min-chun wondered, his entire being radiating dark power, asking the monster, "Are you reacting to my dark energy?" At the entrance to the training area appeared a pair of feet. Sergeant Kim Mai entered carrying a weapon. As he walked, Sergeant Kim Mini thought, is this a disaster? Is this happening with the new recruit? Thinking this, Sergeant Kim Mini hurried faster, blaming himself for everything. A cyclops that can wield energy is not something a private can defeat with just a gun. Kim Min, do not. Hold on just a little longer, Sergeant Kim Mini anxiously hoped. Corporal Kim Kwang-sich was happily running along Street 1. He thought, all right, I will time it for about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That rookie won't be able to keep up with my speed. Corporal Kim Kwang-sich looked at his watch, calculating that the kid had failed just as he expected. What should I do with that bastard's money? I could use it during the break. Just then, the scene before Corporal Kim Kwang-sich made him question himself. Min Chun was bending down, studying the button to complete the mission. Corporal Kim Kwang-sich shouted at Min Chun, why are you still here? Min Chun heard this, turned to look at Corporal Kim Kwang-sich. Smiling triumphantly, he reached out to press that button. Corporal Kim Kwang-sich looked in horror at the battlefield left by Min Chun. Sergeant Kim Mini stood silently, just watching the monster lying defeated at his feet. Sergeant Kim Mini asked, how did you take it down like this? A roar echoed at the base as he stepped out of the training area. Min Chun was surprised to see everyone waiting. 2 people applauded him, praising him. Has anyone ever completed the special weapon training course in just the first 2 minutes? The new recruit really is a monster. Hearing everyone praise Min Chun endlessly, Corporal Kim Kwang-sich felt extremely frustrated. His teammates kept discussing and complimenting Min Chun. The third person spoke up. Isn't this team betting? Anyway, the new recruit won. Right. Hearing this, Kim Kwang-sich slapped that person from behind. Do you want to die or something? It is not fair. So let us cancel the bet. The guy could not believe it and asked again. Cancel the bet. No way I can finish faster than a rookie. Kim Kwang-sich argued, refusing to accept that he lost the bet. The special weapons training is designed to defeat 2 monsters before reaching the finish line. I have already taken down 2. That is the rule. But what about the rookie? What about the rookie? Kim Kwang-sich ran over to ask a teammate, scaring him into stammering a reply. He only faced 1 monster. It is not fair. If I had faced 1 too, I might have finished faster. He was arguing while looking for someone to agree with him. Lai Dongtrin was being put on the spot and did not know how to respond. Yeah. Come on. Say something. Kim Kwang-sich threatened. You 2 want to die. Min Chun stood aside as if it was not his problem, although it was quite surprising. I did not feel good about defeating the monster with my fists, so I plan to forget the bet, Min Chun thought. And now that is how he is acting. Min Chun stood aside, observing Kim Kwang-sich's actions. He still had a grip on Lai Dongchin's collar, demanding an answer. Lai Dongchin had to respond. Yep. Private Kim Kwang-sich, please let me go. Min Chun across the way was extremely indignant. Why was he picking on Private Li Dongchin instead of me? While everyone was enthusiastically discussing, a pair of feet slowly approached. Aren't you ashamed? Rookies take on higher risks. A voice from behind scolded Kim Kwang-sich. Hearing this, Kim Kwang-sich angrily turned around. Yeah. Who the hell are you? The person continued speaking. Usually, cyclopes are very gentle, but once they turn hostile, the danger increases significantly. Do you think no one knows he is facing much greater difficulties than you? Everyone turned to see who it was. It turned out to be Sergeant Like Sung-ho. At this moment, Kim Kwang-sich knew fear, only daring to laugh nervously. Yeah. Well. Speechless, Kim Kwang-sich had nothing more to argue. He raised his voice to Sergeant Lee. Are you trying to show off your rank in front of your juniors? Sergeant Like Sung-ho was not afraid to respond. You were the one who did that first. Kim Kwang-sich knew he was losing the argument, so he shifted his attention elsewhere. All right. All right. Stop embarrassing me in front of the kids. Just joking. Do not take it too seriously. But Sergeant Lee did not give Kim Kwang-sich any leeway. Asking back. Joking. You think everything that does not go your way is a joke. You have not changed. Saying that, Sergeant Like Sung-ho passed by Kim Kwang-sich and even gave him a pat. After all, having a higher rank is pretty cool. Private Kwang-sich, hearing Sergeant Lee say that, was so angry that veins bulged on his face. Sergeant Lee continued. As the stubborn mules that were once his seniors became surprisingly docile in front of him, Min Chun, listening from the side, chuckled scornfully. Is that? Kim Kwang-sich felt his face flush with anger, his teeth grinding so hard it seemed like his face might distort. He was humiliated and furious, veins bulging as he turned red. Like Sung-ho casually turned his head and asked, what do you want to say? Kim Kwang-sich forced a nervous laugh, waving his hand in response to Like Sung-ho. Of course not. Like Sung-ho immediately spoke up. That is right. The Kim Kwang. You should not say anything more. Lai Dongqin explained while sweeping the yard, as he had achieved the highest rank in the advanced exam. However, even though he could be promoted 2 ranks, the special exemption no longer applied. They had eliminated it because a sergeant had been promoted, but then caused an incident in the dungeon. And sergeant like Sung Ho was one of the last cases. Kim Bin Chun wondered. So there is no way to get a special exemption anymore. Lai Dongqin replied. There are exceptions. Like if you can rescue civilians in an emergency, or if you excel in monster hunting, but all those cases are quite subjective. It is best to think that they do not exist. That rule has never allowed any hunter to get a special promotion before. Kim Min Chun outwardly said he understood, but inwardly thought. Subjective? So that is the commander having the final say. Even if I do not get promoted, I do not want danger to fall on civilians. However, it seems really peaceful here. Even though they said monsters appeared daily since the North Korean army was wiped out. He thought to himself while imagining images of monsters chasing civilians. Lai Dongqin smiled and said to him, since you are doing really well now, I am sure you will be promoted soon. Kim Min Chun was stunned. Thinking, I have experience being a private for 2 days. That is enough. I want to be promoted right away. Seeing Kim Min Chun's dazed expression, Lai Dongqin asked, are you listening? Inside, Kim Min Chun was screaming, oh man. I wish a portal would appear right now. The alarm sounded, and Lai Dongqin turned around in shock. Kim Min, still clueless, heard the announcement from the loudspeaker. An emergency alert. A significant number of mid-level monsters had appeared in the oil reserve area. All hunters were instructed to quickly gather at the oil reserve and set up defensive shields immediately. Lai Dongqin repeated. It was an emergency alert, Min Chun. Kim Min Chun's face lit up with excitement, thinking to himself how lucky he was. Mid-level monsters the size of a child fell from the sky, living in caves. Each one was not a major threat, but they were particularly agile, and they could spit fireballs from their mouths. So their appearance in the oil reserve was an emergency situation where the entire military camp could be blown away. 2 soldiers standing outside the oil reserve gate looked horrified at the falling monsters flying everywhere. A young man spoke up. How many of them are there? The other young man raised his gun, aiming at the falling monsters, excitedly saying, how dare they show up here? The young man next to him hurriedly interrupted. Are you crazy? You can't shoot near the reserve. What will happen if they attack us here? The young man aiming the gun lowered it and asked the other. So you mean I can only watch them like this? The other explained. They have not approached the oil depot yet. We should just observe the situation, since I have already reported it. I am sure someone will be sent to set up a defense shield. The one who was aiming the gun asked again. What if the monsters set fire to the oil depot before the shield is set? The other said. I just managed to say. If that happens. The 2 of you can imagine that scene. Boom, a loud explosion sounded. Just thinking about it was terrifying. The one aiming the gun said fearfully. Both scratching their heads in confusion. The other asked. What should we do? This person replied. I do not know why those bastards came here. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and said, I will draw their attention. The 2 soldiers heard the voice and instinctively turned to see Kim Min Chun striding towards them with determination. Both exclaimed in astonishment. Aren't you that rookie from the 2nd division? Seeing Kim Min Chun calmly approaching with his hands in his pockets, the other 2 hurriedly interrupted. Wait. What do you think you are doing? You are not even carrying any equipment. Turn back immediately. Hearing their warning, Kim Min Chun thought to himself, who cares about equipment? With the esteemed guests helping me get promoted waiting, I am covered in a swarm of mid-level bats, as if the whole sky belongs to them, along with the title of a combat private, stopping an emergency that could blow up the entire military camp. I will also absorb all the experience points. Is not that possible? While thinking, Kim Min Chun raised his hand, preparing to unleash his power. The veins on his hand began to bulge, accompanied by a red flame surrounding his hand. He recalled the Cyclops he encountered the day before, which he had easily defeated alone. The bats seemed to know he was about to fight them, so they began to scream as if issuing a challenge. The swarm of bats flying around. This excited Kim Min Chun, thinking to himself, just as I expected. These bastards are reacting to my dark energy. Kim Min Chun smiled triumphantly. Then all of you are mine. A group of soldiers was moving equipment toward the oil reserve. Hurry up. Do not damage the equipment in transit. The leading soldier suddenly stopped, causing both of them to bump into each other. The soldier behind, confused, asked, why did you stop? The leading soldier replied in shock. Over there, a private is fighting the bat monsters. Sergeant like Sung Ho was carrying a box of equipment, urging them on. What are you all doing? Don't just stand there watching. Set up the shield now. The 2 soldiers turned back and said, Sir, that is Private Kim Min Chun. Lai Dongho shouted loudly. What? A private is drawing the attention of the bat monsters. Are you all just going to stand by and watch? The others all said in unison. Sir, we would not dare. Kim Min-chun tore the wings off the bat with his bare hands. He sighed, thinking to himself, it takes too long to rip apart each one myself. Is not there anything useful? A loud shout came from behind. Kim Min. That bastard. Instinctively, Kim Min-chun turned around. Like Sung-ho angrily ran over with a stunned Baton, yelling, lower your ego and step back. What do you think you are doing? You do not even have a bulletproof vest. Kim Min-chun ignored Lai Sung-ho's words and continued to unleash his powers. Thinking, lower my. They are all mine. Do not even think about stopping me. He spotted a stun baton in Lai Sung-ho's hands, and his interest sparked. He chuckled. That looks interesting. Suddenly, a shock coursed through Lai Sung-ho's body, and his face turned sour. Silently cursing. Damn it. Why is my stomach acting up right now? Kim Min-chun stepped closer and asked. Sergeant Lai Sung-ho. Is something wrong? Are you feeling alright? Lai Sung-ho knelt down, struggling to reply. Kim Min-chun pressed on. Are you sure? Then let me borrow that for a bit. Lai Sung-ho firmly refused. You need to step back. Kim Min-chun picked up the stun baton, channeling energy into it, causing it to spark. He said, don't you worry about me. I will be back right after I handle this. They thought to themselves. This is great. A stun baton powered by electricity. Kim Min-chun grinned. Satisfied. Now. He dashed towards the bats. And with each electric shock, a bat was instantly taken down. Kim Min-chun crazily ran from place to place, taking down each bat. Like Sung-ho watched in astonishment. Is this guy really overpowering those mid-level bats? The sight of Kim Min-chun moving agilely, eliminating each bat struck Like Sung-ho's eyes. A soldier carrying a coil of wire looked up, wide-eyed, and shouted. That bat. A bat was about to spit out a fireball. Flames were already forming in its mouth, ready to fly straight towards the oil barrels. Like Sung-ho shouted, quickly give the orders. A fire. I will take full responsibility. So just shoot. The two soldiers complied. Yep, sir. A soldier raised his gun, preparing to aim at that bat. Suddenly, he froze, eyes wide open. How? Amidst the noisy space, someone exclaimed in shock. How did he get up there? Who knows? More importantly, how high did he just jump? Below, the work continued urgently. The last cables were connected to a shielding device for the oil reserve. Completing the setup, the defense shield system was activated, and orders were given to thoroughly check each cable. What about the remaining bats? How long will it take to gather enough bat corpses? In the chaotic scene, everyone was busy with their tasks. Not a minute. Suddenly, a voice called out, and Like Sung-ho turned around. Hello? Officer. A person approached. Yeah. Good job. But where did they come from? We did not detect them on Rand. Officer. How many are there in total? A total of 30. Sir. Then he quietly wondered where the commander was. The officer in charge of the mission is Captain Song Chung-sich. The report said the battalion commander just left. Well, even if he is not good at fighting, this is not good. An analytical thought crossed his mind. About an operator who was absent during the emergency and only showed up when everything was resolved. He probably just saw the monsters on the radar from the control center. Anyway, you are responsible for taking out the bats. Right. I will definitely report this to the battalion commander. Not me. What is going on? Then who? Is there anyone else in the battalion skilled enough with the electric baton like you? Not every bat was killed by the electric baton, but all 30 of the first bats were taken down by one person. Please make sure to report this. What? Are you kidding me? You are saying that all those torn up bats were killed by the same person. All the operators are thinking that. If it was not you, then who? Just as the conversation was still ongoing, another step approached. Hello. I am here to return this electric baton to you. Sir. A voice came from behind. Song Chung-sich glanced back. Kim Min-chun appeared, holding the broken electric baton that was still sparking. He innocently asked, is this thing expensive? The next day, in the office, Surgeon Lee Dong-hae sat upright, his serious face telling Min-chun, you got lucky this time. But since you are a hunter, you never know what might happen next. Faced with the warning, Min-chun remained silent but was internally restless. It was not luck, but I had to stay still. Right. You know, the Hunter Corps is a unique organization, different in scale from other corps. Even though that corps is at the division level, it only has 4 companies. And even the subordinate companies have far fewer soldiers than regular army companies. Not every awakened person is allowed to enlist. Min-chun still sat up straight, listening to a question that arose in his mind. But why are we talking about this? How could you imagine that? The sergeant looked straight at Minan, leaving him confused by the sudden remark. Because in the Hunter Corps, from private to division commander, everyone is awakened. Of course, not all are combat members, especially among the officers. Most are administrative staff, monster researchers, tactic and weapon researchers. Memories of the soldier he met before suddenly flooded back. Minan involuntarily exclaimed, but all of them are awakened. And hunters are not promoted based on time served but based on strength and achievements. The sergeant said while standing up, his gaze down on Minan. Since the captain called me early in the morning, I was hoping for some good news. But looking up at the sergeant's expression, Minan thought, what is going on? Training time. It sounds nice. But being called to the captain's office early this morning means you are really looking forward to it. Right. The sergeant glanced at Minan, smirking. I have high hopes for you. Kim Minan. Minjun was taken aback by Sung Hae's words. Today, the sergeant started speaking. On the road, a shiny black car sped by, looking brand new. The front of the car had a red sign with 2 glittering gold stars, representing the hunter with the most monster kills in the history of the 104th Division. The sergeant's voice echoed seriously from inside the car. In the back seat, a dignified man sat. The soldier in the front seat also maintained a straight posture. The car raced at breakneck speed. The tires screeched against the road, creating a cloud of dust. The car door swung open, and a strong foot stepped down. Sergeant Ledung Eshkal spoke up, the man exuding an air of authority. Seeing the sergeant and others standing at attention to salute him, the one giving the orders was from the 2nd Company. Saluting the company commander, the people lined up seriously from right to left were the 2nd Company's operational officers. Captains Chooks, the 2nd Company's platoon commander. Captain Seo Chen, 2nd Company. 2nd Platoon, 2nd Lieutenant Kim Chan Min. 2nd Company. 2nd Platoon, squad leader of the 2nd Squad. Sergeant Luwech. Sergeant Ledunga, I heard you handled the scene very calmly yesterday. Right. You have worked hard. Thank you. Commander. Sergeant Ledung Ek replied seriously and loudly. It has been a while since I have seen everyone. Commander. The people around felt a bit anxious, thinking to themselves, their eyes sharp as knives. I wonder what the 2-star standard of the Hunter Corps is like. Kim Minan stood silently, observing the scene before him. A thought crossing his mind. He is Kim Minan. Private Kim Minan. Feeling a strong grip during the handshake, Kim Min-jung glanced down. Thinking that is right. Then everyone can just relax. While speaking, the commander gently patted Minan's shoulder a few times, a refreshing smile blooming on his lips. While Minan was still startled by that intimate gesture. Have you located the gate yet? Yep. We have pinpointed its location on a hill to the northeast. 1.2 km from the camp. Currently controlling the area and investigating the gate's rank. The 2nd Company Commander La Hoksung Ao replied. Once confirmed. Reported immediately to the division commander. After hearing Lo Sung's report, the commander asked, is there any problem? The commander looked at Captain Suchux. The alarm did not sound until Minan entered the corps, confirming the issue was not equipment related. Checking the problem, Captain Instrucci stood at attention in panic to report. After hearing the commander said, if it is not equipment related, then the issue lies with the numbers. We will report to the military district and install additional boosters. Understood. The captain after Chanan responded loudly. Witnessing the entire scene, Minan secretly chuckled to himself. Everyone was really scared. How cool. He thought to himself. The commander turned to Min Jun and smiled. Private Kim Min Jun. You did something brave yesterday. The initial reaction was quick. But he also had to think about carrying all the equipment along. Minan replied seriously on the outside. It is my fault, sir, but deep down. You think, at this rate, the army will disappear. The commander smiled. Sorry. Just kidding. Saying that, he stepped forward to handle so many guys alone. The commander asked cheerfully, isn't that right? Min Jun replied seriously. Yep. The commander said, if you do not react quickly, the ammunition depot could explode very well. The others were astonished, sweating when they heard the commander praise Min Jun. The commander continued. The division commander will give you a gift. Saying that, the commander unexpectedly decisively tore off the old badge from Min Jun's chest and replaced it with a brand new one. Congratulations on your promotion. You should have gone through several soldier evaluations, and achieving such results will be rewarded. Min Jun stood at attention. Thanking him, the commander turned to Liang Ho and gave orders. Captain, this guy will have a 3-day, 2-night break. Liang Ho replied. Following the orders, Min Jun unexpectedly thought, I can't believe I got promoted and also get to rest. He was visibly happy, his face unable to hide his joy as he grinned. Military life is getting more interesting, Min-jun thought, his legs following Lieutenant Kim Chan-min. Lieutenant turned back and smiled. Good job.
Good.
You just got here and have not talked much. But you have already achieved results. Thanks to that, I also get praised. Min-jun smiled back. Thank you. Lieutenant, the lieutenant said. Just enlisted and already going home. What will you do outside? Min-jun, looking happy, replied. Of course. I will go to the internet cave. After all, at home in the controlled area, the internet is completely cut off until called. I have to make the most of these 3 days and 2 nights. Just thinking. He eagerly stepped into the center. But a voice spoke up before he could enter. Big bro, are you here? A man drinking looked at the one who spoke. You are going there again, big bro. Do not mention it. Those damn soldiers. A plump man and a skinny guy were sitting drinking at a roadside bar. The plump man said, I did not go into that cave. I just intended to grab a couple of mushrooms around. They blocked me. I already gave money to the mountain owner and got approval. The skinny man sat down. The fat guy invites me for a drink. The fat man, having just finished a glass of alcohol, said. Chang Son went in there before it was banned. I heard there is toxic gas on the mountain, so Trang Sun's mind has been clouded since then. If you go in there, you will face the same. The skinny man angrily replied. As long as you wear a gas mask, it will be fine. Suddenly a voice rang out. Where is that? Both jumped and turned to see Min-jun smiling. In Hontron. Can it be found from here? The plump man asked. Even if you go further, the army will block the way. It is impossible to go. He was curious. Are you really going up the mountain to handle that? Min-jun replied.
Yep.
Around tomorrow. I can go up the mountain. Both of them looked at the badge on Min-jun's uniform. Just be careful. If anyone asks, do not say we took you. He drove away. Min-jun watched them leave. Yeah. You guys do not worry. On the mountain, a stream of dark energy continuously spread out, leaving the internet cafe to come here. I looked at the stream of energy and smiled, thinking this familiar scent is indeed it. The energy continued to spread. Min-jun smiled to himself, sensing the magic in the air. 2 soldiers were on guard here. Min-jun looked down from the tree, thinking the mountain gate was well guarded. But the dungeon was weak. If so, then Minen gathered a dark stream of energy. He thought being too prominent as a private would not be good. Energy burst forth, enveloping the 2 soldiers. Why does my stomach hurt so much all of a sudden? One soldier spoke up. My stomach hurts too, the other said. Are you feeling it as well? The soldier looked over, inquiring. I wish I could hold it in a bit longer. Sorry, but that might not be possible. The other soldier replied. No one's here anyway. Just go take care of it. You should be back in about 5 minutes. Saying that, the soldier ran off, following orders. The remaining soldier also planned and ran in another direction, with no one guarding the cave entrance. Minen quickly jumped in, smiling, as doubts began to arise. Why are there no traces of monsters? But the magic energy is so dense. Minen smiled, thinking it was still good. He cast a spell, extending his hand forward. The system continuously reported an increase in magic points. Min-jun watched the numbers jumping up non-stop. The system announced that he had absorbed enough magic energy to gain the power of the skill Thai-Ki Jiga, and the skill Enwer was unlocked. Min-jun smiled happily. After absorbing the surrounding magic energy, notification panels kept appearing. Absorbing magic energy reached a certain standard. Enhancing the skill Thai-Ki Jiga. Absorbing magic energy reached a certain standard. Activating the skill Ner. Seeing this, Min-jun was overjoyed. And then another notification appeared. Kim Minen, the founder of the Luminina Church, is my favorite character. Strength 60. Agility 60. Stamina 60. Magic power 60. 15 skills owned. Thidya Jiva. Min-jun continued to absorb magic energy, thinking it was unbelievable to have a skill for free magic usage. He thought of the new ability to summon a beast in the form of a shadow. Enwer. This beast has the special ability to hide in shadows and assassinate targets. It is a rather useful servant since Joe. To maintain the summoning, it needs a corresponding amount of magic energy in each cycle. But just as he thought, Min-jun summoned a shadowy figure. He secretly thought to himself that it was worth the price paid. Suddenly, an arm emerged and a dark creature appeared. The tiny monster floated right in front of Minen. But he did not know what to say. Kim Min shivered, biting his lip in confusion. What is this? Is this also a punishment from spatial distortion? Or is it because the magic power is too low? He looked out the door, seeing the light shining in, thinking this is really ridiculous. Where did this scrawny creature that looks like it is about to melt come from? even with a ray of sunlight shining on it. Suddenly, Minjun realized something. Wait. Could this small figure be a summoning beast that can hide in shadows? Minun analyzes while the shadow stretches its hands. I am so hungry. Let us head back to the military area and go to the room, Kim Minun said. Report. Private Kim Minjun has returned from leave. Everyone in the room also came out to welcome Minjun. They greeted. Who is this in front of you? Aren't we the hunters who ended the private's life term the earliest? I heard the commander granted you leave. And he even personally pinned the rank on you, Minjun replied. Yep. That is right. Minjun suddenly realized something and turned around. While everyone was still talking, I was impressed that I caught on right away. He said something. Then Kim Minjun took out a paper bag. Minjun handed it to Dong Chin, saying, I bought a bottle of lotion for you. Dong Chin was surprised by the gift. Did you really buy all of this? Dong Chin opened the gift and happily said, Thank you. I will use it well. Suddenly, Kim Kong-sik entered the room. Did you come back from military duty abroad? That is some touching camaraderie. While talking, Kong-sik suddenly asked seriously. Did you buy what I asked for? Minun honestly replied. Yep. Here it is. Then he took out several packages, causing Kong-sik to frown. Dong Chin turned to Minun and asked, If you keep going up in rank like this, I really have to treat you well. Minjun smiled and replied. Of course. Sergeant Kim and the sergeant passing by said. All right. Junior. Earlier I saw the list of candidates for promotion in the administration. Your name is on it too, Sergeant Kim asked. Wasn't the registration supposed to end before you came back? It can't be? Right. Anyway, new recruits under a year can't register by themselves. Sergeant Kim was also puzzled. Did the commander register for you? Even so, the timing does not match. Everyone in the room started discussing if the junior was applying for promotion. It might not be possible. But now you are a private first class already. You are no longer a junior. While they were discussing, Minjun spoke up. Actually, the training battalion commander made a proposal for me, remembering when he met the battalion commander and discussed with him in the room. Then the scene of the battalion commander yelling in anger. Minjun recounted everything to everyone. Everyone in the room focused on listening, but had not reacted yet when Minun's words made them freeze. Sergeant Kim, sweating, asked, How can you come back here to take the promotion test a year early? This is really insane. Sergeant Kim rubbed his chin. Analyzing. At that time you were already a private first class. So this time is for the promotion to sergeant. Everyone was still surrounding him, discussing. If he passes that, he really is insane. Meanwhile, Kong-sik moved back to sit down. Opening the package Minun brought back, Sergeant Kim cheerfully encouraged Minun. In summary, those taking the promotion test on Saturday will receive training before the test, and weapon training tomorrow. So do your best. Sergeant Kim also said goodbye. Huh. Everyone, let us sneak away. The two of them reached the door still chatting. Vintron Kim, are not you taking the promotion exam? Is the captain preparing to set up a stake for you? Minjun listened and wondered, is training for the main weapon different from rifles? The next day, at the military area, the lieutenant was discussing the rules and procedures for the exam. Everyone pay attention. I will briefly explain the promotion exam tomorrow. The whole room, from privates to corporals, was listening intently. The lieutenant continued. Even those with experience should not work on their own while first-timers are trying to focus. After the reminder, the lieutenant said, the first rule. The promotion exam for hunters is divided into two main types. The promotion exam for hunters will proceed in order with a written test and a practical test. The written test can be passed easily just by basic knowledge, easier than a driving theory test. However, after hearing this, Minjun was walking down the hallway to his room, thinking that the practical test is definitely the most important. In the practical test, they will assess weapon proficiency and responsibility against monsters. Right. He lowered his head and smiled. While passing the test is pretty much guaranteed, I wonder if there are any rewards for scoring full marks. Should I take the test seriously? The next day, the weather was cool, and countless shiny weapons were neatly arranged. The lieutenant stood in front of all the soldiers and announced, We will now begin the practical training exam for the main weapon. Privates and corporals, do not pick different weapons. Just take up your swords. Everyone responded clearly. Everyone went to get their weapons as instructed, while the lieutenant continued with the senior soldiers who took their weapons and practiced individually further away. If I catch anyone slacking off and smoking, they will be in trouble with me. After getting their weapons, everyone gathered in formation. The lieutenant said, Now, from this point on, what the training officer teaches will be the basic sword techniques in the combat doctrine of the Hunter Brigade. To be clear, it is not just about mechanically imitating the doctrine. The core principle of the sword techniques in the Hunter Brigade is to adapt them to suit oneself. After the instructions, the lieutenant shouted, Is that clear? Everyone answered loudly in affirmation.
Yep.
Understood. Then the lieutenant continued loudly. First, the basics are very important. So watch me and follow along. Don't let your eyes wander. Focus. With that, he executed a series of precise and powerful sword techniques, so much so that when he stopped, the dust around was stirred up, and the blade seemed to emit a thin mist. Minjun watched the sword movements and realized why they were training with the main weapon. He remembered using magic to kill monsters and thought that catching monsters with just a rifle was truly a foolish act. Everyone began to dive into training, with someone asking, "Is it like this?" Kim Minan also began to repeat the lieutenant's movements. Minjun thought that sword techniques were indeed better in Jiao. While thinking and practicing the moves, he jumped high, surprising everyone around. Minan concluded, but using whatever is up to each person. It was also the moment Minan finished his move and landed on the ground where they were training, when the lieutenant suddenly shouted, "Okay." Everyone stopped the movement. Kim Minan stepped forward. All eyes turned towards Minan. People were also confused, not understanding what was happening but still responded. Private Kim Minan understood he was going up, but he was still puzzled inside. What is going on? He then walked straight towards the lieutenant. The lieutenant loudly remarked, based on the results of the training officers observing everyone's movements, there were many segments that were choppy and still clumsy. Let us observe Private Kim Minan do it. Minan was surprised and a little panicked after hearing that. Then he began to practice according to the lieutenant's guidance. Minan then started to perform the movements again. One person performed while another guided until they were done. Everyone below watched and swallowed nervously. After finishing, Ninjin found a cool spot to sit down and said, "Naturally, I am not a training assistant." Minjun sighed because it was too hot. Thinking, "Is not there any snow today?" Suddenly, the lieutenant appeared. Kim Minjun turned to look at the lieutenant, rummaging through his bag while saying, "You have worked hard. The training officer is very pleased with you." Then he handed Minan a cake to eat alone. After handing it over, the lieutenant also left. Minjun held the cake, wondering if he always carried this with him. After thinking that, Minjun smiled and prepared to unwrap the cake. But another person appeared. "Minjun," Li Dongqin asked a bit shyly. "I watched the swordsmanship demonstration closely. If possible, during the break could you take a look at my stance?" Minjun was surprised and stood up asking. Li Dongqin also explained, "I know today is your first time training as well. The weapon is a sword, but I am still not satisfied when facing monsters. You do not need to feel burdened. Can you help me by taking a look?" Minjun smiled and replied, "If you need my help, I will help." Hearing this, Li Dongqin began to practice the movements again. Minjun thought. The movements clearly showed he had been practicing very hard. This was indeed the swordsmanship of the Hunter Corps. Kim Minjun was watching, remembering the shy demeanor when working together, thinking that the issue was not with the moves. But what Private Li Dongqin lacked was confidence. Remembering when he was in Ju training others, Minan thought he was also an expert at correcting that. "I am watching it." After thinking that, he smiled, silently calculating, "That is right. This is not the time yet. When the time comes, I will help him become a top hunter." Saturday, the promotion exam will take place. The soldiers were still calmly sitting watching TV. Some were playing basketball, while others were leisurely playing chess. Suddenly, the speaker announced, This is a message from the administrative officer. Hunters scheduled for the promotion exam, please report to the military training area immediately." Let me remind everyone again. Everyone who heard the announcement looked up in surprise. Kim Minan was also ready. The speaker continued announcing the names of the hunters. Kim Minan. Minjun smiled confidently, thinking it was time to become a non-commissioned officer. Not long after, everyone had gathered at the assembly area. Lieutenant Trung spoke up. "Now that everyone is gathered, I am Lieutenant Kim Kong Ho Min from Battalion 2. Team 2. Commanding Squadron 21. Today, I will be your guide. I hope everyone listens carefully to what I have to say. First, please report the ranks from each of your teams. The transport vehicles are already on their way," Lieutenant reminded carefully. "Act quickly and consistently." After everyone got on the vehicle, Sergeant Kim continued to announce. "As you all know, the promotion examination will be held at Division 105. Now we will head to the venue for the examination." The vehicle started moving. Sergeant Kim reminded everyone to review the practice questions during the ride. The people on the bus seemed very tense. And suddenly Minan heard two soldiers talking up front.
"Hey.
Have you heard? Squad 4 is also coming to the exam today." The other replied. "What? So there will be girls to look at today?" The other one was visibly excited, laughing and saying, "Hee hee, I will show them my weapon skills." I have been practicing for a year just to impress the girls, right? The other chimed in, maybe they will ask for your number too. That would be too much for me. Minjun just encouraged himself. That is right. Just give it your all. Before long, the vehicle was approaching the destination. The exam venue of Division 105, the 4th promotion test. Written exam room number 7. Inside the room, all the soldiers were seriously taking the exam. After finishing the exam, Lieutenant was even angrier to announce. Except for Jonggu from Battalion 2 of Military Region 104. Everyone passed. All hunters except for Jong. Please proceed to the practical exam room immediately. Turns out, this is the soldier who confidently thought he would shine in front of the girls while on the bus. The other soldiers teased. Are you just naturally stupid, or did you practice that way? How could you fail the written exam for hunters, when it is even easier than the driving test? He could only brush it off. Sorry. Kim Minan did not care about them and just smiled as he walked ahead. Suddenly, a figure appeared from behind the crowd. It was some. She was also here. Lieutenant Lei Chodu, responsible for overseeing the promotion exam, announced to everyone. Everyone here has worked hard to be present, including the supervisors from Division 105. Welcome. I am Lieutenant Lei Chodu, and I will oversee this promotion exam. Our goal is not only to find those deserving of promotion, but also to call for a healthy and fair competition among all 3 divisions. The soldiers below began to get bored with the lengthy presentation. Why did not we just start the test? I am feeling so sleepy. Yet you keep going. Finally, this year's promotion test has candidates participating based on a special exception. They are Division 104's Private Kim Minan and Private Sono. Even though they have only been hunters for less than a year, hearing her name, Sonoso felt a bit shy and blushed. The lieutenant continued, everyone knows about the 104th Division. Right. Just remember not to cause any misunderstandings. A soldier wondered aloud to the person next to him. It seems that the rumor about getting on the exception list, if you sign up for the front lines with a high score, is true. Right. The other person sighed and replied. There were kids who were offered that back when I enlisted, but they all turned it down. If it is the 104th Division, they should be surprised to learn that one of them has already earned the rank of Private, First Class. They started buzzing and looking for Minan. Sonoso also gradually noticed this new guy. She quickly spotted him in the ranks with the Private First Class badge on his chest. Suddenly, Minjin looked back at Sono. Surprising her, he continued to stare at her in surprise, making Oso feel shy and quickly turn away. Minjin acted as if nothing was happening. Finally, the lieutenant wrapped up his long explanation. Everyone, do your best. Then another person stepped up to the podium. I am Captain Songsaint. Now we will start with the strength, endurance, and physical fitness test. First up is the strength test. It is nothing complicated. Just push the examiner in front of you back. Minan felt familiar with this. If he could move it, he would pass. He sighed in frustration, wondering why every test was like this. Ridiculous, the captain announced. You have 1 minute to complete the test. Scores will be out of 100. And the highest score will earn an additional 10 meters of movement. Those called will start the test first. First, Private Kim Jin Haik from the 103rd Division. Please step forward. The private confidently moved up and pushed hard against the examiner's shoulder. He pushed so hard that his face turned beet red, veins popping out. But the examiner easily pushed him back. The captain immediately reported. Kim Jin Hip scores 0. You are disqualified, he continued. Let me tell you. Anyone who scores below 40 in this test will be automatically disqualified from the ranking exam. Upon hearing this, the crowd buzzed anxiously. It was bad news. The next ones continued to be called. Jiangwu scored 10. Disqualified. Lim Gu scored 20. Disqualified. The examiner stood firm. Lim Gu was frustrated, thinking, damn. He did not even budge. Jiang Juna scored 0. Disqualified. Jiang Gu scored 15. Disqualified. Looking at the weak soldiers, the captain's face darkened, silently cursing these fools. Luckily, someone finally passed the test. Sono Oso from the 104th Division scored 50. All the boys stared at her in shock. Sono Oso calmly walked back to her position. The boys were astonished and began to chatter. Is that the famous Sono Oso? Damn. Is she for real? Isn't he her dad the division commander? What the hell? That power comes from genetics. Look at her sharp, cold eyes. I think I will die if I look any closer. But Sono Ozo did not pay them any mind and casually glanced at Kim Minan, walking confidently as if to provoke. Minjun remained calm, thinking that she was an exception like him. The captain continued calling out the name Kim Minan from the 104th Division. Stepping forward, He quickly spoke up. This is Private Kim Min-jun reporting. Then he confidently approached the examiner. Without hesitation, Min-jun recalled and thought to himself that he should not do what he did with Yen Chai-thatch. Right, then he smiled and answered himself. But if I can push him over 10 meters, maybe I will get bonus points. With that thought, he charged forward and pushed the examiner hard, sending him flying back immediately. The other soldiers gasped in fear. A loud crash echoed with debris from the floor flying, and the examiner's face darkened, trying to keep himself steady. The floor became indented in 2 lines from his footsteps. The examiner was now sweating profusely. The captain was also stunned into silence. And after a moment, he stammered, Private Kim Min, 100 points, not seeing any further announcements. Min-jun sighed and said, So there are no bonus points. The test continues. Private Du received 20 points. And the sad Du Dung Ho walked back to his spot, while people below started to complain. Crying, it is so hard. The captain quickly regained his composure. All right, everyone quiet down. We will finish the strength test here. We are moving on to the speed test without any break. Those who are eliminated will leave the field in an orderly fashion as directed by the examiners. Behind, 2 soldiers assigned to prepare for the next test were slowly moving a screen a bit more to the left and setting up a gun facing it. The soldiers predicted what was coming. Could the next test be dodging bullets? Seeing this, the captain reassured them to stay calm. Just rubber bullets. But it will still hurt if you get hit. So make sure to dodge all of them. Minen seemed quite excited. This is new. Everything is ready, the captain announced. The maximum standard for the speed test is 1 minute. Just do not step outside the left or right side of the net for 1 minute. This is a speed test. If you are confident in dodging, I will acknowledge your agility. The elimination standard is 30 seconds. If you step outside the net before 30 seconds or get seriously injured, you will be disqualified from the promotion exam. All right, let us start. Suddenly, Minen heard a call from behind. Min-jun, did you just exclaim in surprise? Seeing Dong-chin here too, Dong-chin curiously laughed and asked, What is with that surprised expression? Then Dong-chin spoke up. I thought you would be disqualified from the assessment. Minen could only chuckle and respond. Not all. Ha. Dong-chin continues to recount. Except for you. The other privates have already passed the promotion test once, so it is rare for them to suddenly fail the proficiency test. The current criteria are the same as back then. One issue is that the promotion scores here will be higher than before, so it will be a bit harder to level up. Then you pass on the experience to Minen. Compared to that, Minen, this rubber bullet flies almost at standard speed, so do not try to dodge it with your eyes. The key is to predict the trajectory by observing the gun's subtle movements. Minen merely replied. At that moment someone got hit and screamed. The bullet hit his head so hard it bled, forcing that soldier to clutch his head and roll on the ground. The captain coldly announced. Private Jt. Eliminated. The examiner quickly took the injured person to the medical room. Seeing this, Minen felt a bit worried. Did he fail right from the first step of the test? Why is the pass rate so low? However, this level of difficulty is still not enough. The next individuals were gradually eliminated. Private Jiang Min, amidst the tense atmosphere of the soldier promotion test, could hear the Captain Vang's annoying complaints. Why are the abilities of this group of hunters so low? The soldier promotion test is being conducted in the next exam room, with a level of difficulty that is unimaginable. Is this all there is at this rate? How can anyone level up? Another soldier was eliminated. Leaving the field in disappointment, the company commander continued to loudly call for the next one. Soon after, Mine Sono Oso entered the testing area and stretched to warm up, her body fully ready. When the first bullet started flying, all the men also worried for her. The clock started ticking, and Osk skillfully dodged that bullet. The subsequent bullets came at an even faster pace, but she managed to avoid them all carefully. The remaining group could only gawk in astonishment, while Captain Lang seemed quite pleased. He praised her, saying, That is right. Do it like this. Both of you have met the standard time. And he announced that Sono Oso received a perfect score. As Oso leisurely returned to her spot, she passed by Min Chun and threw him a puzzled frown. This action left him bewildered, not understanding anything, while those around began to whisper. What is going on? Are they dating or something? Du Min Chun remained confused, staring at the girl in front of him. What is this? What is going on? Just then, the captain announced Private Kim Min Chun to step forward. Hearing the command, Min Chun immediately moved up, but did not forget to glance back at Ko with a confused look. What is this? Am I staring at something bad? Or do you want me to compliment you for getting a perfect score on that? We can discuss it later. He quickly arrived at the testing area, with the gun aimed at Min Chun. As soon as he started firing the first bullet, Min Chun skillfully tilted his head to dodge the bullet. Could not help but watch him in amazement. While Min Chun thought to himself, he would show them the difference in physical strength, just as he guessed. The soldiers below looked at him, their mouths agape in astonishment. What is going on? Can you believe this? Not stopping there, Min Chun surprised them further as he slowly moved forward. The moment a bullet grazed Min Chun's left cheek, he could not help but widen his eyes and gasp in fear. But Min Chun was dodging the bullets while grinning mockingly at her. The captain, seeing this, was dumbfounded and speechless, forgetting to start the timer for over 10 seconds. Realizing it, he shouted loudly to stop firing. Kim Min Chun passed the speed test with a perfect score. Just as Min Chun approached the gun's muzzle, the next morning, cheers rang out. Next. All the soldiers stood in front of a cave. The captain announced, "You have all worked hard. Next, we will conduct the physical fitness test. This is the final test. The physical fitness test is very simple. A notice appears. You have entered the dungeon. The time limit is 40 minutes. Run in order." The radio announced. "Contestants, start. This is a simple test. Just get the judge's mark on your hand and return. The only issue is not knowing how far to run to the starting point." The commander did not mention this. Min Chun calculated silently, thinking he should adjust his speed since it just started. Looking around, everyone was cautious, which was really frustrating. Should I separate from the group? Am I bothering anyone? Suddenly, a light tap on Min Chun's shoulder. Intentionally running past him and moving ahead, she glanced at Min Chun, making him wonder what she was up to this time. The No extended her hand, signaling a challenge, and immediately dashed off. Min Chun understood and did not hesitate to accept the challenge. All right. She wants to test her strength. Thinking this, Min Chun also sprinted forward, forgetting his initial calculations as his teammates shouted from behind. "Wait. Up here." Confidently speeding ahead, suddenly noticed someone swiftly approaching from behind Min Chun. He quickly caught up to Ka, glancing at her mockingly. "Nothing special." Ku suddenly flustered, said, "What?" Min Chun is changing the subject. "I was just talking to myself," and then dashed ahead, laughing joyfully. "I guess I have to keep up with you." Ko watched him zoom past like an arrow, panting and feeling helpless. This image reminded her of when she first joined the military. Her roommates warmly welcomed her. "Ku's here. Oh wow. What is this? What is happening?" She just arrived at the training camp and immediately met the company commander. "Is the rumor true?" "Sono, the general's daughter. She is incredibly capable." Tu hesitantly replied, "My friends are so eager to get to know her. Look how shy she is. It must be true. I will need your help later." Then they whispered among themselves. "Since she is the daughter of someone important, I thought she would be arrogant. It looks like it, but not really." "Right. Exactly. Usually someone like her would be quite arrogant. Anyway, it is so envious. She has not completely immersed herself in military life. Has she? I do not know about anything else. But our best trained soldiers this time must have been decided already. Right. I do not care much. I just focus on my own work." She recalled the moment Min Chun smashed the bloodstone. Confused. What was that all about? That person. The next day, during training, the captain announced the white team had won, or raised the opposing team's flag high towards her teammates, and ran to them with a smile. They raised their victory symbols. But the instructor quickly announced that the green team had reclaimed the target from the white team. The record is 3 minutes and 34 seconds. The white team will rest for 10 minutes on site. The green team is focused in front, the instructor executing the plan. Everyone has worked hard. And besides, 3 minutes and 34 seconds is the new record for the training camp. Rest comfortably, but do not leave your positions. Hearing that, O and her teammates were quite happy, and they began to rest and talk. Awesome. Actually, we did not do much. It was all thanks to that classmate. Was not it? Come on. Let us all applaud Sonooso. Upon hearing this, O proudly blushed. In the changing room, the female soldiers were getting dressed. Suddenly, a blonde girl burst in, seriously announcing that the record we set in the morning training was just broken in the afternoon session. Do you know what is even more ridiculous? The new record is 1 minute and 2 seconds. Can you believe it? What? Where did that record come from? O calmly folded her clothes. Uninterested, the blonde continued. Could it be that Kim Min Chun from Squad 4 broke that record all by herself? Hearing that name, O suddenly paused, recalling that person. A little later, during bath time, the female soldiers continued to chatter. Have you heard? Kim Min-chun from Squad 4 fired a continuous 10,000 rounds during the ammunition test. The new record for the training camp. Kim Min-chun from Squad 4 ran twice as fast as the others without breaking a sweat. That is right. Kim Min-chun from Squad 4 hunted a demonic elephant in that dungeon. Quiet down and wait. Let me tell you more. The blonde girl talked so much about Min-chun that others found it annoying. It was midnight already. Maybe this is why Sono Oso wanted to reclaim her glory in the military ranks. She recalled the scene of a man sitting while tying his shoes. His muscular back. Ever since she was a child, she always looked up at him with admiration. The man waved goodbye to the girl. He gently ruffled Sono Oso's hair before heading outside. Watching him leave through the door, Sono Oso smiled softly. Now she had resolved to become stronger. Just like her father, that day in the captain's office. 4 weeks of tough training had passed. I am calling you here today to talk to the daughter of my former superior. Are you alright, Hunter Sono? He politely replied. Yep. Thank you for your concern, Captain. Then the captain asked if he had chosen a place after completing the training. With that training achievement, Hunter Oso would be prioritized for assignment to a high-performing division. Indeed, it would be General Sun's 107th Division. Unexpectedly, Oso suddenly asked, "Oh no, where will the rookie Kim Min-chun go?" Returning to the present, he realized it was not necessarily because he wanted to be here, but rather because of the childish competitive anger that had stirred him up like a child. Losing could put me in a bad mood. She recalled when she saw him in line, when he forcefully knocked the evaluator away, sending him flying several meters. She frowned, awkwardly thinking, am I jealous? First, I have to admit, Sono, you always wanted to be stronger. Not just to be the best. I came here to become stronger without my father's help. If I meet someone truly strong, I will strive to be recognized and learn even if it is just one thing. Stop being childish, Sono. It is also time for her to run to the checkpoint. The captain is talking to Min-chun, which is why I told him to hurry up. The record is pretty good, right? He also caught a glimpse of her running over and smiled widely, raising his stamped hand towards her and leaning in to say, "You did great. And I almost dozed off waiting for you." This made his face turn bright red. She extended her hand and shouted at the captain, "Hurry up and hide." Then she dismissed her earlier thought, apologizing for the nonsense. I am so annoyed. That expression made those people take a long time to come over, running while complaining, "I am going to die." O was also panting from exhaustion, while Min-chun seemed unfazed. The captain happily announced, "Time is Private Kim Min-chun, 29 minutes. First place. Private Oso, 30 minutes. Second place. Captain Dong had some praise. Kim Min-chun is really outstanding. All categories received perfect scores. Min-chun happily replied, "Thank you, Private Kim Min-chun." Then the captain turned to the other soldiers and said, "All right, all tests will stop here. The hunters training to pass the tests will gather in front of the training yard after eating for an hour." Got it. Everyone replied seriously. Understood. O walked over to pick up her jacket while glancing at Min-chun. Seeing her look at him, he cheekily stuck out his tongue. O froze for a moment, while Min-chun quickly ignored her and ran towards his brothers. Dong laughed and teased, "You passed this test too, right? How embarrassing." Min-chun, over here. O sighed in relief. In the end, I am the only one who got flustered. I lost anyway. She felt quite satisfied and said to herself, I have nothing to say. Then she gradually relaxed, took a deep breath, and solemnly adjusted her outfit before walking away. At the 105th Division base, in the second practical test center, a spear was slammed hard into the ground, and a group of goblins were eyeing him. One green goblin among them bared its sharp teeth at him. At the same time, another one was preparing to charge. But the soldier quickly took down the green goblin and stood up, wiping the sweat off his face. It turned out to be Dong Jin. He was panting heavily, looking at the goblins in front of him, and another one was charging at him. Dong Jin slightly rotated his sword when suddenly another goblin appeared behind him. Dong Jin was ambushed and could not control the situation. The goblin swung its spear towards Dong Jin. Luckily, he managed to block it with his sword and kicked it away. Another one from behind charged again. Jongen quickly turned around and swung his sword at the goblin, causing it to bleed, but the goblin quickly regained its footing. Dong Jin was extremely exhausted from the struggle, yet the goblin remained aggressive. Not just one but another one stood up too. Min-chun watched carefully from above, lost in thought without saying anything. The second part of the practical test, also known as the Special Weapon Proficiency Test, turned out to be simpler than I thought. We simply demonstrate the skills we have learned in the Hunter Corps for the judges to see, and so, The strength test comes to an end. Agility and movements does not matter. It is simply about following the sequence to pass. Obviously, I got a perfect score. Most candidates chose swordsmanship for the test, and among them, the top candidate received a very high score. Minchun recalls the captain was quite satisfied with Dong Jin's performance in the previous round, but Dong Jin seemed hesitant and lacked confidence. However, Minchun quietly assessed Dong Jin. Indeed, he still faced issues in real combat. In the final part of the test, known as the ability to handle encounters with monsters, the soldiers had to defeat 4 hounds. Meanwhile, the top soldiers had to defeat 3 goblins using special weapons. They opted for a real fight. Jongjin sliced through the goblin that charged at him. The goblin lay helpless on the ground. Jongjin raised his sword high towards it and decisively stabbed down. Dongjin forcefully pinned the goblin underfoot. The captain announced in disappointment. Top candidate. Lovian, you took 7 minutes and 52 seconds to complete the monster handling test. You may return to your spot. Hearing this, Dongjin sighed, a mix of sadness and exhaustion. He slowly stood up and walked back to his place. Minchun pondered. He had many chances to strike the goblins, but each time he hesitated. Minchun recalled when Dongjin was afraid of the green goblin, or when he let one slip away, allowing another to easily evade his grasp. Ultimately, Minchun realized the issue. Did he not believe in his own strength at that moment? Dongjin stepped out of the door leading from the arena back to the seating area. Minchun sighed sadly as he watched him. The captain then announced again, Private Kim Minchun, please come down to the field and get ready. Minchun stepped onto the field with utmost confidence. He said, watch and learn from this. Today, I will become a corporal and show you how much your habit will cost you. The soldiers looked at Minchun in surprise. And the captain were both astonished. Watching Minchun, he chose a baseball bat with a spiked end and confidently stepped into the training ground. The captain thought to himself, I know he scored perfectly in all previous tests, but choosing such a blunt weapon, he is definitely going to face difficulties. Meanwhile, Minchun remained confident. This is what was required for a test like this. The hatch began to open, and a pack of goblins charged out. Minchun smiled confidently, thinking it was just a matter of swinging. The goblins rushed toward him. Minchun gripped the bat tightly, like an eagle swooping down on a weak rabbit. Swinging the bat up, the eagle was now behind the red rabbit, smashing the goblins to pieces. Before the goblins could react, Minchun ripped them apart in fear. The captain pressed the stopwatch in amazement, exclaiming, 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Only Minchun remains in the arena amidst the goblin debris. The lieutenants began to wonder how someone could be this skilled in the 104th Division. He scored a perfect score on all the practical tests. And he is just a private. The soldiers cheered loudly. Okepita's eyes fixed on Minchun at that moment. Minchun looked up at her. Seeing this, was too surprised and confused. Suddenly, Minchun flashed a victorious smile, exuding confidence and arrogance. Look at me, making it impossible for Krell to remain calm. Who exactly is this guy? Before long, the testing day came to an end, and the captain encouraged everyone, especially praising Kim Minchun. Minchun confidently stepped forward to salute. Private Kim Minchun. The captain happily patted him on the shoulder. If you keep this up, you will get promoted so fast that you might forget your rank. I was worried because you are the only one in our battalion getting promoted this time. But the battalion commander was really pleased with the report. He said there has never been a private who asked the practical test with a perfect score before. Team members began to surround Minchun, praising him. Great job. If you had not passed, the whole team would have been in trouble. Is that even important? You better not bully us when you become a sergeant. That promotion speed is insane. Minchun replied confidently. Yep, sir. The captain was also curious to see what the future journey would be like. While everyone was getting on the vehicle to leave, Minchun suddenly turned back and lightly tapped Dongjin on the shoulder. Dongjin shyly called out, Private Lo Ho Chine. Minchun immediately turned away, thinking, as soon as we get back, we will train you with special methods. Just as they got on the vehicle, a long-haired soldier suddenly noticed something and exclaimed, Sono has been here all along. She stood staring at Kim Minchun, with a new rank on her chest. Minchun only noticed the badge on her chest, thinking to himself, she must have done very well on the monster handling test, so she must have passed the promotion test. Minchun quickly settled into the vehicle, but looking out the window still left him puzzled. Outside, the sky was starting to darken. Ozgo remained standing there, watching the vehicle prepare to move. She was still unsure whether she should take this opportunity to apologize for the test score when she was about to speak. Suddenly, Ko's eyes widened as she saw Minchun grimacing, pressing his face against the window, mouthing words, if you provoke me again, you will regret it. Seeing this, So froze for a moment. Just then, the vehicle started to roll away, quickly disappearing from view, leaving No in confusion, wondering if he was crazy. The vehicle was moving steadily on the road. On the transport vehicle, the soldiers could not stop teasing each other. What were you doing all this time? Chun, seems like you and Sono have something going on. Yeah. During the test. She only had eyes for you. What is going on here? Just tell us. Min Chun smirked slightly. To be honest, it was because she annoyed me a bit that I lowered her fighting spirit. Hearing you say that, everyone could not say anything more and just yelled in confusion, annoyed. That deadly glare earlier was just annoyance. What is going on with everyone shouting again? What did you do? Sono is the hottest character in the 104th Division. How dare you do that to Sono, my ideal? Someone like you. And Sang is your ideal type. Is not from today on. It is. Min Chun did not say anything. Just sighed quietly. So annoying. After they finished, you replied indifferently. That is not my ideal type. Hearing that, the others got upset. What is with this arrogant guy? A curious person asked. So who is your ideal type? Min Chun immediately replied without hesitation. Everyone around was stunned. Plux, a member of a girl group. Min Chun continued to introduce the top beauty of League of Legends. You guys do not know who Elle is. Hearing this, everyone felt disheartened and did not want to say anything more. Min Chun calmly thought. She is the one I like. Upon returning to the military base, the soldiers enjoyed a day of feasting. After eating, everyone happily chatted away. Hey. Hurry up and clean up. Pass me that bok. And indeed it was fried chicken. The captain continued to bring in more chicken. Everyone. Enjoy and eat plenty, the red-haired guy said in surprise to his friend. This is the first time seeing the captain like this. Looks like he is in a really good mood. Right. His friend had to admit that too. He turned to Min Chun and said, Eat a lot. Min Chun. If it were not for you, we would not have this meal. Thanks. The red-haired guy also cheerfully said to Min Chun. You have 3 stripes now. At this rate, you will soon be promoted to sergeant. Min Chun was still calmly eating without a care. Suddenly, the door burst open. At that moment, Lai Dongho walked in to announce, Team 2. Gather in the break room right now. Dongjin replied in confusion. Yep. Following orders, the long-haired soldier curiously asked, What is going on? Xungho immediately responded. Yeah, I am on my way back after reporting to Honchi's team for the administrative order regarding the celebration for the team members' perfect score in the promotion exam. The long-haired soldier only noticed the beer crate in Xungho's hand and asked, Hey, like Xungho, what are you doing? Is that beer? The friend next to him eagerly chimed in. Aren't you going to say you guys should drink up? Dongho still replied sternly. This is a promotion gift from the platoon leader for Kim Min Chun. You guys not involved. Get outside. So the remaining soldiers also voluntarily found reasons to leave. Choking. How to soothe that clumsy guy? The red-haired one said angrily. I already knew it. So as soon as Kim Min Chun transferred in, I was sure he would join the night killing team. As it got late, outside the military zone, Min Chun carefully stepped outside, being cautious of his surroundings. After confirming there was no one, he called for something to appear from the dark energy. Min Chun's dark energy gradually took the shape of a small, adorable spirit. Min Chun happily asked, How are you? Do you remember a while ago when Tridu summoned this little guy? I was really confused because it was so different from my expectations. But on the contrary, thanks to it, I came up with a good idea. Now what I need is no longer an assassin like before in the other world, so I need to give it a suitable role, which is to take my place as the one who can't freely gather information. After the little spirit left, Min Chun crossed his arms and watched. Feeling annoyed, thinking that its excited running made him uneasy. If anyone sees that little guy and he gets caught by the military, it would surely cause chaos. Suddenly, Sungho appeared from behind, unexpectedly asking, causing Min Chun to jump. What are you doing here? Min Chun froze for a moment before coming up with a random excuse. It has been a while since I drank beer. Huh. So I came out for some fresh air. Sung-Hon approached and asked, Are you weak with alcohol? Min Chun stammered in reply. Not really, he thought to himself. Since dark mages basically do not get drunk, the poison or alcohol goes in and the body detoxifies itself as needed. At that time, Sung-Ho brought up the main issue, congratulating him on the promotion. Seeing this, Min Chun also replied. Thank you. Sung-Ho reminded him. But do not let your guard down. Keep up your performance like this. Min Chun politely responded. Yep. I understand. Then Sung-Ho left, advising him not to come back too late if he was not weak with alcohol before everyone passed out. At this moment, Min Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief, thankfully not being seen. and he needed to be more careful in the future. Watching Sung-ho's back, he silently assessed that after all, the more he looked, the more he truly was a serious soldier. But you know what they say. You have to give back. Still, I do not hate that trait. In the quiet late night, with a full moon, the next day will soon arrive. Inside the captain's office, he is praising Min Chun. That name is truly a genius. The genius holds the results in his hand, looking quite satisfied. This assessment seems serious. We have been monitoring closely these kids. One of them scored a perfect score. The captain reports seriously. Yep. Private Kim Min Chun set a record of 4 seconds in this monster combat skills assessment. The captain recalls. Ha. This kid. Cho Dung Bom at the training facility praised you a lot. What did you do? He was showered with compliments. It exceeded expectations. Just like the last time at the logistics warehouse handling intermediate level tasks, the captain agreed, saying, Yep. Sergeant Kim Min Chun has been confirmed to have completed his tasks. First, the captain continues to evaluate. He has been promoted to sergeant without a single win. Moreover, that promotion process is unusual, surpassing records at the training facility. Who knows? This kid might not be as simple as we think. Now it is just a matter of time before the rumors reach the military. If it continues like this, they will start to pay attention to Kim Min Chun. Hearing this, the captain surprisingly asked, if it is them, are you talking about the Special Operations Brigade? The captain thinks Sergeant Kim Min Chun has reached that level and replies, Yep. That is what I mean. So far, we have seen countless hunters. And among them are monsters now referred to as Legends of the Hunter Brigade. Now, a new monster will emerge from the Hunter Brigade, shifting scenes to another place. In some desert, a soldier is alone on the battlefield against a large number of monsters. Another group of rock creatures is also rushing in, along with lizards, all ferociously charging towards that soldier at once. None missing. That is Kim Min Chun. He still confidently smiles. Taunting. Is everyone here yet? Remembering earlier when a soldier was drinking energy drinks. The others were tired and preparing to sleep. Min Chun had just finished showering and returned to the room, seeing the soldiers with no energy left. Feeling bored. Suddenly, a soldier asked, Hey Min Chun, are you okay? Min Chun replied, Yep. I am very alert. The other person exclaimed in surprise. You drank that much and still stay alert. You really are a monster. Suddenly, Sung-ho walked in, startling the other guy. Seriously saying, You are back. Min Chun turned to ask, Is the hangover okay? Sung-ho replied casually, Yeah. Sweating like this means I am fine. Seeing that, Min Chun thought to himself, This guy really is a true soldier, and that body. Sung-ho continued talking to Min Chun. Plus you have been to the gym. Min Chun has not tried it yet. He turned away saying it is fine. Just go ahead and use it as you like. Now you are a sergeant too. Yep. I know, as if recalling something. Sung-ho added. Our unit's combat simulation machine is better now. You should give it a try. Min Chun only paid attention to the 2 words. Simulation. The simulation room for hunters. I have only heard about it. Min Chun hesitates at the door, his excited face clearly showing his anticipation. He quickly grabs the doorknob and steps into the grand room, where he sees the simulation machine in front of him. Min Chun curiously approaches to check it out. Is this how it works? The display lights up, asking him to choose a type of monster. After Min Chun presses the display, it changes again. You have chosen. Please select the quantity. Seeing this notification, Min Chun smiles excitedly, continuously pressing the plus button to increase the quantity. Suddenly, the machine announces that he has exceeded the maximum quantity, which can be set to 30 monsters. Realizing this, Min Chun says to himself, It has been a while so I plan to go big. But the machine switched to a different notification. Please set the weapon. This made Min Chun even more delighted. There are weapons too. This is awesome. Once everything is set and chosen, he puts on the virtual goggles to start the battle. The scenery around Min Chun gradually changes. This is the desert we encountered in a few previous scenes. Min Chun glances around as the machine begins its countdown. 3. The monsters slowly appear. At this moment, Min Chun realizes something. He joyfully shouts, This is amazing. Slashing each monster's head off. He fights with enthusiasm, feeling the impact of each hit. The monsters keep falling, becoming increasingly ferocious. The more they are like this, the more excited Min Chun becomes. Ha! It feels so real. Those guys are all rushing over. Another monster falls and slowly disappears from the virtual space. Before long, the machine announces the battle is complete. Min Chun seems somewhat disappointed, having only defeated 30 monsters. What a pity. It ended too quickly. Suddenly, he gets an idea. What if I do this? The display shows, You have chosen 30 goblins. You have chosen 30 monsters. You have chosen 30 stone golems. You have chosen 30 lizards. A horde of goblins gradually appears, followed by a group of monsters, 30 stone golems, and finally a swarm of lizards. Seeing this, Min-chan excitedly cheers. That is more like it. This is truly a monster hunt. Looking at the monsters around him, he joyfully asks them, "Are we all here?" The machine begins the countdown. 3. The lizards rush forward, and the monsters follow closely behind, all charging toward Min-chan. Min-chan swings his stick non-stop in the virtual space, the death cries of the monsters echoing. Wherever Min-chan's stick strikes, a monster falls, and soon he has cleared out a whole bunch, leaving none behind. The machine displays a notification that the battle is complete. Simulation finished. Min-chan slowly takes off the virtual goggles, proudly saying to himself, "This is insane. I have to admit this is the most fun thing after playing League." Suddenly, Min-chan's status board appears, activating a skill, the technique for basic weapons. Min-chan looks confused, wondering, what is this basic weapon technique? Proficiency in basic weapons significantly increased. Why did this happen? It is not bad at all. I was not expecting to gain weapon skills. But it is like a gift from the heavens. Even though I can't go to the dungeon, I can still earn skills this way. I have to come here every day to play a new weapon skill. Just stepping out of the simulation room, Min-chan noticed Dong-jin standing there frozen. Min-chan asked, "What is wrong?" Dong-jin trembled, pointing at the notice board, saying, "Sergeant Kim Min-chan." This is Min-chan, who still does not understand what is going on. Looking in the direction Dong-jin was pointing, "What is this?" The results of the second simulation battle. Defeating 30 goblins. Defeating 30 orcs. Defeating 30 stone golems. Defeating 30 lizards. Turns out there is a notice board outside the simulation room too. Both were momentarily speechless. Dong-jin finally regained his composure and asked, "Did Sergeant Kim Min-chan do all this alone?" Min-chan was at a loss for how to explain. This is because of... Suddenly he had an idea and said to Dong-jin, "Private Dong-jin, let us talk for a bit." Was he planning to talk in the gym? Dong-jin panicked and asked, "Is something wrong?" Min-chan calmly replied, "What is wrong?" "Of course. It is about training you." Dong-jin quickly looked for an excuse to escape. "Sergeant Kim Min-chan, what did you say earlier?" "Just a misunderstanding. I am still hungover." But Min-chan was determined to push him away. It is. Sweating is even better." After the two left, someone approached the simulation room, surprised to see the notice board. The results of the second simulation battle. Defeating 30 goblins. Defeating 30 orcs. Defeating 30 stone golems. Defeating 30 lizards. That was Kim Kwang-sich. He stood there dumbfounded, unsure of what to say. At the hunter team's camp, Kim Kwang-sich, with his hands in his pockets, was slowly walking towards the team's break room. As he opened the door, he saw about 4 soldiers sitting around chatting. One soldier near the door jumped up and bowed. "Hey. Where's everyone? Where's Kim Min-jun?" he asked. "Private Jin Jung cuffed." The soldier replied. Everyone went to the supply room to get snow removal equipment. Private Kim Min said he would be in the gym until our schedule starts. Just as he was about to finish speaking, Private Jin turned pale. "Oh no. I accidentally called Kim Min-jun a private in front of Kim Kwang-sich." Kim Kwang-sich shot a puzzled glance at this private. Silenced by the authority, Private Jin could only swallow hard, seeing that he understood the situation. Kim Kwang-sich finally spoke, relaying a message that the team leader was looking for Kim Min. The unexpected words startled Private Jin. Yep. Of course. Then he quickly ran off, needing to escape before his senior changed his mind. At this point, Kim Kwang-sich approached the group of soldiers, who were huddled together chatting. "What are you guys up to? What is all this?" The purple-haired soldier casually replied, "Where have you been? Do you want to join us? You guys are betting on how fast Kim Min will become a surgeon." And what caught the guy's attention was a betting slip sitting prominently on the table, with scribbles. And Jiang bet 6 months. Morg bet 1 year and 6 months. Ji 8 months. Tuck 1 year and a half months. Donkey 2 years. Is that salary betting? This bet is intense. Kim Kwang-sich muttered while holding the slip. "Why do you guys keep doing these silly bets?" The purple-haired soldier laughed happily. "And Jiang has bet 6 months. He laughed as if it was something impossible. As if such a ridiculous thing could happen. The soldier with the tied hair, who had been silent, gritted his teeth, showing his frustration at the purple-haired guy's attitude. "I just think that way. That bastard is nothing compared to those ordinary guys." The purple-haired guy sitting next to him smirked at the tied hair guy's reaction. Kim Kwang-sich silently stared at the paper, then quietly wrote something down. Meanwhile, the purple-haired guy continued to taunt the ponytail guy with his tongue. "Look at you yelling. You must be really scared. Do you regret your decision yet? No more talking. You would better shut up. With that, the ponytail guy raised his fist in frustration. Suddenly, Kim Kwang-sich slammed the betting slip down on the table, leaving the ponytail guy looking confused and surprised by the action. Are you really doing this? You can take it back. The ponytail guy yelled as Kim Kwang-sich walked out of the room. In response to him, he simply raised his hand as a goodbye without saying anything more. This jerk is even crazier than me. The ponytail guy looked at the betting slip and exclaimed that Kim Kwang-sich had only bet 1 month. Meanwhile, in the gym, where weights were neatly arranged, a prominent warning sign was displayed on the wall with the message, "Warning. The use of weights is prohibited without an instructor." Kim Minan was carrying a heavy barbell, performing his exercises steadily. Every muscle bulged, clearly visible through the tight-fitting black shirt. Not only that, he also switched to arm exercises. After a tough workout, he set down the 2 dumbbells, relaxed his arm, and thought to himself that he had been lifting weights for several days but his stats had not increased. That weird island actually turned out to be good. The strength of a world hero. Passive skills. Your strength stat increases by 150%. I really like how skills get stronger and stats increase a lot too. Don't they have something like a hero's strength revival? The image of a soldier with a fiery physique and solid muscles flashed in Kim Minan's mind. It is tough to increase my stats. Kim Min-jun sighed, resting his hands on his hips when suddenly a notification appeared. Inner power skill has been unlocked. Inner power. Your strength stat increases by 5. It is working now. It seems like just a basic skill. But who cares? I will upgrade it later. Kim Minan's face lit up with excitement, looking like a kid. At the same time, at the door, Bai Nat Jin peeked in, seriously raised his hand to greet and said loudly, "Hello. Sergeant Minan. The squad leader is looking for you." "Okay. Thanks." Kim Minan could not stop smiling, his eyes sparkling, clearly showing the word skill as he turned to look at Bun Nat Jin. This made the guy raise a big question mark in his head. What is up with everyone today? He looked at the excited male lead wearing a shirt and thought to himself. In the administrative office, Kim Min-jun clearly reported, "Hello, Sergeant Kim Min-jun. I have arrived at the administrative office as instructed." With a serious posture, he walked in, and a soldier sitting at the desk raised his hand with a cheerful expression. "There you are." He stood up from his chair, walked towards the male lead, and said, "It is nothing important. Just come to the counseling office." Then the soldier pointed to the door on the side and added, "How's your low-key life been? It has been a week now." "Right, pretty good. I am having a great time," the main character replied. "Congrats on your promotion." The soldier beamed with a bright smile. "All thanks to you for handling the mid-level drop issue. I really appreciate it." "It is nothing." The main character smiled and sat down. The soldier handed him a notebook. "This is why I called you here today. The platoon leader sent this to you for handling that issue and scoring full marks on the promotion test." "Thank you." Kim Minan opened it to find a certificate of achievement, an outstanding award. Corporal Kim Minan has been recognized for his excellent service in the military 2020. Hunter Corps, 104th Division, 2nd Platoon, Colonel Jumbom. "Don't be sad that I handed you this in such a casual manner. We just did not want too many formal events happening in the Hunter Corps," the soldier said. "But do not worry. All of this will count as part of your experience." "Experience?" Kim Min-jun asked in surprise, turning to look at the soldier. "Does that mean this can give me another exception?" Kim Minan's face lit up with eager anticipation as he asked, and the soldier awkwardly smiled. I guess," the soldier continued. "However, this is not an easy award to receive. Not many hunters get awarded early like you. But even fewer receive multiple awards like this." With great enthusiasm, Kim Min-jun exclaimed loudly, "If I have 10 awards, can I get promoted?" The soldier chuckled awkwardly, caught in an uncomfortable situation with this strange corporal. "You think these awards are discount coupons for fried chicken or something?" Not stopping there, Munin eagerly asked more. "What about a buy one get one free deal or an award ceremony?" Faced with this barrage of ridiculous questions, the soldier was left speechless. A few days later, on a clear voice rang out, "Attention. Everyone get ready with your weapons." The soldiers lined up seriously, preparing for the upcoming mission. "Our squad has been assigned the mission to conquer the dungeon. If you act as you have been trained, I have no doubt we will complete the mission without any injuries." One soldier carried a box out. The soldier next to him continued, "As you have been informed, the dungeon we will conquer today has everyone inside showing no signs of fear. Their faces are all pale, a nest of rat monsters, also known as a sewer," one soldier said while handing out protective gear to everyone, transitioning to a scene of a soldier stepping into a puddle. The participants in this mission are from the second squad. Second team. Corporal Kim Minen. Second squad. Second team. Corporal Dong Henjang. Second squad. Second team. Private First Class Lee Dong Jin. It stinks. Someone remarked as they stepped into the dungeon. Next is the commander of the second squad, Lieutenant Kim Chon-min. Leading the second squad is Sergeant Like Sung-ho. The dungeon of rat monsters, referred to as a sewer, is where the second squad is heading. The rearguard of Private Jean Chon-ho leads the team, with First Sergeant Kim Min as the deputy squad leader. This dungeon is not classified as highly dangerous, but it usually produces over 200 monsters. Suddenly, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho raised his hand and called for silence, and the narrow space of the tunnel made using guns difficult, turning it into a quite complex dungeon. The two soldiers exchanged glances as they noticed something. Except for the direction that the small movement is heading, there is only one entrance here. I think it is best to lure them from this spot. This means the dungeon will have two entrances. The first entrance is the squad's, and the second is on the other side, with the rat's den in between. Lieutenant Kim Chon-min spoke up. All right. Prepare the bait. Everyone got to work setting up the trap. Before entering, each person will be equipped with a special gas mask from the Hunter Corps. So basically, our soldiers won't be affected by the foul smell coming from the dungeon. Squad 2. Team 2. Private Ducioni is bringing the bait box. Corporal Dong Henjang suddenly raised his hand to scratch his face. Looking uncomfortable at the sight of the bait box, he forced out, in this dreadful bunch. Kim Minen, standing next to him, looked puzzled by his expression because this mission takes place in a complex, stinky dungeon. It becomes an environment where hunters can't fully showcase their abilities. And the trap weapon for this mission is Lieutenant Kim Chon-min, reaching into the box to pull out a rotten banana. Yep. Stinky rat bait. A banana or its leftovers. At this moment, on the other side, Corporal Dong Henjang and Kim Minen turned pale at the sight of the bait. Dong Henjang remarked, "Their smell is disgusting. No wonder they eat food like this." Meanwhile, on the other side, everyone was quickly placing the bait in the designated positions. Right here. Yep. The more we set up, the better. Lieutenant Kim Chon-min pointed and ordered. Suddenly Private Ducioni noticed something. He curiously approached what was now the bones of some animal. "This is..." he exclaimed, before he could lean down to take a look. At that moment, a soldier shouted, "They are coming. A horde of monster rats is approaching from the entrance ahead. Everyone, get ready for battle." Lieutenant Kim Chon-min commanded. "Form a line in front of the entrance." Everyone hurriedly took their positions. Shortly after, a team had formed in front of the entrance. Private retreated to the back with the deputy commander. The deputy squad leader, First Sergeant Kim Min, ordered a retreat. Everyone held shields, lining up under the deputy commander's direction. "Wanna bet who kills more monsters? The loser pays for pecs." Corporal Dong Henjang looked over at the purple-haired guy and said, "Let us do it." Then he drew his sword from his back. "Do you want to join in?" "Captain, don't be careless." Lieutenant Kim Chon-min spoke up, signaling for silence. Everyone fell silent, waiting. On the other side of the entrance, a horde of rats estimated to be over 1,000 was approaching. Each rat was as big as a cat, fiercely charging towards the soldiers. Lieutenant Kim Chon-min shouted, "Hold your positions. Do not break formation. We will deal with them here." In the face of the fierce rat horde, the main character Minen wore an excited smile. "This is interesting." Squad 2. Team 3's Private Kim swiftly sliced through the head of a rat, his expression unchanged. Squad 2. Team 2's Private Dong Henjang was no slouch either. With a single blow, several rats lost their heads, their bodies in disarray. Squad 2. Team 2 Commander Sergeant Lei Sung punched a rat bare-handed, showing no fear. The main character Minen smiled as he watched his teammates fight. Squad 2. Team 4 Commander Sergeant Kim Deong-geet was also attacking fiercely. Following him was Squad 2. Team 3 Commander Sergeant Chu Tai. Squad 2. Team 3's Private Kim Kwang-sechu was punching a rat with one hand while wielding a sword with the other, perhaps distracted by watching his teammates. Our main character Kim Minen failed to notice 3 rats charging at him. Everyone was doing quite well. Minjin thought to himself, holding his baseball bat. With a light swing, 3 rats lost their heads. 2 individuals caught Kim Minen's attention. One soldier swiftly drew his sword and with a single strike, took down a rat that had run past him. These 2 were tasked with eliminating the rats that ventured out of range. Squad 2's Vice Commander Sergeant Kim Min-hee and Squad 2's Commander Corporal Kim Chon-min. The main character Kim Minen had just killed a rat, but did not forget to observe them. They had secured a quite large area, a testament to their strength in the fight. Kim Min-jun was taken aback. At that moment on the other side, a soldier was focused on taking down the rats very seriously. That was Squad 2, Team 2's Private Lee Jong-jin. He was beginning to showcase the results of his special training. Min-jun smiled proudly. It seemed everyone was determined to eliminate these monstrous rats. A voice called out, "We need one more person here. I will be right over." Private Dong Han-jang replied. Lieutenant Kim Chon-min suddenly fell silent, as if sensing something approaching. He stood tall and swung his sword down at a rat. A soldier suddenly froze and yelled out that monsters were charging from behind. At that moment, another horde of rats appeared at the other entrance. This time, their numbers were greater than before. The rat monsters were coming from behind. The soldier shouted, and everyone once again took up fighting stances. Teams 1 and 4 will cover the rear. The privates tried to use their shields and slowly retreated. Lieutenant Kim Chon-min ordered, "Don't try to attack them. Hold the line." Everyone in front was now running back. Everyone was trying their best to kill as many of these damn rats as possible. Some used swords, others used knives, and some used hammers. The scene showed countless dead rats scattered everywhere. The red-haired soldier, wielding a sword in each hand, shouted, "We are almost done. There are only a few monsters left. Just hold on a bit longer." Meanwhile, the protagonist seemed to notice something. What is that? He widened his eyes in surprise as a stream of purple energy appeared, looking left and right. With Minen, the main character, worried and deep in thought. I could not sense it right away because I was still wearing the poison mask. But it definitely came from the ground, where the bodies of the slain rats were releasing purple energy. Something was rising from below, and the main character, Kim Minen, shouted, "It is rising from the ground." And everyone was caught off guard. A massive figure leaping up from the ground, causing the soldiers to stagger and fall. "Damn it," a soldier exclaimed. Kwang-sek suddenly froze, standing still at what he was witnessing. An abnormal monster. In front of him was a huge rat with a muscular body growling. This monstrous rat had 4 eyes. If nothing changes, I bet it is the leader rat. The soldier recalled the pile of bones he encountered when entering the cave. Was this pile of bones also from it? Did it eat its own kind here? What a ridiculous size. Suddenly, Kwang-sek felt a chill run down his spine. The giant rat bowed down and growled in front of him. This scene frightened Kwang-sek to the core, causing him to stagger and fall to the ground, his limbs instinctively unable to move as he clutched his head. The rat opened its mouth and charged at him. A soldier nearby, probably closer to Kwang-sek, trembled in fear and could not draw his sword. Even though he knew his comrade was in danger, his body was stiff and could not move. Suddenly, from behind, the first sergeant of the 2nd platoon, Kim Mine, shouted, "The Kimwon, calm down. Run now." However, at that moment, Kwang-sek found it hard to move as he wished. In reality, we often freeze and become less agile when facing something we fear or something powerful, and Kwang-sek was no exception. The claws of the monstrous rat lunged at him. Kwang-sek was in a life or death situation, instinctively raising his hands to shield himself, when a shout rang out, and a soldier rushed in, striking the monster's claw. However, his weapon was immediately knocked away. Reacting to that, the soldier grabbed Kwang-sek's shoulder, shouting, "You have to get out of here, Lai John." Kwang-sek exclaimed. "Yep. That is right." The one who rushed to save Kwang-sek was Private Lee Jong-jin, who just returned from special training. However, with that blow from Lee Jong-jin, although he did not take down the monster, he succeeded in infuriating it. It became even more ferocious at that moment. The two stood frozen in shock. Kwang-sek shouted no. At the same time, Minen suddenly leaped into the air, looking down at the 4-eyed monster, ready to strike with his shield. Thoughts raced through his mind as he realized this special boldness was another demonic energy. A blinding blue light appeared in the sky, hitting the monster squarely on the head. Instantly, the beast crashed to the ground. Lee Jong-jin and Kwang-sek, standing closest, staggered from the tremendous force. A few seconds later, Lee Jong-jin slowly opened his eyes. He shielded his eyes from the light, grimacing as he looked ahead. With a hand raised, he said, "Well done, Lee Jong." The main character Kim Minen turned coolly to speak. Lee Jong-jin nodded proudly. In the distance, people were rushing over. "Kim Minen, it is very dangerous. Retreat now. Corporal, follow me." The rest fall back. The 2nd squad leader, 1st Sergeant Kim Min, shouted. After Lee Jong-jin and Kwang-sek left, Minen turned back to face the monster. Smiling, the monster roared, lunging at the main character. Boom! The noise caused rocks high in the cave to start falling, A rock landed right in front of a soldier, startling him into frozen silence. Dust swirled behind the main character. Thanks, man. You filthy monster. The main character said with a triumphant laugh. The monster attacked with its claws. And at that moment, light beams appeared in the main character's eyes. He said, I was worried about being seen. Just then, a stream of blue light shot from the main character's foot, striking the monster painfully. Not stopping there, he charged forward with his shield, creating spirals of blue light from above, aimed directly at the monster's head. Under the relentless attacks, the monster collapsed, as more beams of blue light continuously struck it. The main character, poised to deliver a finishing blow, suddenly halted as the large monster was mercilessly taken down, injured all over, with a broken jaw. It lay unconscious, its fate unclear. Suddenly, purple smoke began to emanate from the monster. Looking at it with delight, the main character reached out to grab the purple glowing orb. The purple energy from the monster was slowly being drawn in. A notification appeared. You have absorbed a certain amount of demonic energy. Your demonic energy has increased by 1. Now that is a bit fair. The main character smiled with a deep meaning, holding the staff as he said, I will make good use of this. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon area, the team was resting and recovering after a long battle inside the stinking dungeon. At that moment, in a corner somewhere, Sergeant Dong Henjiang sat sighing, looking sad, saying, All right, while the purple-haired guy next to you keeps asking, have you given up yet? Meanwhile, Lieutenant Kim Chan-min was on the phone with someone to report the situation.
Yep.
It is not an ordinary monster. Now all team members have retreated from the dungeon.
Yep.
That is correct. We have only confirmed that there was one, and it has been eliminated by a team member. Kim Minan was sniffing his hands. Perhaps he had picked up a bit of a foul smell while fighting that monster. This made him cover his nose, unable to stand the smell on his body. His expression was quite unpleasant. In the distance, Lieutenant Kim Chan-min was still answering the phone.
Yep.
Please send in more forces for the mission. Behind the main character, a guy with his hands in his pockets walked up and said, From mosquitoes to monsters, there is nothing normal on the front lines.
Hey.
Thanks for saving us. Corporal Dong Henjiang unconsciously sits down and continues. When I saw that bitch earlier, I was shocked to the point of wanting to spray glue. Minan also sits down and replies, It is nothing. Sorry for jumping in without orders. What are you apologizing for? That was clearly an emergency. Luckily, you reacted quickly. If it were not for you, Dong Jin and Wang Sich would have been in big trouble. Dong Henjiang, with his hands on his hips, leans over and asks the main character, But are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Dong Henjiang asks with concern. Kim Minan smiles lightly, indicating that he is fine. He is really modest. Interrupting their conversation, someone walks over and asks, Are you really not hurt at all? Commander Kim Chan-min asks seriously.
Yep.
Commander. Kim Minan turns and smiles as he replies. Next to Dong Henjiang, looking incredulous, thinks, Is he even human? At that question from him, Commander Kim Chan-min sighs and rubs his forehead. Phew. When are we going back to the camp? I want to talk to you for a bit.
Yep.
Kim Min-jun responds with some confusion. After the commander leaves, Dong Henjiang speaks up. The commander does not seem very happy. This is probably also the main character's thought, as he holds his head in thought. Suddenly, the deputy commander of the second squad, First Sergeant Kim Min, walks in, talking on the phone, saying,
Yep.
I understand. Suddenly seeing Kim Chan-min pass by, she speaks up, startling Kim Chan-min. All evacuated members only had minor injuries. Dong Jin has just completed his test and is returning to the camp. Even though Kwang Sich has a few small bruises on his head, they say he will be able to return to the camp tomorrow. Saying that, Kim Min-jae places a hand on Kim Chan-min's shoulder. Kim Chan-min can only sigh. The deputy commander of the second squad, First Sergeant Kim Min, turns back and says loudly, Second squad, attention. Due to unforeseen circumstances, we will have to do our best to clear out this dungeon now. Everyone check your personal equipment to prepare to return. Understood? Commander. At this point, dusk has begun to fall. The next morning, in the administrative office, Kim Chan-min slowly sits down and says, I called you here for a report, to provide details on how you took down that mutated monster here and submit it to me. Saying that, Kim Chan-min pushes a clipboard towards Kim Minan. Kim Min-jun takes the clipboard, staring at the blank paper clipped to it, thinking, What should I say? I tried to hit it with my weapon, but I could not take it down, so I just had to use my fists. Right. Will they believe me? The main character sits in deep thought. Kim Chan-min comes over, sets a small water bottle down for him, and says, I could not see clearly because my vision was obstructed. But it seems you took it down with your fists. Is that you? Kim Chon-min asked with a skeptical expression. At that question, the male lead's hand holding the pen paused, forcing a smile as he replied. Haha. That bitch is so strong that I did not have time to think. Minjin, what is your power level? Kim Chon-min asked seriously. My strength level is 65, Kim Min-jun innocently replied, and my agility is 60. This answer left Kim Chon-min speechless. I am just a lieutenant and only above average at 40. But this ordinary soldier's strength and agility stats are both over 60. That is double the average of a sergeant. He instinctively leaned back, looking up at the ceiling and said, with stats like that, you could have entered the military academy. What a waste? Kim Chon-min glanced at Min-jun, who was focused on writing. Thinking. Oh right. According to the records, he dropped out when he was still in high school, so it must be hard for him to register. Min-jun, if you intend to become an executive, you should graduate to get into university. Once you become a sergeant, you can still go anywhere and take online courses. What do you think? I can consider it for you, Kim Chon-min asked seriously. However, the male lead showed clear displeasure at this suggestion. Because of his personality, he preferred the freedom to roam, rather than being forced to do something structured. Moreover, with his current talent, he could easily level up quickly. Rubbing his face, Kim Min-jun innocently replied, I do not really like studying much. My grades are enough for me to advance. Not too surprised by that answer, Kim Chon-min sighed and raised his hands, saying, all right. Since you are the one making the decision, I won't pressure you. If you change your mind, let me know. The male lead replied. Thank you, Lieutenant. It is starting to get dark outside, Kim Chon-min said. I need to finish this report, so you should go rest a bit. I won't forget your achievements today. Yep. I am leaving now. With that, the male lead stepped outside. Suddenly, Kim Chon-min glanced at the hat on the table and called out to Min-jun. He jumped and turned back. Yep. Lieutenant, Kim Chon-min said, today, you saved the team members, and we might have faced a much worse scenario. I could not even move at that moment. Thank you, Min-jun replied with a light smile. I was just doing my job. Kim Chon-min smiled back at Min-jun. The male lead walked down the hallway. Of course. Of course, those are the things I need to do to gain demonic energy and build my achievements. More than that. Transitioning, the male lead sighed, his face displaying disinterest, somewhat reluctant as he stood talking to Wang Sich. So you want me to let you join my special training, along with Private Lion? At the male lead's question, Wang Sich replied, flustered. Yeah. Min-jun crossed his arms and asked Wang Sich seriously, how did you know we were training here? Min-jun pointed at Wang Sich and said, oh no. You actually want to focus on these guys. You are not even fully recovered yet. Faced with the barrage of questions, Wang Sich looked flustered, unsure how to respond. He appeared somewhat adorable at that moment, remembering what he had witnessed. He stammered. Is because... Suddenly pointing at Li Dongjin, he said, oh right, Li Zhan. You have improved so much. I think you are doing okay now. That is thanks to this training. Right, that is why I also want to. I want to join you guys and start training. Uncle Kwang Sich was sweating profusely. In response to that answer, Minin displayed an incredulous expression. Yet he believed this was the reason. Did he think he could trick him that easily? Minjin asked seriously. You really think we would agree? Uncle Kwang Sich froze. Unable to say anything, Minjin spoke up again. Besides, there are some things we need to do. Right. Private Kim Kwang Sich. Minen's smile was really unappealing. I felt like he was intimidating Kwang Sich. In response to Minen's attitude, Kwang Sich could not hide his embarrassment. His face flushed a bit, and he suddenly bowed seriously, saying, thank you for saving me. And I am sorry to you too. Dongjin Li Zhongjin was surprised by Wang Sich's actions and responded awkwardly. It is nothing. Why did you do that? Private Kim Kwang Sich. Kim Min-jun stood beside him with a smug smile. Hee. Kim Kwang Sich bowed and spoke with a slightly apologetic tone. I am sorry for bullying you all this time. I am not sure if you can forgive me, but I truly want to train with you guys. I have some circumstances and want to become a private officer. That is it. Li Zhongjin spoke, looking at Minen. Can we let him join too? Right. Private Kim Minen. Minjin replied. Of course not yet. For sure. Li Zhong. Both Zhongjin and Wang Sich were surprised. Wang Sich added. Oh right. I understand if you are upset about my past actions. Anyway, thank you both. I owe my life to you, that is all. Saying that, Kwang-sek sadly turned away, enveloped in gloom. He really is a fragile person. Seeing this, Dong-jin spoke up. Private Kim Kwang-sek. Suddenly, Minan spoke. I have a condition. Wang-sik turned back to Minan. Wang-sik wore a confused expression, a big question mark appearing on his face. If you pretend to be a pigeon for the next 24 hours, I might reconsider my decision. At this moment, the main character showed a sinister smile that was hard to describe, waving his hand as if calling a dog. Watching Minan's attitude, Kwang-sek's face clearly showed the veins, gritting his teeth and exclaiming something before finishing his sentence. Minjin said, You do not want to. Kwang-sek's mouth was trying to hold back, letting out a growl. Yeah. His facial muscles are all tensed up. His face is as red as a gak fruit, and his throat keeps making growling sounds. Yeah. Dongan watches the scene, worried, and speaks up. Private Kim Kwang-sik. Meanwhile, Menon is making a childish face that would make anyone cry out for their mother. Come here. Uncle Pigeon. He. In some castle, where two moons, one big and one small, appear in the sky. A heavy cart rolls along the road. A soldier wearing a helmet that conceals his face, wrapped in a flimsy piece of fabric covering only the necessary areas, is slowly pushing the heavy cart covered with a cloth into the castle. The cart stops behind a woman, and she says, Well done. Just from behind we can guess she is going to be a beautiful woman. Right. The soldier stands silently behind. She turns to him and asks, Do you have something to say to me? The helmeted soldier hesitates before replying, Just, how long do you plan to keep doing this? The woman steps forward and coldly replies, Who knows? Standing in front of the cart being brought in, she bends down to lift the cloth, revealing a fierce purple gaze, a flicker of purple light from inside, signaling the presence of some ferocious creature being imprisoned. Seemingly unconcerned, the woman stands upright as the soldier beside her gives a warning. The saintess hears this, and she immediately raises her hand. A magic circle with complex patterns appears on the floor. Her voice rings out. This is a gift for the one who abandoned us. The helmeted soldier behind looks a bit surprised. She continues with an enigmatic smile. I mean, what could ever be enough? Right. The smile on her face looks truly terrifying now. Back at the barracks, the sound of shovels hitting the ground echoes through the tired air. The soldier named Chu can't hide his frustration, having just returned from the dungeon not long ago. So we have to set up camp again. Don't you think it is a bit much to still be treated like this at the end of the year? He frowns in anger, prompting his teammate with purple hair to chime in. Sergeant, I have been thinking about this for a while. With a somewhat lazy demeanor, Sergeant Chu turns back, his gaze suggesting he is listening. Yeah. Go ahead. I am all ears. The purple-haired guy continues. But does setting up these tents really help when fighting those monsters? After finishing, both of them look down at their fellow teammates diligently working. Sergeant Chu sighs. Who knows? Suddenly, the roaring of an engine catches their attention. A truck full of supplies is approaching. Sergeant Cho points at it, his tone full of wariness. Finally, it is. The burden has arrived. That is right. The burden that Sergeant Chu just mentioned are heavy square blocks, which everyone is taking turns carrying. Amid the crowd transporting these blocks to the designated spot, Kwang-sik, his face dotted with sweat, forces a strained smile and explains. We joked among ourselves that it is a burden because we can't tell if it is made of stone or metal. This thing is extremely hard and much heavier than it looks. And that is why we set up camp with this material. It is made from a special mineral from the dungeons called aim. Wang-sek's words were interrupted by Minan. The person turned with an innocent expression. Did he just say something? Notably, he had two heavy square blocks on his shoulders that looked as light as carrying empty cartoon boxes. This extraordinary sight left Kwang-sek stunned. Speechless. I was not saying anything. I just thought someone might be curious, but it seems his caution was unnecessary. The crowd was still alternating in transporting the blocks. Some carried them easily, while others struggled to lift a single block. There were even people carrying all 4 blocks at once, casually whistling as they walked. Once all the blocks were unloaded from the vehicle, a voice rang out. Everyone, take a 10-minute break. A soldier hurried over to Captain Kim to report. Captain, I heard something while getting supplies at the division. Seems an empty dungeon has appeared in the area of Division 104. A few soldiers resting nearby were startled. Is that true? Deputy Commander, you are not joking. Are you? Sergeant Minjiji, please. The sergeants group clamored, their faces showing clear worry. One person held the deputy commander's arms, another his legs, pleading. I have gone with the sergeant before. And this will be the third time. This is serious. No joke. Deputy Commander Minen spoke helplessly. Calm down. You guys. They are still investigating. Amidst the chaos, Minen sat in a corner with a perplexed expression. Meanwhile, Hong Sek sat across from him, looking as if he had realized something. An empty dungeon. That is how hunters refer to dungeons that meet certain criteria. First, they are usually larger than normal. Second, the number and types of monsters exceed the average. And third, there are no bosses or dangerous monsters inside. An empty dungeon is a perfect place for hunters to accumulate experience. Therefore, they are often used as training grounds for divisions before tackling similar dungeons. It is considered a notorious hunter's drill. Wang Sich suddenly spoke up. Who are you talking to? Kim Min-jun asked back in confusion. Wang Sich paused for a moment and then fell silent, thinking to himself, I just thought someone might be curious. Indeed, his off-end monologue had given Kim Minen more information about the dungeon. A hunter's drill. That is not the kind of training I need right now, Kim Minen thought, while the sergeant's group was still crying and pleading with the deputy commander. Sergeant Minen. I do not want to go. Faced with the whining of these two, Sergeant Minen's face clearly showed anger. But he said nothing. It is really annoying. Suddenly, Captain Kim spoke up. But this is a division training. These kids. This is your chance to make a name for yourself. The captain's words startled Minen. Right. A chance to make a name. His demeanor instantly filled with ambition, his eyes sparkling. Being on the front lines means there are plenty of opportunities. Coming here was definitely the right choice. Sweet. Suddenly, a dark aura emerged under the main character's shadow, and a face appeared that made him freeze. Why are you here? The face in the shadow broke into a strange smile, but Minen quickly stomped on it with his foot. On the other side, Deputy Commander Minen could not stand the two annoying soldiers and struck back, but they clung to him like leeches, endlessly complaining. We do not need any achievements. Why are we still being bothered this much at the end of the year? The eerie shadow under the main character still wore that smile. The main character sighed, thinking to himself, lucky no one is paying attention to it. He then bent down, covered the strange face with his hand, and quietly asked, so what is going on? The image of two people vaguely appeared in his mind, asking for reinforcements. Yep. It is due to a mutated monster. A request sent from the investigation team about the dungeon in Yanggu. The girl beside him added, the one that appeared in the military area. Right. The man nodded. Yep. It is not a civilian area. And it seems like two members of the investigation team suddenly lost consciousness. This is a strange incident that happened recently. It could be caused by the dungeon. So we need to deal with it as soon as possible. Leave the area control to the regular army and request all hunters from Yanggu to return immediately. The dungeon in the residential area of Wine is our priority. Everyone go there. The man next to him replied. Yep. Understood. That is all that was on Minen's mind. Suddenly he smiled, looking at the face in the shadow, then stomped down hard. Looks like I might be asking for another day off. That smile again. A few days later, in an unfamiliar apartment, in a room, the main character was walking towards a chair, putting on his coat and zipping it up. Main character Minen wondered to himself, how I prepared everything. On the table was a family photo. Do you recognize anyone in it? Yep. That is Captain Kim Tron Mine. Many of you might be wondering why our main character is at the captain's house. Right. Let us rewind a few days. Are you leaving now? Captain Kim asked with a smile. I do not understand why you are carrying more materials than anyone else at the construction site. You must want to finish early to enjoy your day off. Right. You are really something special. The male lead's eyes lit up as he replied with a smile. Yep. Thank you, Captain. But that is not a compliment, Captain Kim said. It seems your home address is currently in a restricted area. Where were you during the last break? At this question, the male lead Minen scratched his head and responded. I was at an internet cafe. The captain sighed but was not too surprised, as he probably anticipated it. Just as I thought. If you are willing, this is the key to a place you can stay. With that, Captain Kim placed the key in Minen's hand. It is an apartment where my parents used to live, but now it is empty because they are away on business. Since I went there and took a day off, it is very clean. Our Captain Kim is really thoughtful. At that suggestion, the male lead felt flustered. You do not have to do that. Of course you do. With that, Captain Kim took a pre-written address from his pocket and handed it to Minen. Although it is a bit farther than the barracks, it is still within a Wu distance. So it is better than staying at the internet cafe. Holding the paper, the male lead thought that if it was in Chuncheon, it would not be too bad. Before he left the room, Captain Kim added, Even if you do not stay there. Just take the key. Have a great day off. The male lead stood there, looking confused. Hey, Captain Kim. Why are you being so nice to me? In the administrative office. Captain Kim leaned back in his chair, sighed, then suddenly sat up and looked at the files on the desk. It was Minan's file. Staring at it for a while, he turned back to look out the window. Back in the present, the male lead glanced at Captain Kim's family photo, put on a hat, smiled lightly, and stepped outside. Minjin said. At the U District bus station, our male lead calmly walked down the street, suddenly recalling the words of the short-haired woman. The dungeon in an abandoned school in U District. Yep. All right. Please keep a distance of 1 kilometer and monitor the area. That woman was on the phone with someone. On the streets. The army had started to guard the area identified as having the dungeon. The male lead Minan moved high up, jumping from one building to another. He landed in an alley not far away, hiding behind a utility pole. All right, here we go. The image of the dungeon appeared, and he slowly approached. Not knowing what kind of monster would be there this time, it should have found out what type of monster it always was. That demon. His face showed a bit of discomfort as he remembered the strange demon that appeared in his shadow last time. Before entering the dungeon, he said, if it looks too dangerous, I will bail. A notification pops up. You have entered the dungeon. This time, it is not a cave but a gloomy forest. The main character Minan walks slowly. The ground is too wet here. Suddenly he stops, realizing there is a broken sword lying on the ground. He bends down to pick it up, thinking, was there a fight here? He halts and says, hey, that is too obvious. Show yourself. With that, he turns around, and a giant monster appears, looking like the spirit rat from before. The beast's eyes are also cloudy, with poison mist constantly swirling out, growling menacingly. Is that a fairy? He is a bit surprised. Is this the same bee who is so huge and threatening? Min Jun thinks to himself and slowly stands up. The investigation team must have had a tough time surviving an encounter with this giant creature. With that, he takes a fighting stance. No need for further words. The fairy jumps and charges at him. With his agility, he quickly dodges its attack and uses his magic punch. Once again, a burst of white-blue light appears, striking the monster's head directly. However, perhaps due to its long life, it uses its teeth to block his punch. Quite a clever dodge with this move. If it were a normal person, I fear they would not have the strength to hold anything afterward. But our main character Minan is no ordinary guy. Right, this can pose a challenge for him. The fairy opens its mouth, but he has already retracted his hand and does not forget to kick it. How dare you? You are pretty tough. Even able to take my kick. Yeah. He asks the monster, but it does not know how to talk, attacking again and forcing him to step back a few paces. Nevertheless, Minan does not hold back. Watch out. At this moment, the fairy's feet sink deeper into the ground, unable to move. A notification appears. Skill. Rot. The fairy's feet start to sink even further, and more poison mist appears. Right now, the main character attacks, throwing a series of punches. The more he hits, the more he enjoys it. You really can take a beating. Not even trying to dodge. There is a bright spot on the side of the fairy. Just before the main character's punch lands, the monster uses its hand to block. But how can it hide from him? Because once he discovers its weakness, no monster can defeat him. Even if it is tough as a bull, the monster still pushes him back a few steps, leaving some rips on his clothes. While focused on the rips, the main character Minan suddenly notices the broken sword from earlier. He removes his hat and seriously says, the monsters I have faced since returning are like ants, but you resemble a Japanese rhinoceros beetle. The Westerner holds the broken sword, looking at the monster. The creature suddenly roars and charges directly at the main character. But he does not run or dodge, so the monster grabs his head. However, a bug is still just a bug. The main character Minan growls, you piece of trash. How will you compensate for the damage to my new outfit? Now, our protagonist is truly furious. Without hesitation, he stabs the beast in its side with a broken sword. The beast screams in pain, and as if that was not enough, he kicks it with all his anger. The beast is immediately taken down. One hit to the head, and the streams of dark energy are absorbed into the sphere in our protagonist's hand. A notification appears. You have absorbed a certain amount of demonic energy. The demonic energy level has increased by 1. The demonic energy level has increased by 1. With your demonic energy reaching a threshold, you have unlocked the Shadow Entity skill. The Shadow Walker skill has been enhanced, and the basic swordsmanship skill has been established. In response to these notifications, the protagonist shows clear excitement. Opening the status window, The notification displays the basic information of the protagonist. Kim Minan, the leader of the Lumi Church, is my favorite character. Power 65. Agility 60. Stamina 60. Demonic Energy 22. Skills. Decay D. Shadow Walker. Shadow NE E. Basic Swordsmanship E. Basic Weapon E. Inner Force. Shadow NE E. Shoot an invisible arrow using Basic Swordsmanship E to increase sword usage level. With a delighted expression, he exclaims, ranged attack. Awesome. But why do I have basic swordsmanship skills? So that was the hit I landed earlier with the broken sword. His face brightens as he says, because I finished it off with a critical hit. Come at me. Thinking about it, it was already injured before it encountered me. Right. He approaches the corpse of the goblin. Pulling out the sword he just stabbed it with. What was that shiny thing just now? Out of curiosity, he rummages through the goblin's body, suddenly stopping and exclaiming, there is a black liquid on his hand, and in the center of his palm is a sharp metal object. He picks it up, wondering if it is a shard of the broken sword. Is it from the investigation team? A series of questions arise in the protagonist's mind, but looking closely, it seems somewhat familiar. Suddenly, 3 goblins appear from behind. He stuffs the object into his pocket, stands up. Perfect timing. I was just wanting to try out my new skills. Come here. The protagonist responds excitedly. This time, the goblin infestation is more harmless than usual. 2 black spirals appear in the protagonist's hands. Right now, let us see the power of the E-tier skill. Saying that, the 2 streams of black energy shoot out from his hands. The 2 monsters outside are hit squarely. The goblin in the middle seems a bit intimidated. The protagonist unleashes a surge of demonic energy, saying, even though I have finished my mission, I can stay longer to clean up. The remaining goblin grimaces in fear, and he takes advantage of the situation, smiling in a way that would make a child scream, saying, where are your buddies? At this moment, outside the dungeon, anyone standing nearby could clearly hear the terrified screams of the monsters. Soon after, our protagonist strides out, pausing for a moment to turn back to the dungeon and say, all right, I have finished this dungeon. Now it is time to play D-piece. One of his eyes radiates a demonic aura. A few days later, Team 2 is selected again for a mission. The sergeant, looking pale, lurks behind, while protagonist Minan walks calmly. What mission are they going on? We thought we deserved a break. But when we returned to the camp with light hearts, the whole team was in chaos. Sergeant Donghan Gang was crying, holding the main character Minan, saying it really felt like a dungeon. We have a hunting drill next week. Meanwhile, Sergeant Cho and Dong Hyan sat huddled in a corner, despondent. But how could we avoid this mission? Commander Kim was intently studying the terrain map of the dungeon. One team would start from a random position and move toward the center of the dungeon. This empty dungeon will have 8 entrances leading to a central location. Commander Kim Chon-min was reviewing the terrain map and organizing the formation when he suddenly stopped and shouted, everyone, prepare for battle and take your positions on the hill ahead. This is a practical training exercise at the division level, dealing with emergency combat situation, preparing to face whatever monsters come our way. Everyone was in a battle-ready stance, looking extremely serious, faces tense as strings, but our main character was incredibly excited. This battle would encounter monsters appearing sporadically in the distance. Dark spots appeared. Their shapes were bizarre with big mouths, no arms or legs, gliding through the air like balloons. Rushing forward. It is the Dark Spheres. Yep. It is definitely the Dark Spheres. Commander Kim ordered Min to stand still, commanding, everyone, put away your specialized weapons and prepare your guns. Everyone hurried into battle formation. As expected, this was going to be the most exciting training session. The main character could not hide his excitement. Ready to shoot, the commander ordered everyone to focus on aiming. Many of the dark spheres were hit, yet they were still hard to take down. Vice Commander Minan shouted. The dark spheres had tough skin and could fly, making them difficult to catch with melee weapons. We need to take them down before they get too close. However, even under the rain of bullets, a few dark spheres were undeterred. Charging forward, faced with this situation, Commander Kim Chon-min shouted the order to stop firing. The whole team prepared for close combat. There are 3 left. It will be very difficult to kill them if they manage to suck blood from the soldiers. So be careful to ensure we do not get bitten. The main character Minan stroked his chain, thinking, I guess it will all end if I get bitten. If we have many injured soldiers, our team score will definitely drop. At that moment, a dark sphere charged towards the 3 soldiers. I won't let that happen. Saying that, The main character proudly jumped in front of the 3 soldiers and shouted, "Sergeant Lee kicked the dark sphere away." The main character was really funny. Everyone stood in shock. All 3 looked up at the dark sphere flying up into the blue sky. I do not know how long everyone watched it fly, but my neck is starting to feel a bit sore. It would be easier if I could hit it with the dark matter. The main character thought to himself. Before the dark sphere fell, 2 soldiers managed to take aim and shot it, causing it to explode in mid-air. And thus, the main character Minun would take on the task of shooting the sphere in the air while his teammates aimed. "All right, everyone aim at those dark clouds in the sky." Commander Kim Kronmin spoke. The first mission accomplished. The dark clouds have been completely wiped out. Their corpses lay scattered on the ground. Commander Kim Chon-min addressed the team. "We will take a 10-minute break. During the break, check your personal equipment. See if anyone in the team is injured, and report to me if there is." Kim Chon-min patted Minun on the shoulder, leaving him a bit dazed. Dong-hun and Wang Sach in the front gave a thumbs up, silently saying, "You did great." Suddenly, Dong-hyun turned to look at Kwang Sach. Their eyes met, and both turned away without saying a word. Meanwhile, the sergeant's group had the 2 green-haired guys sitting and catching their breath. The sergeant spoke up. "Do you think this training session is harder than the last one?" "I have fought in several matches already," Sejao replied tiredly. "Not sure. But there is a rumor that this is not an empty dungeon," the sergeant exclaimed in surprise. "What are you talking about?" Sejong waved dismissively. "Isn't there supposed to be a boss in this dungeon?" the sergeant inquired. Sejong recalled the blurry image of 3 soldiers holding weapons appearing. However, in front of them was a soldier with a slightly round figure, using a towel to wipe his hands, next to a gigantic elephant. The soldier kept wiping off the blood on his hands, suddenly stopping when he saw the 3 soldiers appear. He smiled knowingly, pointing at them and saying, "So where can we train now?" "Right." So they captured it and locked it up at the assembly point, because they feared the dungeon would be punished. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face helplessly. The sergeant sitting next to him could not hold back either. These 2 were really too funny. So fragile. Just as the scene was sorrowful, Deputy Commander Minun appeared, placing his hand on their shoulders, coldly saying, "Wait. Lazybones. The break is over." Though they did not want to, these 2 dared not defy the order. Both replied in unison, "Yep, Commander." Then helplessly followed the deputy commander. The main character sighed as he watched them. Those 2 in the Hunter Brigade are really cool. After the break, everyone began the next mission. Leading the way was still Commander Kim Chon-min, followed by Deputy Commander Minun and the 2 lazy ones. The team was most afraid of being led by him. Commander Kim Chon-min raised his hand to signal the team to stop, his mouth forming a long ah. Everyone in the team also looked on in confusion. The main character was equally surprised. Below them sat a figure cross-legged waiting for their group. A tag around his neck marked Wounded Warrior. Yep. He was the man the main character eagerly wanted to meet. The 2 stars of the Hunter Brigade. Meanwhile, somewhere else, an old man sat smoking a cigarette, suddenly opening his eyes to see the armored soldier standing in front of him. He spoke. "Back so? Did you mess up?" At the old man's question, the armored soldier awkwardly bowed his head, his hands clasped in front of him, looking like a child being scolded by his parents for doing something wrong. "Well, you have to follow that woman's orders." Saying that, he extended his hand forward, understanding the cue. The soldier bowed respectfully and handed his sword to the old man. Holding the sword, the old man observed intently and spoke. "This is quite serious. Where did you hunt the monsters?" At the central dungeon assembly point, a discussion was taking place in a tent. "I mean, the monster presence is significantly higher than expected." A soldier spoke up. "I hope there are no incidents." That was Lieutenant Colonel Kung Chan. Facing him was Colonel Lee Sunjin. The kind-faced man spoke up. "The division commander believes that the average combat capability of our troops is gradually weakening. But I think we are letting them go too far." Lieutenant Colonel Ko Jong-chan responded. At that moment, Colonel Junbi suddenly walked. Everyone performed the military's characteristic salute. Colonel Junba asked, "Do you know where the division commander has gone?" In response to this question, Colonel Wei Sung-jun and Lieutenant Colonel Kung Chan helplessly replied. It seems right after that, Colonel Jbm shouted, "What?" Faced with his friend's anger, Colonel Wei Sung-jin put his hands behind his head, chuckling, and replied, "You know him. Who can stop him?" Colonel Lund, looking worried, continued, "But why is he participating in this training? Why does he have to come to my kid's area?" Lieutenant Colonel Kojin interjected. The division commander said one thing before leaving. As he spoke, Lieutenant Colonel Ko pushed up his glasses. dangerously saying, "There is a soldier I want to see in person." Returning to the training site, a soldier with a wounded badge sat smiling brightly. It seemed he had been waiting for them for quite a while. Everyone stood frozen, speechless as they looked at this man. Commander Min thought to himself that there would be a tough challenge involving a wounded soldier. However, the position of that wounded person was believed to be one of the senior officers of the division command. But who would have thought it was the division commander himself? Just breaking his thoughts, the man stood right in front of Commander Kim, smiling and pointing to the wounded badge around his neck, saying, "Captain, take good care of me." This made Commander Kim shiver. Stammering, "Hello, I am First Lieutenant Kim Chon-min."
Yep, sir.
Meanwhile, the group assigned to carry the wounded was quite confused by the imposing figure standing in front of them. He really is a big guy. I wonder if we can carry him. Looking at the stretcher prepared for the mission, and then glancing at the strong build of the division commander, I can't imagine him lying on that stretcher. At this moment, the deputy commander spoke up.
"Sir,
we will proceed to get you onto the stretcher." He glanced over, hands clasped behind him, and spoke. Sergeant Kim, the deputy commander, nervously replied,
"Sir,
"I am First Sergeant Kim Mine. By now, do not you still know my nature?" Saying that, he crushed the stretcher with his bare hands, dusted off his hands, and turned away. Well, his face clearly shows he is not happy at the commander's actions. Deputy Commander Minen spoke up. "But for training purposes, you need to get treated." Before finishing his sentence, the commander raised his hand and said, "Forget it. I won't do anything. I already told you. So just leave me alone and continue with your training." Deputy Commander Minen could only sniffle. At that moment, the commander looked at the main character Minen, smiling hopefully. The main character Minen saw the commander's expression and could not help but smile eagerly. This training session is going to be a blast. The fun is not over yet. Not only do we encounter various monsters, but there are also different weaponry prepared by the division. This training is getting more exciting, at least from the main character's perspective. But for some others, this training is brutal. They are always out of breath from continuous fighting. Squad 2. Team 2. Private Jean Chan-ho is on a mission to defeat a monstrous lizard, giving it his all as he screams. He delivers a decisive blow. Although the hit took down the monster, another one appeared from behind. In the sweltering heat, combined with the constant fighting, he reached his limit and quickly collapsed. At that moment, the monster attacked again, but was taken down by the main character. A notification popped up. Basic swordsmanship skill slightly increased. Although this is just a basic skill, I think it boosts my power a bit. Maybe I will level up thanks to this training. The main character raised his hand in front of Private Jean Chan-ho. Soldier Jin took the main character's hand, tiredly saying, "Thank you." The main character Minen remained silent, unsure of what he was thinking. At that moment, everyone was fiercely attacking the monstrous lizards, and yet another beast was defeated. However, there were still many of them left. But the main character Minen, with his agile moves, took them down one by one with a single strike. While taking down the last beast, the commander Kim noticed him, but shortly after, he quickly tossed his sword aside. Meanwhile, the commander stood outside observing. It is said that the exercises on this hunter's field are the toughest ever. A monster appeared behind him, preparing to attack but was punched into the air with just one hand. Commander Kim spoke. "After this round, I will take a break. Everyone, give it your all until the end." "Is everything okay?" the commander asked.
"Yep, sir."
The main character raised a finger indicating he was fine. The commander showed a satisfied smile, clearly delighted. But surely Kim Minen made a lasting impression on everyone. Meanwhile, in the north of the dungeon, the girls were battling dark orbs. However, they were starting to feel wary, as the dark orbs, tough as leeches, did not let up on them. One orb lunged to attack, and a girl with blue hair wielding a sword delivered a crushing blow, shattering the dark orb. Everyone got back on their feet, regaining their strength, and one girl excitedly said, "Bayonet Sungya, you really are cool. You took down almost all of them by yourself." This girl was too careless, getting excited too soon. A dark sphere suddenly lunged from behind. Before she could realize the danger, a helmet flew towards her. The girl unexpectedly fell down. A girl's hair fluttered in the wind. The girl turned back to look, seeing another girl blocking the dark sphere's deadly bite with her sword. But she was also close to the cliff. The situation was precarious. If she slipped, that girl could lose her life. As the kiss descended, the second squad was resting. laughing and chatting happily after their grueling training mission. Meanwhile, Commander Kim and Deputy Commander Mining looked on in disbelief, as if witnessing something surreal. Suddenly, the division commander spoke. All team members have managed to get this far without serious injuries. The team commander really has talent, the division commander said with a smile. At the division commander's praise, Captain Kim looked a bit confused, wondering where this would lead. Then he turned to Minen and said, "It is all thanks to the team members." The division commander responded, acknowledging some of it was also due to your abilities. He then patted Commander Kim on the back, encouraging him to keep giving it his all until the end. There was that hopeful smile again. "Thank you," Commander Kim replied. He then turned to look at Deputy Commander Minen. His arm was slung around him. In the tense atmosphere, Deputy Commander Minhee's helpless sigh broke the hesitation of the young soldier. "What are you hesitating about? Is that all the help you can offer?" Behind them, the two soldiers carrying the stretcher could only sit quietly, observing the exchange between the division commander and the deputy commander. Wang Sech's curiosity was piqued as he spoke up. "Is this about Corporal Sanj? This is your second hunter drill?" "Right. That is right. Can I ask you something?" "Do not ask." Ignoring the refusal, Kwang X's innocent gaze turned toward a spot where there was a warning sign and a strange hole. "What is that?" "That, it is the hole." Corporal Sanj's candid answer made someone exclaim, "You two are really clueless." Commander Kim Jae-min broke the conversation. "Let us move out. Everyone back to your positions." Still, on the way, Kwang Sech could not stop wondering. "The hole."
Yeah.
"The hole still does not satisfy me," Kwang Sech repeated. "The hole. I know it is a hole." But this time Corporal Lai suddenly turned around, acting wise. "You do not know anything about dungeon holes. Did you fall asleep when the information about the dungeon was given?" Though many mysteries about the dungeon phenomenon remain, he adjusted his glasses and continued in a knowledgeable tone. "There is a theory that it connects to another dimension through a portal. And no matter what, there can't be a perfect link between infinite dimensions. Right, not only are there limits within the dungeon, but those connecting places will also be cut off. The random spots where this happens are called dungeon holes." Wang Sech asked. "So what happens if you go beyond the limits or fall into the dungeon pit?" The surgeon stroked his chin, looking thoughtful. "I am not sure about that, but I have heard that you will be teleported back to any position in the dungeon." Suddenly, the whole group halted, as a small figure lay motionless in front of them. The unexpected situation forced everyone to take a break. A moment later, the girl had woken up and was sitting down drinking water. After Commander Kim Jong-min reported the situation to the camp, the division commander quietly stood by, observing. Commander Kim approached the girl. "I have reported the situation to the 4th Battalion, so you do not need to worry and just rest." The girl looked up, her eyes pleading. "Can you help me confirm if the members of my battalion are safe? Sergeant Kim Jong-min is fine, and they are really worried about you. They stopped training to look for you, but they probably started again since I just updated them." "Thank you," the girl replied, her face showing less tension. Suddenly realizing something, she frowned at her bandaged leg, then furrowed her brow. Deputy Commander Minen spoke up, saying that with her leg like that, continuing training would be a bit difficult. "It is crucial for hunters to take care of themselves, as it improves their fighting ability." Commander Kim Jong-min added, "I have contacted headquarters, so the transport team will be here soon." Unfortunately, this training session has to end. The girl seemed unwilling but had no other choice. "How is she?" The division commander suddenly spoke up, startling the girl. "Division Commander Do Kine. Why is he here?" She thought to herself. "That is strange. Is not this team training too?" Commander Kim Jong-min replied, "She is fine. There are no serious external injuries, but it seems she has a fractured left ankle. I think it would be a bit difficult if she continues training." That is too bad. We were almost done anyway." With that, the division commander turned to ask the girl, "What happened to you?" "I am Private Sun Ainyo," the girl replied. Flustered, "I fell off a cliff while fighting a monster. Then I passed out. When I opened my eyes, I found myself here." "Did you leave the dungeon limits, or did you fall into the dungeon pit?" "Either way, it is lucky you were found so soon," the division commander said seriously. Suddenly he paused. "Wait a minute. What did you say your name was?"
Yep.
"It is Bitch Nut Sun Ainshio. Sun Ainshio from the 4th Battalion. Daughter of Sono," the division commander asked loudly. The girl blushed as she replied,
Yep.
"Indeed. What a twist of fate. Now she herself is playing the role of a victim." The division commander looked around as if searching for something, leaving everyone puzzled. Suddenly he exclaimed, then looked towards this main character, Sergeant Kim Minen. The main character instinctively turned around.
Yep.
That is, you innocently ran over. Upon seeing Kim Minan, the girl blushed and thought, why him? The commander gave the order without hesitation. Corporal Kim Minan, hurry and carry her. The sudden command made the girl want to find a hole to hide in. The male lead asked in confusion. Carry her. She is injured, the commander emphasized. His expression was unusually frightening. At that moment, the male lead noticed the girl sitting with her face covered. A thought flashed in his mind, like gaining another achievement. While the male lead was still contemplating, the commander's eyes seemed to begin smoking. Okay, I get the situation now. He immediately broke into a bright smile.
Yep.
All right, then let us go. The male lead bent down in a ready stance, causing the girl to blush and scream. Seriously, the girl was already embarrassed. The male lead, not one to back down, wore a threatening expression. If you do not want to, just give up. But if you do, you will lose all your training points. So what do you want now? At the male lead's question, the girl could only bow her head and sigh. Please take good care of me. The male lead's expression was like he had struck gold. Looking at Kim Minan, Corporal Jiang Han Jiang sighed. That bastard is truly a monster. How does he still have so much strength? Soldier Jin replied. He is not even human. Is he? Carrying a girl seems like nothing to him. Worrying about him in this case is a bit unnecessary. Commander Kim Jong-min said. Just follow the deputy commander. And if you feel tired, report immediately. The male lead, with a look like a wolf that caught its prey, replied. That is not going to happen. But internally, he was struggling fiercely. The girl sitting behind spoke up. I think you do not even know what you just said. He turned to look at her, wondering what she was talking about. Can't you see I am carrying you just fine? At his expression, the girl turned away, thinking, damn it, this lecherous guy, since he took on the task of carrying me. Have you noticed he has been smiling the whole time? If you think he is a ladies' man, you are mistaken. Simply put, he is smiling because he has a tangible achievement on his back, so he is very enthusiastic. The commander was watching from behind when suddenly Deputy Commander Min-hee spoke up. She was treated specially because she is the daughter of another commander. Someone is bound to say that, the commander replied. There is no rule saying we can help the injured. This is part of the training process. Besides, you forgot one thing. Deputy Commander Min-hee was confused and did not understand. The commander's eyebrows furrowed. Sana. That bastard is not simple. After being carried by the male lead Minan for a while, the girl Sun Anio began to feel uncomfortable. Her gaze fixed ahead. This made Kwangsich, who was walking in front, feel a chill down his spine and left him speechless. Then she glanced at the division commander. At that moment, the commander was standing with his hands clasped behind his back, following Deputy Commander Min with a wary face that clearly showed 2 lines of unbearable annoyance. Suddenly, she asked the male lead, if you are tired, just let me know, and I will back out. Consider this a concern. However, our male lead just did not get it. It is, compared to that burden, you are much lighter. You are being too blunt. Kim Minan, why are you calling me a burden? This made Sun Anio behind him widen her eyes in surprise. A burden. In response to that question, Minan took the opportunity to speak more. I do not know what he is thinking right now, right? In terms of weight, you should be around 50. Wait, she said loudly. This caught everyone's attention. But perhaps due to fatigue, no one seemed to care. Only our Kwangsich noticed this couple. Knowing she could not speak up in this situation, she could only helplessly whisper, I will keep quiet. So please stay silent too. The male lead Minan was frozen. He probably had no idea where he went wrong. Then she looked at Minan, sighed, and said, one day, I will repay you for helping me. If you have been following Minan since the beginning, then you are probably familiar with his desire. Okay. I am looking forward to it, he said, still unable to close his mouth, because at that moment, he was thinking that if the one repaying the favor was her, then even better. That is why he accepted the task of carrying her without complaint. He started teasing her again. But where were we? You are lighter than a burden. So you must be around 50. Shut up. Will you? She was somewhat angry. But from an outsider's perspective, they looked like a new lead couple. Quite interesting. Suddenly, the division commander and Deputy Commander Min-hee exchanged glances. Hi. What are they thinking right now? The night began to fall. If you think they will get a break, you are mistaken. They kept moving on. Wang Six showed clear signs of fatigue, while Commander Kim Jin, with beads of sweat, focused on the map. The 2 lazy guys started complaining. You two, please do not be any more of a nuisance. The sergeant suddenly spoke up. Afria Zin behind looked even more miserable, forcing himself to say, I told you, this is hell. who changed the normal training routine into this hell. These two could only silently shed tears. You know who they are talking about.
Yep.
That is the division commander. If it were just normal training, what would be interesting about it? There needs to be some challenge for the story to be interesting. At that moment, Commander Kim Jong-min spoke up. About 2 kilometers more. Stay focused and do not slack off until the very last moment. Pass the message down. 2nd Platoon. 1st Squad. Private Lieks in 2nd Platoon. 1st Squad Sergeant Lijight sighed in relief as they finally reached their destination. You thought you would get a break. How could that be called a hellish challenge? The two brothers suddenly could not smile. As far away in the starless sky, with few clouds, a dark mass was flying. Sergeant Lijight shouted. Squad leader. There is a group of monsters up ahead. Commander Kim Jong-min instinctively looked up. And the whole team prepared to fight the monsters ahead. They were airborne creatures. A swarm of black birds. Each one fiercely diving down at them like arrows. Commander Kim Jong-min was puzzled by this attack. Why were the black birds appearing here at this time, surrounded by the horde of monsters? The division commander quietly observed the situation, calculating in his mind. Having come this far with a seriously injured man, yet still encountering trouble, the blackbirds, a small sparrow species from the planet, had claws and teeth sharp enough to tear flesh apart. Even though the hunters would not die from such wounds, the pain they inflicted was extremely severe. These creatures were stubborn to the point of madness. Narrowing his eyes seriously. I can't even see them anymore because my vision is fading. Meanwhile, everyone had drawn their swords to attack. The deputy commander stood in front to protect the main character, and the division commander. Things were looking grim. From the perspective of an injured observer, their reactions now could be grounds for a point deduction. His words were not wrong. The deputy commander Minhee silently analyzed. Realizing his teammates were fighting in a state of exhaustion, lacking any momentum, they could not use fatigue and limited vision as an excuse. After all, they were hunters. If I leave my position and run to help them, the situation may not change. In fact, if I exceed my limits, I might lose points. All right. Just trust the squad leader and wait for his command. While the deputy commander was quietly observing, the main character Minan could no longer hold back. The prospect of the whole team losing points, something he absolutely did not want, loomed before him. He blurted out, without hesitation or doubt, even forgetting that he was carrying an injured person on his back. Charging straight ahead, the sudden action startled the girl Io, who screamed,
"Hey,
Kim Minan the hunter. Where are you running off to?" He ran to the squad leader, shouting, "Squad leader, please give me a chance." The squad leader, surprised, yelled, What the hell are you talking about? You are carrying an injured person on your back, and you dare say that everyone has reached their limit," Minjin said. "If you think he cares about the lives of his teammates, you are mistaken. Right now, he only cares about possibly losing points." He continued, "We can keep going like this. I can do it." Under his determined gaze, the captain, though silent, decided to give him a chance. "All right. What is your plan?" Then the two started whispering to each other, and the squad leader exclaimed loudly, not knowing what he was saying. What did you say?" The injured girl behind also instinctively covered her mouth. Pausing for a moment, the squad leader said, "If it does not work, we will retreat immediately. You only have one chance, right?" Main character Minan replied confidently.
"Yep, sir."
The injured girl behind was confused by these two, doubting the feasibility of the plan. How can we carry out that plan in this situation? What is wrong with these people? The blackbird suddenly soared into the sky, forming a circle. Everyone was clueless about what they were planning. The squad leader shouted, "Bring the injured here. I will carry them," Minjin said. "There is no time left. Execute the plan now." Squad leader. At that command, Commander Kim Jong-min was momentarily stunned. But the situation was too urgent to hesitate. He yelled orders to his team. Everyone moved back behind Corporal Kim Min-juni. "Get ready to fire." This left the division commander in shock. "What? Fire? Are you seriously going to shoot them with a rifle?" He gripped the gun's trigger firmly. The main character held on tight, not wanting to lose any injured. Aincio frowned, her attitude showing reluctance. "That crazy guy." Then she hugged the main character tightly. Minan's eyes began to glow with a demonic light, making him a sorcerer. The blackbirds above began to dive down. Darkness was already too familiar to him. Just like back in the rookie hunting grounds. Saying that, he used his powers to start aiming. At this moment, the target was in sight. Moreover, he had the dark skill, and the energy began to concentrate in his hand on the trigger. A notification appeared. The dark skill shot fired. To avoid detection, The main character concealed his power within the long-range gun. A dark aura enveloped the bullet as it sped towards the monstrous bird. Instantly, the black bird was shot in half. The girl opened her eyes, witnessing everything unfold. Exclaiming, "He killed it." But how? The main character smiled, firmly holding the victory. The bullet, as large as a cannonball, surrounded by demonic energy. How could it be dodged, and in such darkness? No one could detect it. The dark skill was indeed unbeatable. Then he chuckled, as the blackbirds attacked again, flying toward them. But they were quickly shot down in the sky. Each shot hit the target, leaving everyone stunned. The bodies of the blackbirds were falling. Kwang Sich looked at the main character, unable to believe it. Because the main character Minan single-handedly took them out, shooting despite limited visibility. His face showing no fatigue, while carrying an injured person. That damn guy. He accidentally stepped back as if realizing something, catching the attention of a soldier in front of him. The squad leader behind him was left speechless. The scene shifted as everyone arrived at the assembly point. Everyone in the base applauded them for completing their mission excellently. The gate opened, and everyone began to enter the base. Kwang Sich looked slightly more relaxed, letting out a sigh of relief. Finally, "It is," Corporal Jiang Henjiang spoke up. Deputy Commander Mini, with a tense expression, was the last to pass through the gate, and the recorder announced loudly, "All members of the 2nd Platoon, 2nd Company, 2nd Squad have successfully passed." Everyone finally sighed in relief, their faces all breaking into smiles. The main character Minan was no exception. As everyone had managed to pull through, the medical team began to be dispatched, and a commander spoke up. "Medical team, please check on the injured brought in first." 2 medics rushed over. Squad leader Kim Jun could not hide his joy and appreciation as he looked at his teammates and said, "You guys did great. Thank you for not giving up and holding on till the last moment." At the squad leader's words of thanks, everyone smiled with pride and chimed in, "Great job, everyone." Just then, Deputy Commander Mini turned around and said, "We have made it to the finish line. No slacking off now. We will head back to the barracks and rest." Everyone entered the barracks. The squad leader was taken aback as he looked at the main character. Munin was still carrying Ansio, his face beaming as he asked a medic, "Where do we go to get our rewards?" This left everyone confused. Ansio, sitting behind, felt a bit awkward because of him. The squad leader called out to Kim Minan. He was the one who worked the hardest. "You are always the first to act and never hesitate in the face of difficulty." In response to the squad leader's praise, Min Jun smiled and replied, "Thank you, sir. I knew this already, but I still felt a bit embarrassed hearing it." Ansio, sitting on the main character's back, spoke up, "Can you put me down now?" The medic standing there was also stunned. Those two acted like he was invisible. After sitting on the stretcher, Ansio, looking a bit guilty, said, "I am sorry for causing inconvenience to the team and thank you." The squad leader said, "We are proud that we completed this training together, so do not see yourself as a burden." Suddenly, the division commander popped up out of nowhere, laughing. "Ha! Good job. Good job. Our team has finally completed the training." Saying that, he rushed over to hug the main character, but he managed to dodge in time. With the division commander's bulky build, our Minan was like a little rabbit. Ooh. Missed the hug. Do not think you can escape. He is not someone who gives up easily. Everyone watching that scene was also in shock. The squad leader could only smile awkwardly. Ha! But really, it is all thanks to this kid, right? He finally caught the main character. Before he could give a hug, someone interrupted. "Hello." He turned to look, his expression changing 360 degrees. The main character was also surprised. The one who interrupted was Colonel Y, from the 104th Division, the commander of the 4th Battalion. She was walking toward the division commander. The high-ranking officers behind could only look up at the sky, down at the ground, and at the clouds, as she seemed very angry, coldly walking past the division commander. The main character was also surprised by her actions. She approached Ansio and gently asked, "How's your injury?" Ansio also seemed a bit surprised and quickly replied, "Aside from the injury on my left ankle, it is nothing serious." "Colonel Y," he said sternly, "You are lucky you fell into that pit. Move her carefully." The soldier carrying the stretcher replied.
"Yep."
Colonel Y watched the medical team take Ansio away, then coldly turned to the division commander and asked, "How did the inspection go?" The commander, despite being a strong man, turned pale and trembled before this woman. Then she smiled gently and continued, "Can I have a private chat with you for a moment?" "Right now," the commander, looking less than pleased, asked back. Colonel Y still replied very gently, "That is right." The commander asked again, "Does it have to be right now?" Colonel Yi, with an extremely intimidating face, still restrained herself and spoke softly.
Yep.
"Right now. After everyone finishes the training, the second squad will start returning to normal activities." Meanwhile, in the mess hall, the main character Minun was enjoying his meal. His portion was double that of a normal person. While there was not a single soldier around, the chef brought out a tray of fried chicken and said, "Hunter Kim Minun, would you like some more fried chicken?" Minun's eyes lit up. Fried chicken is delicious. No matter who you are, you can't resist this dish. Right, like a child. The main character looked at the chef and said, "I can finish this whole pile." The chef looked around the mess hall, gestured forward, and smiled. "That is right. Everyone's asleep now, so I doubt anyone will come eat." Minun eagerly looked at the tray of fried chicken and said, "Then I can't let it go to waste. Give it to me." The chef asked, "You are from the second squad of the second company, right? I have heard you are the best in the division during this training," holding a chicken leg in each hand. Minun said, "Really?" The chef added, "That is right. I heard the leadership mention that. The battalion commander praised your performance. Hunter Kim Min Jun. I heard you even took out a bunch of blackbirds at night. Is that true?" "That is right. You could take them down in the dark." "That is impressive. I have heard this exercise is the toughest one ever in the entire division. About 70% of the recruits and trainees dropped out." The chef said in admiration after a lengthy speech. Regardless of what the chef was rambling on about, he continued munching away, satisfaction on his face as he said, "So good. It is amazing." At that moment, 3 soldiers walked down the hallway. General Lai, with a toothpick in his mouth, unconsciously looked out the window, a bit surprised. Opening the window, he spoke up. "The barracks seem too quiet." The soldier replied,
"Yep.
Because according to your orders, everyone had a break this morning, so they are probably still asleep. These kids should get up and eat." Saying that, they continued walking. General Lai, with his hands in his pockets, spoke as he walked. "Everyone seems to have worked hard during this training." The division commander was also quite impressed. At this moment, Lieutenant Kim Chu spoke up eagerly. "I heard he personally came to supervise the second squad, the second company. Our division commander is really something. He is cool and does not act all high and mighty." At that moment, General Lai suddenly became serious and cleared his throat. This makes Lieutenant Chiu pale with fear. "Did I say something wrong?" General Lai reflected on Colonel Yi's conversation with the division commander before speaking up. "You are not wrong. But because of that, the company commander went crazy yesterday." Lieutenant Chiu asked nervously, "What kind of person is she who can speak to the division commander like that?" General Lai sighed. "Well, what she said was not wrong. We can't really defend him. He left his position without any notice. Besides, even I find the company commander a bit intimidating. And this time it is all because of you, Kim Min." Lieutenant Chiu said, "That is right. He is really something special." General Lai replied,
"Yep.
He has already proven his capabilities to the division commander." Then he laughed. "I really look forward to the monthly meeting." Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the 104th Division, in the division commander's office, the division commander adjusted his glasses and stared at the report. Colonel Y sat calmly in a chair, drinking tea. After a while of staring at the report, the division commander lowered his glasses and sighed. "The schedule for handling those tunnels is fine. How's Ancio doing?" Colonel Y placed his teacup down on the table and replied, "They said the bones are not broken, since her wound is almost healed. She will finish her treatment tomorrow and continue her mission." The division commander showed a slightly surprised expression and exclaimed, "She seems just like her father." At that moment, the phone suddenly rang. Ringing, the division commander answered the phone.
"Yep.
Doak here," the voice on the other end said.
"Me."
"You bastard." He is starting to get angry from being called that. "Who's this?" The mysterious person on the other end spoke softly. "Me." "Have you already forgotten my voice?" The division commander looked at the phone number on the screen, his expression a bit startled, and said, "Is that really you?" Colonel Y sat quietly beside him, observing the conversation. The mysterious person spoke.
"Yep.
Me." "Dukan, how about we have a one-on-one match?" "Old man."
"Yep."
The person speaking with the division commander is Major General Sono, the commander of the 107th Division, Sono's father. He frowned and shouted into the phone, "Sono, where did this old man come from calling here, and what did you just call me? What kind of bastard?" Colonel Wu looked at Division Commander Du with a confused expression. his brows slightly furrowing as if he were watching kids argue. Meanwhile, Major General Sun continued to tease. That is just how you are. Anyway, let us have a match. You choose the location that suits you. Hearing the Brigadier General's words through the phone, the division commander pressed his hand to his forehead. He sighed, looking somewhat helpless. This crazy guy is acting like this just because his daughter got hurt. Is he even a soldier, or has he forgotten he is a general? Colonel Yu, still confused about the situation, suddenly perked up at the mention of general. The division commander could actually argue one-on-one with a general. Both were high-ranking officers in the military yet were bickering over the phone. On the brigadier general's side, he raised an eyebrow, using the serious tone of a general to mock division commander Du.
Yep.
I am a soldier and hold a high rank, so I just want to practice a bit. And compared to Bao Cat, Bao Du Sioki is much better. Division commander Du on the other end frowned tightly. He could not understand what that brigadier general wanted. His face was slightly grim. It felt really annoying to be teased like this. Division Commander Du shouted. Enough with the childish games. Division Commander Du gripped the phone tightly. Perhaps all soldiers have such muscular hands. If he squeezed any harder, the phone might break. On the sofa in Division Commander Du's office, Colonel Yu sat staring intently at the commander on the phone. Her tense hand rested on her knee, and the cup of tea she was drinking seemed like it would go cold while she waited to hear more. Division Commander Du spoke into the phone again. I am sorry about your daughter getting hurt, but that was an accident during training. It can't be avoided. Inside the phone, the Brigadier General's mocking voice rang out again. How could someone without a family like you understand? The Brigadier General's words made Division Commander Du's face flush with anger. He held the phone so tightly that the screen cracked like glass struck by a hammer. The Division Commander jumped up, slamming his fist down on the table. It seemed he had been driven to a furious rage. His anger flared up like a fire roaring in the room. He yelled into the phone. This is too much. If you are so brave, tell me where you are. The phone fell silent with no response. The division commander lowered his voice slightly. Suspicious? Why are not you answering? You are Jade. Right, just stay there. Then, as if realizing something, Division Commander Du's face turned red again. Perhaps his anger had reached its peak. He gripped the phone tightly until it shattered. On the screen, a spiderweb of cracks filled the display. His voice roared, drowning out the sound of the phone screen breaking. It is not because I can't get married. You jerk. It is because I just do not want to. The fury of Division Commander Du was released onto the table, pounding it repeatedly to vent his anger. His shouts echoed throughout the room. So you are not married, and just taking everything from your grandfather. Are you planning to run away without answering? Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Colonel Yu had no choice but to step forward and gently hold the shoulder of the out-of-control division commander. If she kept sitting still, the table would probably shatter into pieces. Looking helplessly at her superior, she gently reminded him that the call had already ended. Division Commander Du-han glanced down at his phone. The poor victim of his fury. Both the front and back shattered. He growled in his throat, his face still filled with rage. It seems this anger will smolder for a long time. His gaze shifted to Colonel Yu. His tone softened a bit, but his frustration was still evident. Do you have Suntiho's number? Call him right away. Colonel Yu hesitated slightly, silent for a moment, unsure of how to respond. Then took a deep breath to regain her composure. The division commander's furious demeanor probably made her a bit anxious. She spoke softly. It is understandable that Sir Sun is angry. Her words seemed to add fuel to the fire. The muscles in Division Commander Du's face tensed. He ground his teeth, unable to unleash his anger on her. But it still flared up. What? Now you are on his side too. You are the one who told him that the girl was injured. Right. Colonel Wu remained calm. The demeanor of a professional female soldier radiated from her. When the girl was brought in, the hospital must have called her guardian already. Besides, he could easily find out that his injured daughter had received special permission to complete her training before being transferred to the hospital. Hearing her reasonable analysis, Division Commander Du's face relaxed a bit. The tension easing somewhat, he slightly raised his eyebrows, silently contemplating something. Seeing this, Colonel Wu smiled gently, seemingly successful in calming her superior's anger. She continued, at least if you can't apologize, you should give him an explanation. You just want to understand the capabilities of the second squad. Right. The division commander seemed a bit embarrassed by his earlier loss of control. He cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment and admitted, Yep. I had planned to do that. I wanted to see how those kids would react to a real injured soldier. I guess I should explain to him to avoid misunderstandings. Colonel Wu slowly took out her phone, intending to hand it to the division commander to call the general. But when his hand reached out, She suddenly hesitated. Colonel Yu's delicate eyebrows furrowed when she glanced at the shattered phone in Division Commander Du's hand earlier. She paused for a moment, worried about her phone's fate, and casually said, "I will call him and put it on speaker." With that, Colonel Yu dialed the number, placed the phone on the table, and calmly sat down. Across from her, the division commander looked a bit embarrassed. He did not expect her to act this way. He stared for a moment before sitting down opposite Colonel Yu. The ringing tone echoed from the phone on the table. The division commander crossed his arms, biting his lip, his mustache curling up like a roof, and his brows were filled with impatience. Finally, someone on the other end picked up, and a voice came through the speaker. "What is going on?" "Colonel Yu. You are with that bearded guy, are not you?" Colonel Yu tightened her hands on her thighs, looking a bit flustered. She hesitated before speaking into the phone. "I am sorry for not contacting you for so long. The division commander's phone is broken, so I called on his behalf." Commander Du struggled to suppress his rising anger. He gritted his teeth, the words "that scoundrel with a beard" echoing in his mind. "This is just too annoying." Commander Du regained his composure and slowly spoke, saying, "It is a bit late to mention this, but I think I need to explain something to you, as there was an emergency while I was overseeing the squad." He paused, his face contorting, swallowing a breath to keep himself from exploding. It seemed he was trying his hardest to hold back. Colonel Yu was slightly surprised to see him exhale, his hands with neatly trimmed fingers clasped together, his brows furrowing slightly, leaning forward before calmly continuing. "Rather, I have been reckless. Even though I do not have a daughter, if someone were to grant her such special privileges, I would not be able to stay silent. I truly apologize for hindering your daughter's development." Hearing the sincere apology, Colonel Yu's brows relaxed. She seemed to feel more at ease. At least the two superiors could speak to each other civilly. On the phone, the Major General's voice rang out in disbelief. "What is he talking about?" Both Colonel Yu and the division commander fell silent, unsure of what else to say. On the other end, the Major General tightened his grip on the receiver, gritting his teeth in displeasure. The scar on his face made him look even colder. He said, "If you are that scared, we do not even need to fight. But tell me the name of the one who carried my daughter." Colonel Yu continued to wear a puzzled expression. The division commander leaned closer to the phone and asked, "What?" The Major General slammed his fist on the table, his gaze revealing a hint of displeasure. "How dare you let someone who is not a medic carry my daughter? Anyway, you better watch out. What is that punk's name?" The Major General thought bitterly, not even remembering the last time he carried the girl. Colonel Yu held the phone, staring at it. The growl coming from the phone startled her slightly. "You better say it quickly." Colonel Yu nervously covered the phone speaker with her hand. She felt utterly helpless. It seemed these two big shots could not have a proper conversation. Commander Du glared in anger, gripping the edge of the sofa, muttering, "Special permit. Sorry." Explanation. Colonel Yu quickly stood up. "Commander, please calm down." Commander Du clenched the armrest of the sofa, hissing, ready to go immediately. Colonel Yu leaned back in surprise. "Where are you planning to go?" The division commander's face turned red, his anger boiling over. He hissed through gritted teeth, "You better take care of things here, because we are heading to DV Zhang now." The lieutenant's face was pale, and she anxiously thought to herself, "Oh no, these old geezers." In the hallway, Minun strolled casually, his hands tucked in his pockets, humming a cheerful tune. Sunlight danced through the window, illuminating his tall figure. He walked while humming, "I like fried chicken." Of course, he looked like he was having a great time when suddenly a noise behind him made him stop. He glanced back at the top of a wooden cabinet in the hallway, where a small black creature was hopping around. Looking just like a little kid, he reflexively reached out to grab it. But the little creature was quicker. It disappeared and reappeared outside the building. It hovered in front of him, its devilish triangular tail behind it. Minun pointed at it and said, "What are you doing here? I told you not to show up so openly." The creature's face lit up as it pointed and looked around. Minjun sat down, looking at it standing on the ground as if talking to a child. "Sure. I know there is no one around. But do not you think you are driving me crazy by popping up like this?" The creature hung its head sadly like a child who just got scolded, looking so pitiful. Minun frowned, slightly annoyed, a swirling dark purple circle appearing in his hand. The creature was scared like a child about to be punished. He offered the circle to it. Saying "Here," the creature suddenly perked up, realizing it was getting a treat and not a beating. It happily munched on the glowing circle. He looked at it and asked, "What is the unnamed business this time?" The creature raised a finger, and he was a bit confused, but then reached out to touch its finger. A vision of a destroyed city appeared, with soldiers moving everywhere, a sign reading "Watchin'." He thought to himself, is this an ambush or something? There might be some energy demons here. Got it. It is Wine again. He complimented the creature. You went all the way there. Good job. The creature put its hands on its hips, puffing out its chest proudly. He waved another purple circle at it. He stood up, thinking he needed to find a way out. He returned to the dormitory and pondered. If he left abruptly like this, they would definitely get suspicious. It would be a bit of a waste of a day off just because of this. Thankfully, he got an extra day off the last time he was here. Minun opened the door and entered the room, the cheers of his teammates ringing out, sounding like something fun was happening. One teammate said to him, "Congratulations, Minun. You received the title of Outstanding Soldier in the recent training." "Thank you." A person who seemed to be the captain continued. "This kid, the rewards you collected are like discount vouchers. Thanks to you, the whole squad gets another day off." Minun's eyes lit up. "So can I use this day off tomorrow?" "Why the rush? Is something going on?" Minun shyly replied. "Nothing. I just want to take a break for a day." "All right. I will consider it." Finally, Minjin arrived at Wyan. The surroundings were a scene of devastation, with soldiers in masks spraying disinfectant everywhere. People were surprised to see Minjin, and he found it strange. Could everything really be over? Why are there so many hunters here? He thought of the childlike monster. Maybe it had tricked him to gain demonic energy. He gritted his teeth in frustration. In the civilian area of Wachin district, female soldiers were spraying disinfectant everywhere. When will this be over? Our battalion's results were very low in the recent hunter exercise, so the commander is really furious. Her expression was not good. So let us stop complaining and hurry up. I am exhausted here. Why did the monsters appear right after we finished the exercise? At least we are lucky not to be in the combat team. Many people here have lost their homes. You need to watch your mouth. As the two girls were talking, they spotted a teammate in front of them. "Aincio, are you okay? Don't overexert yourself. Your recovery ability is really good. But still, make sure to rest." "Okay, thank you for worrying about me." The girls suddenly looked confused in the same direction. "What is it?" They widened their eyes at a guy standing in front of them. "He is looking for something." "He is from our division." "Which battalion is that?" The girls curiously discussed the boy. And suddenly one of them called out his name. Hunter Kim Minjin. She took off her mask to look at him. Minjin felt a bit startled to see Aincio. "Why is she here?" Aincio walked closer to him under the curious gazes of the other girls. She asked, "Hunter Kim Minjin, why are you here?" "As far as I know, only our battalion was assigned here." Minjin awkwardly replied, "I am on leave." Aincio seemed irritated when she heard him say that. She said sternly, "Really? Who goes on leave in uniform? Or are you deserting?" Minjin quickly pulled out his leave paper and handed it to her. She still looked at him skeptically, asking if he was really on leave. Minjin, losing patience, placed his hands on his hips and said, "Do you want me to die if you believe me?" Ainio returned the paper to him, softening her tone. "Why did you come here? Don't you know this is a restricted area?" "Well, what does Minjin think about her suddenly acting like this?" "I can just say I came here to get demonic energy." He hesitated and made up a lie. "I had business in Wachin and heard there was an emergency here, so I came to see if I could help." Suddenly, a blue light appeared in the sky, spreading wider and wider. Minjin's eyes lit up with excitement. "The portal!" The girls screamed. "A portal has appeared." A girl with pink hair shouted in frustration. "What is it?" "Just cleaned up and it appears again. It must be making me lose my hair." A girl in the team yelled, "Everyone evacuate first. Then report to the squad leader. Everyone, please head to the command area." Aincio runs after her teammates. Seeing Minun still not moving, she quickly calls out to the hunter. Ninjin has ordered an evacuation. He stands still, staring at the gate, thinking to himself, "Let us see what we have here." He seems very intrigued. He turns to Aincio and says, "The monsters are coming, so I will hold them off for you," and worries and shouts, "What nonsense are you talking about? Who knows what kind of monsters will appear? Hurry up and go." It seems the attack team has left this place. Ainio stops to look at him. Minun tells her, "If the monster appears, everyone will be in danger. I will hold it off and run if things go south. If you have any weapons, lend me one." He seems determined and shows no fear. Aincio hesitates, but her leg is not healed yet. "Right. Hurry up and go. I will hold them off here for you." Minun reassures Aincio and urges her to go ahead. He really is not afraid of these monsters, and is actually looking forward to their appearance. Aincio grits her teeth, reaches back, and pulls out a dagger from her belt to give to Minun. "If it gets dangerous, you must run immediately. I will return with the squad member as soon as possible." Seeing Anseo run off, Minjun continues staring intently at the opening pit among the monsters. Some do not like to leave their habitat, so he decides to go inside to find them. The others will follow the 7. He draws Anseo's dagger and heads toward the gate. He also tosses his backpack aside. Minjun stops and looks up, a faint smile on his lips. A horde of monsters charges at him. They look like a pack of wild boars with sharp tusks. Each has a tuft of golden fur on their nape. Their eyes emit a purple demonic aura. They growl, with a leader snarling right in front of Minun. He covers his nose. The smell they emit is truly disgusting. These guys probably never brush their teeth. Minjun chuckles. Blood pigs. The whole pack of them is rushing at Minun. He might just become their breakfast. He waves his hand. These guys have devoured all that demonic energy, so they are riled up. He gains momentum and charges at them, unleashing the Shadow Strike, delivering a powerful blow to the leader rushing at him. However, it seems that the monster is not fazed at all. Does the Shadow Strike not penetrate their skin? 3 boars charge at him, and Minun jumps high to let them crash into each other. He scoffs. What else can you do besides have high defense? The monsters seem frustrated they could not hit Minun. They snarl at him. Minjun tells the beasts, I know your skin is thick, but what about inside? He clenches his fist, channeling demonic energy within him, and uses the skill Earth Collapse. The monsters cry out in pain. Minun looks at them. What is wrong? Is the demonic energy I gave you not to your taste? The boars struggle to get back up, ready to attack him again. He quickly dodges, letting them crash into each other and die. He looks at them with disdain. You are dying like this. Thanks for that. Minjun absorbs their demonic energy into his hand. The pigs squeal as they might soon turn into piles of pork. Minun pulls out a knife. All right. Let us see if this blade does the job. He swings the knife wildly at them. Each slash carries terrifying power. A blue skill bar appears. You have absorbed a significant amount of demonic energy. Demonic energy stat increases by 1. Demonic energy stat increases by 1. Demonic energy increases by 1. The shadow walking skill has been upgraded. The basic swordsmanship skill has been upgraded. Minun delves deeper into the anomaly pit. An overwhelming aura radiates from him. All done. Right. Is there any left? He looks inside, waiting when suddenly he hears a call from behind. Hunter Kim Minun. He turns back slightly annoyed to see a troop of women approaching. He thinks of retreating early. The girl at the front is the commander of Team 4. Battalion 104. Division 104. Lieutenant John. She rushes over and grabs Minun's shoulder, worriedly asking, Are you Private Kim Minun? Are you hurt? Is there anywhere you are in pain? Minjun seems a bit taken aback. Lieutenant John shakes Minun's shoulder. Really, you should have reported when you saw the gate appear. Right. Why are you still here? He answers somewhat awkwardly. I did not know the monsters would appear, so I stayed here to hold them off while everyone evacuated. The entire troop behind him looks at him in admiration. Oh my. Minun curses them in his mind. Crazy. You all messed up my plans. Lieutenant John continues asking. And why are you here? Which unit are you from? Minjun presents his permit for her to see. Lieutenant John looks slightly skeptical. On leave. How come you are here right after taking leave? Is your home nearby? Minjun hesitates, saying, I came here for some business and watching, but I heard a gate appeared, so I came to see if I could help. Lieutenant John frowns slightly. Looking displeased, she tells everyone, Okay, since no one is injured, the monsters here can be considered dealt with. Let us leave the scene. The investigation team will be here soon and will work with the assault team to handle this. The group of women surrounds Minjun, asking if he took down 5 blood beasts by himself. But you only have this combat knife. Your power is truly impressive. Lieutenant John and Sea watch Minun feeling utterly helpless, silently begging him to just keep quiet. At the military camp, in the administrative office, the captain's voice rings out in shock. What did you say, Kim Minjun? You mean Private Kim Minjun from Squad 2 of Company 2? The captain's expression is stunned, not knowing what is happening. He continues.
Yep.
He is from our unit. He is on leave. But the captain stands up abruptly, slamming his hands on the table, startling his teammate beside him. He shouts, What? The watching district and gang, where something is happening. So he took out all the blood monsters by himself and volunteered for community service. On the other end, Lieutenant John confirmed. That is right. The gate is now closed. We are currently disinfecting a few affected private homes. Corporal Kim Minjun is also staying to help out. It is the first time I have seen a case like this. At this moment, Minun was spraying disinfectant with a group of girls. Nobody understands why he did that. I heard that Hunter is on leave, so he is on leave but still helping us. A girl with heart-shaped eyes looked at Minun. Her friend next to her said, How can he handle all those blood monsters with just that little knife? Getting hit by them feels like being run over by a truck. Munin was spraying the disinfectant while quietly complaining, "Damn. My blood monsters. Doing this stuff is really annoying. But I have to build my image first." Suddenly, someone called out, startling him. Is Hunter Kim Minen trying to scare someone? It turned out to be Anio looking for him. He awkwardly raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "I almost sprayed this in your face." Ancio looked a bit annoyed. "This guy." He deflected and continued spraying. "Please get out of the way." Ancio watched him and hesitated. "Can we talk for a bit?" At night in the city ravaged by monsters, not a single person was around. And everything was silent. The moonlight shone down, sneaking into every corner of the city as if to soothe everything. Minen stood in front of N. Both seemed shy. Feeling a bit awkward, he spoke first. "So what do you want to say?" Ancio stammered. That day she recalled practicing in the backyard while he stood outside her window. "You yelled at me while I was sitting at the window." "Right." Minjin was confused. He had a huge question mark over his head. Suddenly, he thought of something. "That was not it. I just said that if you did not pick a fight with me anymore, you would be fine." "That is right." Sounds a bit like yelling. Hearing Munin, Anio seemed upset. Her eyes sparkling, eyebrows slightly drooping, hands hugging her hat in front of her belly. She bowed her head a bit, looking sad. "I know I did pick a fight with you that day, even if it is a bit late." Minjun thought to himself. Why does this sound so tiring? Seeing he did not say anything, Ancio felt a bit awkward. "Will you accept my apology?" Minjun rubbed his ear, smiling wryly. "It is no big deal. So let us just forget about it. If that is all, then I will be going." He turned to leave, but Ancio spoke again. "Do you know there is only one case where a private achieved a perfect score on the promotion test?" Minen paused, a bit puzzled, and asked back, "Are you talking about me?" The moonlight above still illuminated the ruined buildings from the battle. Everything was quiet as if listening to the story of the two. Ancio continued. "Not you. There was someone in the past. I am curious about her." "She," Anio softly said. "It is my dad." "Oh no." She hesitated. "Is he the division commander?" "Is it?" Ancio continued to explain.
Yep.
"He is the only one who was given a star right from when he was a soldier. I want to be like him. So I also enlisted as a private first class." Minen's eyes lit up. He was stunned. "So her dad set a record before me. That is really impressive." He suddenly thought of something. "Wait a minute. The Hunter Army was formed when the gates began to appear. I was only 7 then. And the division commander re-enlisted as a private after becoming an awakener." Ancio clarified for him. "Actually, when he was young, my dad was very frail due to poor eyesight and other reasons he was exempted from military service." Minjin understood and continued. "So after awakening and training to improve his physique, he enlisted himself." Ancio smiled.
Yep.
"He always saw that as his greatest fortune because it allowed him to protect me and Mom." After hearing her, "I want to meet him too." Anio's eyes sparkled. "I think my dad would be really happy to meet you, Hunter Kim Minen, because he likes strong soldiers like you." In the evening at Dejong in the training room of the Hunters, from the 107th Division. A dome-shaped building painted yellow with a black logo hanging above. In a basketball court in the training room, someone's voice echoed. "I thought he would have arrived early. Why are you just getting here now? Are you scared?" Colonel Lei's face was drenched in sweat. He looked very anxious as if a disaster was about to happen. Another voice chimed in. "My division is not as relaxed as yours. What are you afraid of? Can we eat?" Colonel Lu stood by, looking helpless. "She has had enough already." The Major General's son teased. "Oh my. Why is this busy person here?" "To let me know the name Kim Minen." The division commander Du's eyes widened. "What? How do you know that name?" Major General Sung glared and growled. "You think if you do not say it, I won't know for sure." "What a child." "So what if you know? Are you worried?" "Well then, you should fight better." The two of them rushed in to punch each other, neither willing to back down. It seems like today the two of them must have a serious fight. Both looked angrily at each other, with marks left on their faces by the other. Colonel Lei held his head in panic. This is not good. If it continues like this, no one will be able to stop them. The two commanders were still grappling with each other, both ready to throw punches. Just as they were about to rush at each other again, Colonel Yu intervened, pushing them both apart. "It has been 5 minutes. Stop it." She was really reckless. If they did not stop in time, they might hit her too. The two commanders had to stop, but both looked unwilling to back down. The two stared into each other's eyes, growling like two fierce beasts ready to pounce and tear each other apart. Both exchanged jabs at one another, still holding their ground. "Old man. Are you satisfied now? You old fool. If it were that easy, I would not have met you in the first place. What the hell are you doing? Acting like a tough guy. The arena is filled with holes made by the two of them. After that, Major Sun and Colonel Du stepped outside. They sat on a long wooden bench in the courtyard. Major Sun reported to the colonel that the report from the 3rd Battalion commander stated that Bloodgate had been handled. I know. Good job, you two. Major Sun saluted and turned to leave, leaving the two commanders sitting on their separate benches. Even the benches they refused to share. Just like jealous kids, the major spoke first. All right. The real reason you came here. Is there something on your mind? Colonel Du rested his arms on the back of the bench. Kim Minan. I want to help promote him to a corps sergeant. Major Sun's face flushed. Are you trying to show off that troublemaker with my daughter? The colonel retorted with disdain. What trouble? You should be grateful for helping the girl. He is not just a private, is he? But before that, he was specially promoted to a corporal. What are you thinking? The colonel's expression turned serious. It seemed he had plans in mind. I intend to promote him to an officer. Major Sun was surprised. This would attract a lot of attention. Do you think Hyo Hexji-chan will let that slide? If he is someone you are interested in, then we definitely want to get him. Major Sun suddenly thought of a man with long hair and a muscular build. Colonel Du turned to look at him. That is why I am telling you in advance. You must be on my side from now on. Major Sun frowned slightly. Just hearing that makes me hesitant to agree. I need to meet him first before I can decide. You do not have any ulterior motives. Do you? The two sat looking into the distant night as they continued their conversation. Meanwhile, in watching, Minan stared in shock at a man in a black cloak standing in front of him. Who are you? He looked up at the boy with a smirk. Found you at the bus station. The girls boarded the bus one by one. A girl looked out the bus window and spoke to Minan, who was standing below to see them off. Hunter Kim Minan. Thank you. Let us have a meal together next time. My number is. Before she could finish, her teammate covered her mouth. You have worked hard. In the back seat, Ansyu also glanced at him. The two exchanged shy glances. Ainyo's eyes were slightly red. Before she could say goodbye, the bus rolled away. Minan stood there watching the bus leave, feeling a sense of loss. He sighed in relief and turned to leave. Finally, the troubles had departed. Suddenly, he froze. The little monster was standing there with its hands clasped behind its back, looking sullen as if it had done something wrong. He looked at it without saying a word. He held out his hand, like a child asking for candy. He put his hands on his hips and scolded. Dare to ask for energy again? Do you even feel ashamed? You ruined everything. He pouted. Then his eyes lit up. He jumped up excitedly. Waving his hands in front of Minan, he asked, what is going on?
Wow.
What happened? His face scrunched up in anger. Min Jun understood him. A creature with energy crossed over here. You crossed over by yourself. Not through a dungeon gate. Does that mean your stealth skills have leveled up to C? Surely this is more your specialty than assassination. Right. Minan's eyes sparkled, and he smiled at him. Where is it? The baby monster led him into the forest. He tossed a piece of energy candy. It looked so cute and happy. Here. An energy vortex appeared in front of him. The vortex grew larger and spun faster. Inside, a white-haired figure in a black cloak emerged. He was a bit surprised. Could it be that guy in the black cloak? Hands on the ground, radiating an extremely terrifying killing intent. He smiled. Found you. Minan gritted his teeth, looking somewhat disgusted. The black-cloaked figure looked up, his handsome face framed by pure white hair. Suddenly he had a runny nose. Oh my. At first I thought I was so cool. He lunged at Minan like a child seeing his owner. Minjin shouted. This crazy guy. Move aside so he falls flat on the ground. He caught the guy as he fell. Idiot. I told you to forget about me. Why are you here? The white-haired guy's eyes were teary, his nose still running. This is so ridiculous. Minnie's master Minan recalled when he first met him, seeing this guy in a deadly valley surrounded by monsters. When a lion beast was about to rip him apart, he showed up and sent that lion back to its ancestors. He was very surprised to see someone appear in this place. He asked, Who are you? He did not answer, just looked at him. Are they all dead? He asked again. I did not think he would be so handsome up close. He secretly complimented him. He looked at him, speechless. He asked, Why are not you answering? Can't you speak? He weakly said. Are you the wizard Minyu? Wait, you can talk. How do you know me? Are you the hope of wizards? His face paled when he heard him mention his name. He asked him, Are you also a wizard? He stood up straight to look at him. What kind of wizard are you to be so weak? Are the others like this too? He turned to leave, hoping to forget about it. If you are this weak, do not come to dungeons like this anymore. Suddenly he turned back and asked, By the way, what is your name? He weakly replied, I do not have a name. Min Jun looked at him with great interest. Really? Weak and without a name? Min Jun was excited. Then I will give you a name from now on. The person's name will be pulled back to reality. Min Jun grabbed the white-haired guy by the shoulder and shouted, Are you losing your mind? How dare you time travel here? The other guy only had a pitiful look on his face. After you left, only a message remained. And the cult was led to the brink of collapse. How could you leave without a word? Minun could not help but scream. You freaks keep insisting on following me. I am not that important to tell you I am leaving. Anger flared up, and he pushed him away. How dare you come all the way here? That bastard. The white-haired guy suddenly burst into tears. You were supposed to take me with you. I am your right-hand man. Min Jun squinted at him, his expression full of doubt. Then suddenly realized something. Min Jun placed his hand on the guy, channeling a bit of demonic energy. But why do you look so miserable? The guy's body instantly filled with energy. He placed his hand on his chest, bowed respectfully, thanking his master. You saved me again. I will be grateful to you until death. Enough already. Tell me why you are here. From start to finish. Do not leave anything out. The subordinate bowed his head to recount. It is all thanks to the magic created by my trust in you. Dear Master Minun, my wish is to help and be by your side. Minun looked disgusted. Let that part go, but it is true. He asked skeptically, How did you cross that dimension with your skills? Don't lie now. That holy maiden sent you here. Did not she? We devoted ones do not follow anyone's orders except Master Minun. He pressed harder. Stop beating around the bush. Tell me the truth. Or are you tired of living? The guy had to spill the truth.
Yep.
Actually, after you left, I kept an eye on the holy maiden because of strange rumors. What rumors? The subordinate began recounting everything. Since then, a strange sound has been coming from the sanctuary every night. He sneaked into the sanctuary and saw strong soldiers wearing iron masks pushing many carts covered with white cloth, not revealing what they were hiding. There is a rumor they are capturing a bunch of monsters. But he discovered something horrifying. There were no signs of any monsters at all. They seemed not to have been taken out of the sanctuary, with no bones or flesh left behind. How could they remove them without leaving a trace? His gaze became firm. And just as I suspected, they sent them somewhere else. To your place? Minun grabbed his collar, grinding his teeth. Are the things you said really true? I would never lie to you. Minun pondered. So she is up to something. Do you know what this is? Minun extended his hand. In the palm was a shard. The subordinate replied, judging by its shape. It looks like a piece of the sword used by the guardians of the sanctuary. You remember the weapons those guys had? Right. Minun recalled the image of the muscular guardian holding a sword. How did you get here? What if that portal takes you somewhere else, and if you get stuck in that void for even a second? It is game over. You know. The guy laughed loudly like an idiot. I have no idea. Minun's face darkened like a burnt pot. But then again, this guy is never normal. Is he? He held a broken shard of a sword in his hand, wondering what their purpose was. In Iskar, after 1224 days in this timeline, the sunset cast a gorgeous glow over the magnificent castle under the sun's rays. The priestess, dressed in a seductive white gown, gazed into the distance, her golden hair shining under the deepening yellow light of the sun. She sighed, looking like she had something weighing on her heart. A voice from behind startled her. What? Why did you call me to a place like this? The priestess turned to look. That is Mana. And he seems a bit confused looking at the priestess. Why did you call me to a place like this? The priestess gently tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. Her face was serene, but her eyes held many calculations. The hem of her dress fluttered in the wind, her waist and neck adorned with gold, and her long golden hair draped over her bare back. Her voice rose softly. It is nice to enjoy the breeze like this sometimes. Do not you think? Min Jun looked at her with a disgusted expression. He smirked contemptuously and replied to the priestess. I have been sleeping outside for days. What exactly do you want to say? Hearing this, the priestess felt a bit guilty. She turned to Minun with a glistening gaze. I did not think it through. After all, I still can't leave the temple. Minun's face darkened like a burnt pot as he spoke with a sense of helplessness. So what? Just call me. The priestess's hair was blown by the wind like waves. She slowly continued. I have heard many of your teammates were injured in the parrot dungeon. Sister Lumi is my favorite character from that cult. Hearing this, Minjun quickly raised his hand to object. That is not a cult at all. They followed me on their own and got injured by those hounds. I mean by Parkazis. But we have treated them, so they won't die. The priestess turned to look at him and continued. Are you referring to the night hounds? Feel free to call them whatever you like. Minun. Minun paused. He turned his back to the priestess and said, There is nothing like that on earth. What you call hounds, we call hunters. So I just refer to them like that for convenience. The priestess fell silent, deep in thought. Munin continued with irritation. Anyway, I am asking this because I can't understand it no matter how much I think about it. He glanced back at the priestess with a doubtful expression. Really? There is no connection between Iska and those monsters appearing on Earth. The priestess calmly asserted. Right. The image of the monsters appearing in the city harming people came to mind. They were cruel and extremely savage. The saintess continued to explain. As I mentioned before, the gates and monsters began to appear in Iska 100 years ago. If there is any connection between us and you, it is simply that we all have to go through this phenomenon together. The two of them turned their eyes towards the distant mountains. The afternoon sun cast long shadows of the two on the ground. The saintess continued her story. It is understandable that you are curious. The monsters you saw over there are also here, and importantly, you arrived in Iska through the gate. The saintess looked at Minen seriously and continued. However, space travel is not easy. Even summoning you required a lot of preparation, let alone transporting a large number of monsters and creating a dungeon. Minen looked at the saintess with cold eyes. He did not wait for her to finish speaking and turned to leave. I understand. But when this is all over and it is time for you to take me back, do not change your mind. The saintess's face turned to shun upon hearing those words. At that moment, on the peak of Guangqian Mountain, Minjun was in the uniform of the hunter corps. He rested his chin on his hand, his gaze thoughtful. I trusted that saintess from the start, so I secretly discovered that Iska was in trouble, with the gates spanning a long time. I also confirmed that transporting dungeons to another space is possible, but it would not be easy for her. But why now? Why is she using such a large amount of holy energy to keep sending the monsters? Or is she even involving holy artifacts? Is she planning these tricks just to capture me? Minen's face darkened as he envisioned the saintess chanting spells, surrounded by piles of holy artifacts. He sighed softly, and Bong, kneeling on the ground, suddenly pleaded, Bongu, we'll serve you until death. Please accept me. My master. Minen felt extremely troubled. He put his hands on his head. I can take you back right now. I understand. But call me something else. My name is Kim Minen now. Not Mino. Bonga's face lit up with joy. He exclaimed, thank you, King Minjun. I will remember your kindness until I die. Even after that, Minen, feeling dejected, replied, what king? You can still use the copying skill. Right. He exclaimed again. Of course. Thanks to your generous source of demonic energy, I am overflowing with energy. Kim Minen. Minjun frowned slightly. Don't lie. I won't give you any more. Bongu put on a childlike face, looking like he was being praised.
Yep.
All I can do now is turn into a small animal. Minen comforted him. That is good enough. Bong. Saying that, he placed his hands on his hips, looking up at a crow perched on a nearby branch. Try turning into that and see if you can. Bongu's eyes became sharp. His expression turned cold. If you wish. Saying that, a surge of demonic energy erupted, and he immediately transformed into a crow with purple eyes. Minen's face lit up with excitement. Great. Now go with the shadow beast. From the ground, a baby-like monster popped its head up. It was indeed the shadow beast. It gritted its teeth, grimacing at Bongu, who had now transformed into a crow. Its eyes were filled with resentment, and the crow looked back at it with disdain. It seems these two do not like each other at all. They were shooting fiery glares at one another. Minjun's face darkened. Enough already. The crow flapped its wings, cawing loudly. Minjun yelled at it, saying it should not talk like a person. Like that crazy name. The crow Bongu nodded and then turned to glare at Dive Hun-ji. Their eyes were locked in a fiery stare once again. The crow stated that as the right hand of Master Kim Minen, the hierarchy must be established first. Minjun immediately interrupted it. Shut up and shake hands. The two over there remained tense, still glaring at each other. After that, Dive Hun-ji reluctantly extended its little hand to shake the crow's wing. The crow did not seem very willing either. Minen's voice rang out, instructing them. Bongu could ask Dive Hun-ji about how to work. And as for you, Dive Hun-ji, if Bongu tries to do something dangerous or attract attention, stop him immediately. Minen placed both hands on its hips. Safety first. Got it. The crow bowed its head, showing it understood. Dive Hun-ji raised its tiny hand to its forehead in a military salute. Minen looked at them with a hint of distrust. All right. Disperse. The two oddballs glared at each other once more. The crow shot Dive Hun-ji one last glance before soaring into the sky, dropping a few feathers in front of Minen. He stood with his hands on his hips, exhaling a sigh of relief. Finally dealt with that troublesome situation. Now maybe he should make some black bean noodles and get some sleep. He wondered if any places were still open. A few days later, at the Hunter Battalion's camp, a tall soldier with a tuft of hair on top of his head like leftover garden grass walked in. He opened the door and stepped into the room, shouting that he had arrived. The people in the room looked at him in confusion, not knowing what was going on. A soldier was facing the wardrobe to change clothes, wondering what was wrong with him again. Another soldier with purple hair looked puzzled. Just a few days ago, he was wandering around acting like a pigeon. Who knows what is wrong with him now? The others showed clear curiosity on their faces. What is going on? The tall guy announced the squad's activity, ranking for the quarter, in front of the administrative office. Everyone looked at him, their expressions waiting to see what would happen. Another soldier said, "That jerk is first again. This quarter had a lot of training and raids. You make it sound like I am a productivity machine." The room buzzed with chatter. Sergeant Like Sung coughed, saying that this quarter, he had received 75 points. What is not to like? He was at the top of the squad again. It could not be the entire company. Could it? Over 50 points. And I would be happy. But at this age, still facing punishment or confinement. The tall soldier earlier looked panicked. Sergeant Like Sung was in second place. The red-haired guy looked pleased. Really, it is certainly good news. Who else scored over 75 points in the squad? Who's it? Just then, Minjun walked into the room and said,
"Me.
Corporal Kim Minen. I just got back from break." Everyone fell silent for a moment before resuming their chatter. Don't he tell me it is exactly right. Kim Min-jun topped with 99 points, causing a panic among the group. With 99 points, the captain walked in to greet everyone. Is everyone enjoying their meal? Feel free. The second squad is currently resting. The captain leaned against the door and asked Minen. Kim Min, how was your break? Min-jun smiled. It was great,
sir.
The captain laughed. Pleased to hear that. Hey Kim Min-jun, have you seen this? The group looked at the captain with wide eyes, as if he was holding something terrifying. The captain held up a card, and everyone gasped, shouting,
"Sir."
This means Kim Min-jun has been promoted twice in such a short time. The captain continued nonchalantly. Not only did he receive the Best Individual Award in the recent Hunter drill, but he was also recognized for his volunteer work in Wangqian during his leave. So this is a special request from the division commander. Congratulations. Minen was thrilled, his eyes shining bright. Captain X took off the old name tag on his uniform and replaced it with a new one. The teammates around him applauded enthusiastically. Everyone seemed genuinely happy for Minen. One soldier pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. It was the list they had bet on. He laughed. Ha! Damn it. Two soldiers also glanced at the paper, looking amused. Thanks. I will make good use of it. All right. Take it all. Minen immediately snatched the list, his face beaming. Sergeant Kim Kwang-sich.
Yep.
I know. Minjun looked at him with a mischievous expression. He seemed to have pulled off many tricks while I was away. Did you win?
Yeah.
I won. How much is all this? Such a sweet deal. The face of his teammate changed immediately. Minjun looked at him with a smirk. Be reasonable. Minen, wearing the sergeant name tag, looked at his teammates with an expectant gaze. Two teammates, now subordinates, stood at attention before him. They seemed a bit nervous. The tall guy with a flushed face gritted his teeth. Sergeant Kim Min-jun, I will give you 30%. Min-jun remained calm while his teammates were sweating profusely. What are you talking about? Everyone thinks I am doing this for money. But that is not it. I am doing this because I want what is best for you. Keep going. How about 40%? Minjun maintained his calm. I already said it is not about the money. And you betting on me does not upset me. Right. His teammate was lifting weights. Under the worried gaze of the others, Minjun said softly, Do you think I am lying? The soldier was sweating and trembling. Probably exhausted.
Sir.
He is straining himself to manage the weight. Minen touched the barbell with a finger, and suddenly his teammate relaxed, looking a bit surprised by something. His hand is shaking, and he is still in a lifting position. Minjun effortlessly lifted the weights with one hand, and his teammate's face turned pale. He is still lying on the training mat, his two teammates watching in shock. Minjun casually lifts a dumbbell towards the two standing there. You want to train? Just do not make me uncomfortable. Next person. The other two wave their hands and smile sheepishly. Sergeant Kim Minjun. Yeah. Me too. I can train by myself. Minjun's expression is indifferent. Really, how boring. The two teammates hurry to pull each other away. Thanks for your suggestion. But if we are bothering you, we will speak up. The two turn their backs, wanting to run away. Minjun watches them leave. Feeling embarrassed, his face slightly falls. Then a cruel smile spreads across his lips. How could you think you have the right to refuse? The faces of the two turn pale in shock. Screams erupting from the training room. Min-jun looks at the three teammates struggling in front of him. Crossing his arms over his chest, he calmly says, although it seems untimely, I want you to do something. The two teammates grimace at him. What is it? Anything you want as long as it is not more training. Min-jun starts to get serious. From private bayonet down, the simulation room cannot be used. The two still do not understand. Question marks appear above their heads. Min-jun continues. The entire machine room, even from corporal down. Before Min-jun can finish, all three shout out, no way. No way. No way. The two teammates who were just slacking off on the training floor quickly get up. This is ridiculous and unfair. Who discriminates these days? It is truly a hassle. Those two start to fool around with each other. We have to escape these rules. Right, let us see who can bend the rules more. Are we playing or not? Min-jun glances at them, not allowing any disorder. Both immediately become serious again.
Yep.
Min-jun says again, I will try to convince the sergeants. The rest is up to you guys. Both confidently say, Sergeant Kim. Min-jun, you can trust us. Min-jun calmly waves his hand, signaling they can go, and they immediately run off together. The teammate lying on the training mat finally raises his head, looking after them in confusion. He nervously steps away, intending to leave the room. A voice calls out from behind him. Corporal Kim Kwang-sek. He turns his head back, wide-eyed. Min-jun slowly says to him, have you heard the commander say you will be transferred to the second team after the personnel restructuring? Wang Sech's face twists in confusion as he looks at Min-jun, who delivers another blow to his fear. So from now on, we will always train together. Right. At that moment in a forest, gigantic red snakes with green eyes are opening their mouths, revealing sharp fangs. They are called fang snakes. This is a monster resembling a snake. It primarily lives underground. Unlike snakes above ground, they are not venomous but will spontaneously explode upon death. So before killing them, their tails must be cut off. This is considered the detonator, or else it can cause a chain explosion. A hunting squad is fighting against a swarm of snakes. Tension etched on everyone's faces. A snake lunges at a hunter, snapping at his hand. The best way to navigate the snake mine is with a small group of experienced hunters. But in Isk, there is someone who has captured countless snakes. Min-jun is wearing a cold weather jacket. His backpack is full of snakes twisted together. He grabs the snake that lunged at him and shakes it like a rope. His teammates look at him with trusting eyes. The captain announces, all right, let us take a 10-minute break. Everyone moves to the shade of the trees to rest. The captain stands next to a teammate with a scar on his face and shows him something. Nearby, a soldier is sheathing his sword, while Min-jun is up to something shiny in the back. Min-jun's skill panel appears. The speed enhancement skill has been created, enhancing speed by 5 points. He thinks happily. If a class skill shows up too, that'd be great. But this is good enough. I guess this dungeon is actually a treasure trove. Suddenly, a loud call echoes in the air. It is the voice of a crow. Master Minen. Master Kim Minen. What is it? Min-jun looks confused. The crow says, I have detected a demonic energy. I always sense a large amount. Min-jun looks around, confused, searching for where the crow is. Meanwhile, his teammate behind him fumbles with his sword foolishly. Min-jun is excited, feeling like he has struck gold. Great. Where are you now? The crow is perched on a tall utility pole in the city. It looks up at a plane flying overhead and says, I am in Incheon. Min-jun shouts. What? It seems the crow is too close. It will take days to get there. A few days later, on the weekend in Incheon, a young man in a black coat appears on the empty streets. A crow swoops down in front of him. Min-jun asks the crow, what is the situation? The crow's eyes gleam with a strange purple light. But you requested it. I am not doing anything overt. Just observing, since I have not seen any monsters. I think it must be a product of the dungeon. Min-jun leans against a wall, and the crow perches on the railing behind him, saying, how many people are here? The crow informs him. From yesterday until now, there has been no one. But now inside the house, there is one person. Did you go there yesterday? Min-jun grits his teeth. This guy keeps saying stupid things. Does he think being a soldier means you can go anywhere? How could I spend the night outside? The crow remains silent. Min-jun pulls his mask up. What we are about to do looks like an infiltration. He coughs lightly. But really, he just intends to move something dangerous out of that house. Min-jun quietly approaches the house in front of him, and the crow flies above his head.
Yep.
You are right. He instructs it. Just make sure not to get caught. Understood. Min-jun tiptoed to gain momentum to jump over the fence, sneaking into the house, his eyes alertly scanning the surroundings. On the table, a glass box contained glowing purple stones, shining in the night. Here it is. The demonic energy is radiating clearly. But it is not harming my body. Minun approached and examined the object. As if it had been refined. He intended to lift it, but found he could not move it. The sound of footsteps came from behind, and a girl in a tight sports outfit, both alluring and athletic, appeared behind him. In a simply designed villa, Sun Unung lay on her bed, texting her mother. The room dimly lit only by the faint glow of her phone. I just watched a movie with Dad. Now I am on my way back. Have you had dinner? I have already eaten. Was it a late movie? Didn't you know? Dad booked it in advance. It was awesome. Sometimes it is quite adorable. I am home alone during the break. Is everything okay?
Yeah.
I will be there tomorrow morning. Unung Sung's hand paused while typing. She looked cautiously towards the door. As if she heard something, she quietly opened the door and went down the stairs. She carefully held onto the railing, slowly taking each step in the darkness. A shadow appeared before her. What is that, a thief? She thought. She moved behind him and shouted. Don't move. The stranger looked startled, stopping in his tracks, his eyes showing tension. Yudong said with disdain. Are there really thieves breaking into houses these days? Who are you? Quickly reveal your identity and purpose for being here. The man in black was none other than Minun. His eyes widened when he saw Unung ready to throw a punch at him. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. It is her again. He stood there confused, not knowing what to do. He thought he came to find the product radiating demonic energy from the hellish pit. And this house happened to be Sun Unung's. How absurd. His face turned gray, his eyes filled with resentment, looking towards the railing. The crow perched on the railing seemed worried about being reprimanded. It awkwardly pointed down at the Do Hun Ji hiding under the floor. I do not know anything. That bastard investigated beforehand. Do Hun Ji's eyes narrowed. So angry he wanted to crush the crow right then. Minjun suddenly thought. Is not this the house of the division commander in the Hunter Corps? Emery has this. But why is she at home on the exact day I arrived? He thought about the time in Wang Qian. It truly is a cruel fate. He prepared to pounce like a cat, his face probably as dark as a burnt pot. Undung stood defensively behind, probably having never seen such a bizarre thief. Undung yelled, seemingly angry, placing her hands behind and standing still. I am warning you, she said. Minjun thought. Well, since I am here, I can't just leave, Yudong shouted. I told you not to move. She swung her long legs like a model, delivering a kick to Minun's head. He quickly crouched down and dodged. A moment later, his head would have turned into a ball. Minun stretched out his hand, holding a piece of paper and a pen. Yudong threw another punch. She seems to be very skilled in martial arts. Minjun dodged and deftly pressed the pen. Unsung kept attacking. Minjun dodged while writing something on the paper. Seeing this, Unun got very angry. She looked at him like he was a scoundrel who teased women. She swung her leg to kick him. Minun's eyes widened in surprise. Her movements are really good. She will be a sergeant soon. But still, she can't match me. He calmly raised his hand easily, and Minun caught Unung's punch, making her a bit worried. Minjun pushed her hand down. Unung Sung looked at him suspiciously, and then Minun grabbed her hand with both of his. Undung was now furious. She shoved his hand away. What? Are you kidding me? She calmed down and thought, this jerk is not normal. With moves like that, he must be a fake awakener. She continued to kick, but Minun dodged, suddenly charging towards her. His eyes were fixed on the item on the table, and Unung suddenly raised her hands to cover her face. Perhaps she was not a match for Minun. She braced for something bad, thinking she could not avoid it. Minjun zipped past her, reaching for the item in surprise of Minun. Then he swiftly leaped over the railing and disappeared into the thick darkness. Unung called after him. Wait! All she could see now was a shadow crossing the railing, accompanied by a crow flying after him. She hit her hand against the railing in frustration, thinking she could not even land a hit on him. Suddenly, she found a piece of paper in her hand, and Unsung curiously opened it. Inside were 2 words written boldly. Her face flushed bright red. Her eyes looked like they could burn the paper. That bastard. Minun and the crow had run into the city, with his back echoing with shouts. That crazy guy was in a dense park, probably long abandoned. Minun admired the item he just grabbed and pondered. Then his face lit up with excitement. It had more demonic energy than those monsters. Besides, if a 2-star general has this at home, it means it does not affect the human body. The crow cawed. And I think it is a crystal from a monster. Minjun glanced at it. Did anyone ask for permission to speak? The crow immediately lowered its head to the ground. The spirit being raised its hands. Looking quite annoyed, Minjun continued. I can figure that part out myself. I just wonder why it can contain demonic energy. I have never seen anything like this. Even in this. Minjun lifted the purple object to examine. Monster crystals are a type of mineral found within monsters. These crystals can vary depending on their age and danger level, but they contain mana proportional to their size. Minjin dropped the item and thought. Among the things received when defeating monsters, this is one of the most valuable items. He watched the object fall. The outer glass shattered, and the purple crystals spilled out. Ninjin picked up the crystals. But I had never seen a type that contained demonic energy inside. He clenched his fist, shattering the crystals, and the demonic energy flowed out, enveloping Minjin's entire body. He wondered how it even ended up on Earth. His skill panel appeared, indicating that he had absorbed a large amount of demonic energy, raising his demonic energy stat by 1. Minjin looked at the fragments in his hand. If I did not want to mess with that foolish saintess, I would not have wasted time caring about these things. Minjin's skill panel continued to notify him. The skill Demonic Energy Destruction has been created. The skill Demonic Energy Mastery has been created. Minjin looked at it and exclaimed. Both at once. Great. Min K is getting a lot of new skills all day long. To check, he tapped on his skill panel. Demonic Energy Destruction means your demonic energy will become colorless, odorless, and will no longer affect the surrounding environment. You can use your demonic energy or skills whenever you want. Minjin radiated a purple light. The higher the demonic energy stat, the easier it became to control. I was worried it would affect the surroundings, even though I tried to be careful. But this is great, plus I have demonic energy mastery. Minjin reached out toward the crow and the illusionary fox that had been standing still. The crow squawked and was pulled towards Minjin's hand. The crow looked a bit confused. He looked at it and thought, but is it only this heavy? It should be useful for remote control. I used to drag those fairies around with this. Minjin seemed dissatisfied. He tossed the crow away and told the two of them, I have a new mission for you. Find information about dungeons and items that are suspected to be related to demonic energy. The other two stood at attention. Understood. Minjin turned away and tossed 2 pieces of demonic energy cake. The two quickly caught them. Immediately after, a squabble ensued behind him among the kids. Minjin turned back to see them immediately pretending to be friendly. Just typical kids. Minjin suddenly called out to the crowd. Hey Lebong, have you ever had Korean food? At the roadside restaurant called Aryang, a table of food was set out that looked quite tempting. At this moment, Libongo had transformed from a crow into a human, tears and snot streaming down his face. But he still had to admit he was very handsome. The owner watched the 2 men eating soup, while Bongu already had a stack of bowls beside him. Minjun stared at him blankly, and he exclaimed, This is so delicious. Master. Minjun looked at him eating, blushing with anger. Choose one. Eat.
Yep, sir.
Bongu still had his face buried in the bowl of kimchi radish, crying because it was spicy. Minjun thought back to how he only ate that disgusting beast cake at Isk, so it made sense why he was like this. His phone vibrated in his pocket, revealing a series of messages from Kwangsich in the squad group. He frowned, having told them not to use their phones. Now he was about to speak. Under the bright sunlight, the soldiers of the Hunter Battalion were training. For those soldiers who have awakened, they have surpassed the limits of ordinary people. The guerrilla training has them pushing themselves hard. Even when exhausted, the trainers are closely observing them. And Minun looks excited. The sharp call echoes, and the soldiers dash forward like arrows, sweat soaking their uniforms. A bright smile spreads across Minun's face as if he struck gold. His eyes gleam with intense excitement for this special training session. Jiang spreads his arms wide as he glides across the rope bridge. The joy of a child finding their favorite game evident on his face, even hanging high up with safety harnesses. These challenges seem like a light warm-up, hardly difficult for him. Everything truly changes when entering the gas training phase. His face becomes serious behind the thick gas mask. All right. Let us sing the national anthem up to the 4th verse. And remember the words of the hunter's oath. The captain's voice rings out. In a corner of the tent, some soldiers can hold back their emotions, tears streaming down their cheeks, while others wear unreadable expressions. As for Minun, the fire of enthusiasm within him seems to blaze more fiercely than ever. Finally, the captain's command is given, and everyone is dismissed. These soldiers, being the awakened ones, carry a meaning that sets them apart from ordinary troops. However, the guerrilla training remains a tough challenge known to all hunters. Inside the camouflaged tent, each soldier is provided with a folding bed. They sit exhausted on their beds, some quickly drifting off to sleep. The red-haired boy and his brown-haired friend have tears welling in their eyes from emotion, holding bowls of hot fried rice. Both stare pensively at their meals. The red-haired guy chokes up, thinking this is his last meal of the year here. While the brown-haired guy shows concern, the division commander must really hate us. Did I do something wrong that I do not know about? The red-haired guy sighs softly. You have not even met him yet. How could that be the case? Across from them, another teammate is enjoying his meal. The sleep of the soldiers in those tents in the wilderness is anything but comfortable. The red-haired guy glances over in confusion.
Mate.
Are not you eating? The other teammates also turn their curious gazes toward the brown-haired guy. He struggles to speak. If we eat too much, we will have to go to that place. His face turns pale. A haunting image of the dark little room flashes in his mind, where a dim light flickers from the watchtower through the leaves. Just then, the tent flap is lifted. Captains from Gun leads the second squad into the tent. The soldiers are in a relaxed state. A blue-haired guy, likely the captain, quickly stands to report. Hello. The second squad is on personal break. Captaincy clears his throat and announces. Everyone listen up. Today's training session went very well. Tonight, the trainers will be on night duty, so you guys can take a break. And besides that, what can be considered the main purpose of the guerrilla training for hunters? His face became determined, his eyes igniting the soldiers' spirits. Give it your all in tomorrow's battle. The next day, their battle was a fierce series of duels. Under the scorching sun, everyone gathered around the arena, cheering for their teammates. Good job. Goat. Take him down. In the stands, two muscular soldiers charged at each other intensely. Everyone's face was taut with tension, yearning for victory. The square arena was where the winner and loser would be decided. A fighter must push their opponent out of the ring or completely defeat them. One opponent gritted his teeth, his body tense with solid muscles. Then he lifted his opponent effortlessly like a frog. Then he used all his strength to throw his opponent off the mat. The one thrown down landed on teammates below, causing everyone to fall in a heap, while the victor and his team celebrated. The coach's voice rang out. Stop. The coach raised his hand to announce. Round 16. Match 3. Battalion 1. Company 2. Team 1 wins. This match is weapon-free and no hitting is allowed. Essentially, it is just a test of pure strength. However, dueling in guerrilla training holds a special significance. The victorious fighter smirked triumphantly. Gathering all 4 battalions of the 104th Division, the soldiers lined up in formation. Colonel Lee Belm, commanding Battalion 2, frowned. He was quite the character. Last year, his team won. Right. Colonel John Sung-kun, captain of Battalion 1 of the 4th Division, laughed heartily. That is right. Back then he was only a private. Now he is a sergeant. Colonel Lee still frowned. Even in the previous round with 10 opponents at once, he handled them all by himself. What is his stats? Lieutenant Colonel Ko Jong-hun looked over at Colonel Lee, pushing up his glasses. I heard that Sergeant Choi Song-gu just passed his promotion exam. However, it seems that the captain of Battalion 1 has given up on the promotion. Colonel Lee looked astonished, exclaiming, What? Is what the captain of Battalion 3 said true? Did you know about this training session in advance? You can't participate in the match if you have been promoted, Colonel Jun rebutted. Not all. How could I have known? From the start. Who would have thought there would be a match in this crazy weather? This is considered a struggle between the battalions. In Colonel, captain of Battalion 4's ear, the voices of other commanders arguing could be heard.
Hey.
Do not slander me like that. I heard it too. Why attack the captain of Battalion 3? Do you have any guilt about what you did? This match is seen as a fierce competition between the battalions. It has become a battle of honor, one coach continued to announce. Next up is Battalion 4, Company 1. Team 4. And a girl smiled slightly. The number of teams from Battalion 4 that made it to this round is 1. A group of fit girls is standing ready. The intensity of the training is likely to increase for the underperforming battalions. The victorious fighters from the team are sitting in the tent, grinning smugly. The winner from before walks past Minen, smirking provocatively. Are you the hunter Kim from Battalion 2? Minen looks at him with indifference. That is. He extends his hand, tapping something, his eyebrows raised, finally meeting a celebrity. I heard you became a sergeant the fastest here. Min Jun does not understand his intentions and just smiles awkwardly.
Yeah.
I guess. Thank you. The guy smirks disdainfully, laughing with a hint of contempt. I was expecting too much from the rumors that you look like a fool. Minen's teammates immediately glare sharply at him. They all shout in annoyance. What did that guy just say? But soon, the expressions of the two shift slightly. Each of them feels a large hand pressing down on their shoulders. The guy in front of them looks like he wants to devour both of them right away. His hands grip tightly on the shoulders of both, speaking in a slightly mocking tone. Come on. I just meant it like that. His grip tightens, pressing down on their shoulders, the veins bulging. It is a hand with terrifying strength. The two are bewildered. What kind of strength is this? I can't move. He releases them after showcasing his power, a disdainful expression on his face as he says, Sorry for being careless. With that, he walks away with his teammates, who laugh mockingly together. Minjun remains silent, sitting casually in his chair. Minen's two teammates glare angrily at him. He is such a jerk. Sergeant Kim Minen. Are not you going to do anything? Minjun raises a finger. It is nothing. The blue-haired guy immediately yells out. Feeling wronged, not all. I am going to teach him a lesson. His expression stiffens a bit, seeming like he overreacted. But it is actually because of Minen's reaction. Minjun grins slyly. It is. He is so angry he is shaking, his face red as he grits his teeth. Because we will meet him again soon. The rounds continue under the blinding sun. Everyone is sitting in their tents. In the tent of Team 4. Battalion 4. Company 4. Squad 4. The girls are waiting when the readiness call sounds. Corporal Mary with her neatly tied short pink hair complains. What is the point of all this? Not only is it exhausting, but we also have to push each other around. Is it crazy? Corporal Lahai nods and explains.
Yeah.
They are comparing the strength of the battalions. And if we do not perform well, we are done for. Do we really have to do this to find out who the guerrilla king is? Corporal gasps. We are the only team in the battalion to make it this far. The division commander must be really angry. Up in the observation area, the division commanders are sitting together, while other division leaders are still arguing. Do not slander me like that. I have heard about it too. Colonel Wu looks a bit annoyed, her brows furrowed. Exuding tension, she remains silent and does not say a word. The sergeant must have seen the terrifying expression of her superior. She gasps and exclaims. Oh my. She is really gone mad. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind the girls. Why are you all so worried? The four of them turn around in confusion to see who it is. A blonde girl is approaching them. The trainer's voice rings out, followed by the 4th Squad of the 4th Battalion, 4th Company, and 4th Platoon, and the girls all stand up in a ready position. Their bodies strong and fit. The number 11 abs are clearly visible, especially on the blonde girl. Her abs are toned and defined. She is Sergeant Bond's commander. Her face is filled with determination, looking like a fierce female general. She tells her teammates, all we need to do is win and claim that Guerrilla King title. Her fists are clenched, her gaze full of confidence. Their match begins. The sergeant screams. She seems very annoyed and panicked. Her screams probably echo across the mountains, while her teammates are fighting with all their might. She yells and runs everywhere. Stay away from me. Her opponent can only chase her with a helpless and reluctant expression. This is probably a match he never wants to repeat in his life. On the other side, two girls are teaming up to fight against a muscular guy, but it seems they can give him a hard time. Meanwhile, the sergeant is screaming and running around, creating total chaos, while Private Kim Nai and Private Haji J are struggling against a tall guy. He is so big he could lift both of them at once and throw them far away. But just as the two girls were about to win, he furrows his brow. Something is distracting him. A strong hand lands on his shoulder, and then he is thrown down to the mat, leaving the two girls stunned. The one who tossed him is Sergeant O, effortlessly taking down a big guy, not even bothering to look back at where he falls. This captain is indeed very strong. The guy's face turns as dark as a pot's bottom after being thrown by a girl. He grits his teeth in frustration, looking at her with disbelief. How can he lose to such a delicate girl? In reality, she is not weak at all. She is fiercer than a chili pepper. His eyes turn red as if he wants to burn Sergeant O. At that moment, she lunges at him, catching him off guard. He has not even stood up yet, still sitting dazed on the ground. When Sergeant O jumps at him, the muscles on her body ripple, making her look like a fierce beast. She gains momentum and hugs his leg, lifting him off the ground. His face turns pale, and he is lifted without having any chance to react. He never expected to encounter a girl as formidable as this in his life. His eyes rolled back, looking like he was about to throw up from shock. Whoever could take down Sergeant O probably would not dare to speak loudly all day. Then the poor guy tumbled twice in the air before crashing headfirst down onto the arena floor. Sergeant O knelt on one knee, one hand on the ground and the other on her knee to regain her balance and breath. Anyway, with a guy that big, tossing him far away would definitely make her lose her balance as well. But it seemed like her skills were impressive. She handled it without a hitch. Sergeant O brushed herself off and stood up, suddenly looking over to the side, her expression shifting to 3 parts helpless, 7 parts panic as she saw Private Chair running around in a frenzy, her mouth screaming, "Do not chase me anymore." Her opponent behind her also seemed to be frustrated, wondering why he could not catch her. Finally, a look of joy appeared on his face. All right then. It looked like he had caught Private Cha. But no. She calmly grabbed his wrist, quick and decisive. The guy still did not understand what was happening. And then with just one hand, Private Cha lifted him into the air, spinning him around, tossing him lightly like a toy. Was this the consequence of defying girls? She had told him not to touch her, yet he still tried to chase her. Looks like this guy was having a really bad day. The guy was so scared he gaped, thinking he was fighting a normal girl. Who would have thought she was a super strong one? Surgeon stood with her hands on her hips, watching the scene with an expression that said it all. Why did not she just do that from the start? Running around like a maniac while screaming as if she was about to be eaten. In the end, the grain of rice turned out to be quite the hilarious chicken. Private Cha gently tossed him to the ground, her face as calm as a tranquil lake, showing no signs of fatigue at all. The guy lay there, motionless, eyes tightly shut. He probably would not stop spinning until next year. A tiny heavenly circle floated up as she applied a bit more strength. Perhaps he was going to heaven to continue the fight. She looked at him with disdain, as if she felt he deserved it. She said, "I told you to stay away from me." Indeed, going against a woman's words would lead to a lot of trouble. Right after that, Private Cha turned to look behind her. Private Yu was at a disadvantage against her opponent, and it seemed like she was about to collapse. The two of them kept pushing back and forth, both faces filled with fierce determination. Their solid muscles strained as they pushed with all their might. The opponent of Private Yu was drenched in sweat. It seemed this girl was not ordinary either. Just then, a blond guy appeared beside them. The opponent signaled something to him, and he rushed in like an arrow. They were planning a 2-on-1, and he shouted, "Gotcha." But just a few steps in, a hand grabbed the collar of his shirt. He immediately changed to a look of shock. The speed of his face turning was astonishing. He saw his head pointing down towards the ground, and then his entire body was uncontrollably flying through the air. He could not comprehend what was happening anymore. The one holding his collar was none other than Anio. Her attack stance was incredibly decisive. The skills are truly impressive. Anio's eyes are sharp, and her expression seems satisfied with this result. The surgeon positions his eyebrows firmly, looking directly at the opponent, gently thanking his teammate. "Thanks, Aincio." Her hand also adds more strength. It seems that the opponent's recent move has fired her up even more. She pushes him back several steps with force. The guy still does not know what is happening. Wondering where such a strong girl came from, he loses his advantage, falls into a passive state, and gets taken down. The surgeon stands alone, watching the whole process, proud of his teammate, with a slightly cruel smile. Anticipating victory, in the end, their team wins. The victorious guy laughs at his teammates and mocks them. He clicks his tongue in disdain, arms crossed over his chest. Those guys could not even take out a few girls. I did not expect much, but this is a bit shocking. Well, we have to let these guys handle it while we watch. The two guys who got knocked down earlier are sitting, gasping for breath, still in shock. The two of them talk in a fighting stance, boasting. They keep talking about Choi Song-gu, but this year, it is just us who are the stars. Those two rush forward, waving their hands at the girls standing on the arena as a challenge. The girls stand calmly, not intimidated, just waiting for them. The surgeon places her hands on her hips, perhaps seeing that this annoying bunch is not afraid of death. Before the two can make a move, they are lifted up. The surgeon picks one up with each hand, like carrying two frogs, lifting them off the ground. And those two still look down on her. They still look down on her, oblivious to fear, laughing mockingly. What is this? Trying to fight us alone. But these two big guys can't boast for long. Their smiles fade in just a few seconds, faces turning to fear. Perhaps now they realize their feet have not touched the ground this whole time. Both of them panic and shout, "Wait! Is she really that strong? Hold on." But the surgeon does not wait for them to finish. She tightly grips the waists of those two. She smirks with a sneer. Her whole body trembles from the strain. She emphasizes each word. "Who told you that I was fighting alone?" Behind them, the girls on the team are gathering speed, running like lightning. Then they combine their strength, pushing from behind the surgeon. A massive force is unleashed. The girls throw those boastful guys away. They crumple like wet noodles in the surgeon's grip. The two are thrown into the air, their faces blank with fear. Oh my. The girls stand proudly, watching those two. They deserve this for underestimating women. Next to the two lying in a heap on top of each other, the coach raises a hand to announce. Round 16 of the fourth match. Team 4 of Battalion 4. Company 4. Squad 4 win. The sergeant wipes her hands with satisfaction. The girls behind her are as happy as can be. Everyone is beaming. Meanwhile, Manan is sitting observing them, starting to evaluate. They really cooperate well, and their skills are impressive too. One teammate exclaims in admiration, "That team is really good." The guy with the messy hair will face Choi Song-go. Just wait and see him lose. There is no way that is happening after what you said earlier. Choi Song-go will head straight to the finals. Otherwise, how could we fight him? We still need to teach him a lesson. That idiot admits it. Exactly. But then again, are we sure we will make it to the finals? We have Sergeant Lee Siu and Kim Mina. If we want to win, there is no way we can lose. As Sergeant Cho was leaving the arena, she suddenly noticed something. She looked over at the guys waiting. She spotted Kim Mina. Her eyes lit up with joy as if she had struck gold. But it seemed the distance was too far for Mina to hear her. Her two teammates looked over in confusion, a big question mark appearing above their heads. The guy with the messy hair scratched his head. What is that? Did she just greet us? The guy next to him excitedly said. Of course she did. I knew she was paying attention to me. It is like seeing a pretty girl makes you forget everything else. Just a moment ago, she had thrown a heavy guy out like a sack. Mine still sat there, unresponsive. Sergeant Che kept jumping up, causing Sergeant Un to frown, not knowing what was wrong with her. The two guys suddenly changed their minds, and the blonde guy said, but thinking it over, teaching others like this. The messy-haired guy added, sometimes liking someone can make you a bit arrogant. I think we can forgive Choi Song-gu. After that, both of their faces turned red. I feel the same. A bit regretful. But let us overlook that. From now on, we will cheer for the 4th Battalion. Agreed. Minun sat beside them, looking at them with a judging gaze. These two really lose all their sense when they see pretty girls. Minjun sighed. These fools in the observation deck. The commanders were still intently watching. Colonel Ko adjusted his glasses, thinking he had expected more from them. Colonel A smiled happily. It was indeed a great match. Colonel John, blushing in anger, said, you must be very proud. Commander of the 4th Battalion. Colonel Un remained silent on the field as the coach continued announcing the 5th match of round 16. The 2nd team of Battalion 2, Company 2 of Regiment 2, and Team 4 of Battalion 1. Company 3, Regiment 1. Please come to the stage. Colonel Un's eyes suddenly widened as she focused below. She looked at Kim Minun's face, and suddenly thought of Commander Deuce's expression. Minun's whole team began to discuss. And the blonde guy turned to Minun, Sergeant Kim Minun. Did you hear that our whole team will have a vacation together, if we come in first in this exam? Minjun looked disgusted. I do not want to go on vacation with you guys. Then I guess we do not need to come in first. Minjun glared at his teammate, and then turned away. His gaze was sharp, his mouth twisted into a smirk. Is this the right way to do things? Under the scorching sun, two teams stood facing each other in two lines. The coach in the middle is explaining the rules to them. Both teams are tense and looking at each other, each face determined to win. The coach clears his throat. Ready. The match will start with the sound of the whistle. A whistle blows, and the members of the opposing team charge forward fiercely, while Minun's team remains calm and observes. Soon after, two teammates next to Minun also start to advance. The guy with gray hair runs to the front first with a fierce expression. He grabs the waist of two opponents and pushes them back. The two seem a bit surprised by the sudden attack, still unsure how to react. Meanwhile, others rush at each other with lightning speed. Minun's other two teammates also rush in to grab their opponent's waists. The guy with the tuft of hair has slipped through an opponent's arm and is preparing to lift him up. What is this? His eyebrows furrow slightly. He seems a bit surprised. Why are you so light? Then he lifts his opponent up like he is holding a frog. Behind him, the brown-haired guy has also lifted an opponent up. It seems this team is not their match. Suddenly, one guy on the team glances to the side, and they all display confused faces looking at another opponent still standing still, not joining the fight. That tall guy just stands there watching his two teammates struggling with someone from Minun's team. He seems very impressed. His eyebrows furrow as if he looks down on that teammate. Is he planning to join them 3-on-1? Minjun's teammate glares back, his eyes showing no hesitation. If he charges in, he will take on all three. Minjun steps onto the field, blocking the view of his teammate, who is straining to push the opponent down. The guy from earlier looks a bit flustered upon seeing Minun appear. Minjun observes him and silently assesses. He really is useful. Should I try that with him? He yells and lunges at Minun. Minjun remains calm, waiting to see what he will do. The corner of Minjun's eye lifts, and his hand begins to channel demonic energy. His control ability is not very precise yet, but Minun intends to use his advanced demonic skill E to handle this match. Minun stands firm, taking a slight step forward, the opponent's face showing panic, as if he is afraid of something. He is held in midair by Minun, frozen in a running position. It seems he did not have time to charge in before Minun pulled him back. Minjun calmly uses one hand to control the demonic energy holding his feet, while the other hand has grabbed his head. Minun's eyes show excitement, thinking he might make this opponent useful. Then he swings his hand down, pushing the opponent's head down. The motion is so fast that others can't catch it in time. Minjun's opponent pushes down with both hands to avoid being choked. He kneels on one knee to stabilize himself. He looks at Minun in amazement because no one can see Minun's skills. Minjun remains casually standing in front of him. The opponent grits his teeth in anger, the veins on his face bulging as he glares at Minun. He immediately springs up, reaching out to grab Minjun. Minun's face darkened slightly, and before his opponent could even touch him, Minun used his powers to pull the guy's arm. He stumbled and fell flat on the arena floor, looking like a toddler learning to walk who just tripped. Minjun glanced at him as if to say, "Well, that is obvious." The opponent sat up and turned to look at Minun with a confused expression. He had no idea what was happening and seemed hopeful to find the answers on Minun. Two big question marks appeared over his head. Minjun was quite amused by his little game. He thought, "I can't let him know what is going on." He brushed off his shirt lightly. Minun's opponent stood up, ready to fight again. Minjun secretly exclaimed, "That is enough of that." Just as the opponent was about to defend himself, Minjun charged forward. He raised his hand to grab Minun but missed. Minjun dodged and slipped past him. Then he was astonished as he turned around. Minjun had circled behind him and wrapped his arms around him from behind. It seemed Minun was really enjoying teasing his opponent like this. Minjun leaned back and threw his opponent into the air. Minun's opponent soared upwards, which was quite unusual, while others throw their opponents forward. Minjun tossed him behind. Minjun's eyes sparkled with delight. "Hello there." The match continued under the bright sun, but it seemed Minjun's team would easily make it to the finals. Everyone sat down to rest at their Team S spot. The faces of Minun's two teammates turned red with frustration. They won. So why do they look so upset? They were angry for another reason. They could not face the 4th team of the 4th Battalion as opponents. The faces of Minun's two teammates darkened. The coach's voice echoed from the arena. "We will enter the finals." Both teams stepped onto the battlefield. The high-heeled boots of the soldiers clacked on the floor. This time, Team Minjun faced the cocky guy who had teased them before. John had a hairstyle tied back like a chicken's tail, and Kwangsek also sported a distinctive hairstyle, both glaring at the members of the other team as they stepped up. "Do they have any tricks up their sleeves?" John shot a glare at Wang Sich. "That bastard used to be a wrestler." "Right." Wang Sich glanced over at them too. It seems he wrestled until high school, and then had to retire after awakening. The two began to assess their opponent, judging by his fighting style. "I can say his skills back then were no joke." "I heard he won all the tournaments," John questioned. "Really? For sure." Both of them looked towards the opposing team, who were laughing victoriously. Above their heads, the two were about to catch fire, and John grit his teeth angrily. They were actually skilled but still played it safe. Flames were blazing above John and Wang Sich. A teammate had to hold them back. Otherwise, the two could end up on the other side, eating the opponent's team. Minun was just standing aside with a dark expression, fully aware of why these two were so upset. Utterly ridiculous. Minun's face showed helplessness. They were furious because in the quarterfinals, not only did Choi Song-go's team win, but also the way they won. In the quarterfinals, Choi Song-go's team faced the girls from the Anchio team. They looked down on the girls who were dirty and fallen on the arena floor. Choi Song-gu was even happily singing when he saw Sergeant Tuliter trying to get back up, her whole body trembling. After all, she was a girl who had probably been knocked down many times. Choi looked at her with utter disdain. He waved his rough hand. Their match result was 6-0. As Sergeant Kotu was using her last bit of strength and spirit to charge forward, he showed no mercy and threw her down again. No one was pushed out of the arena as the previous rules stipulated. Instead, Sergeant lay motionless in a corner of the arena. The entire Koi Soon-gu team watched him twist his arm, looking rather undignified for being ruthless to a woman. The girls lay still on the arena floor, seemingly thrown down so many times that they had no strength left to get back up. It no longer resembled a sports competition, but felt more like a practice match. Minun remained silent, listening to the two ranting endlessly. He thought entirely differently. The Choi Song-go's victory was not wrong at all, because he adhered to the minimum rule of not hitting. The fault lay with the losers being too weak. It made sense. After all, they were just girls who could not be stronger than all the men here. Their victory was mainly due to tactics and teamwork. The girls sitting in the resting area looked incredibly sad. Sergeant Choi was covering her face with a towel. Perhaps her body was now hotter than the weather outside. Ainseo sat silently, bowing her head in disappointment. The sergeant yelled angrily, ignoring Sergeant Gon trying to hold her back. Wang Sek said furiously, "It is time to teach you a lesson." "You bastard." Minun glared at Wang Sek like he was an annoying child. He exhaled. Still a long way to go. The annoying face of Choi Song-gu appeared in his mind. His mocking, His contemptuous demeanor was truly irritating. He calmly thought, if they hated Choi Sung-gu so much, they just needed to beat him in the match. Why all the fuss? Choi Sung-gu stood with his teammates, a smug expression on his face. Minjin's team was ready for the match, not worried at all about facing someone who won all the training rounds. John spoke. Are you going to keep fighting us alone? He sneered with disdain. How can I do that with Sergeant Ligu around? Who is asking? His arrogant demeanor continued. If I faced you guys alone, I wonder if you could win. John angrily prepared to rush, but Sergeant Ligu stopped him. Sergeant Lai was the one who fought 2 opponents alone in the last match. Wang Sech's hair turned bright red, standing up like a flame. Minnan remained silent, his face dark. He started to shift his aggression towards Minnan. He glanced at Minnan with a mocking smirk. I thought you would be upset when your little girlfriend got defeated, but you are surprisingly calm. Minnan did not understand what he was saying, a big question mark over his head. Wang Sech looked confused. What is he talking about? His girlfriend. His voice rang out again. Is that pink-haired girl from Battalion 4 his girlfriend? She was so excited and even cheered for him. Kwang Sich recalled the moment when the sergeant waved and cheered towards him. His face turned red again as he shouted at him. What do you mean? She did not wave at Sergeant Kim Min-jun. Then his expression shifted to one of embarrassment. I mean, whatever. It is not certain. He really hoped that was not true. John could not stay silent and quickly interjected. Right. Sergeant Kim Min-jun does not care about anyone else except Lumi from that trash dungeon fighter game. His clumsy defense left Choi Sung-gu and his teammates looking puzzled. The atmosphere suddenly dropped. It seemed John had just said something he should not have. Suddenly, Choi Sung-gu smirked. And then all 3 of his team burst into loud laughter. Ha! What? Lumi from that trash dungeon fighter game. That MPV starter character. Is she your cruh? Ha! Amidst the mocking laughter, Minan's cold voice rang out. You are the fat one. Even Minan, who had been silent until now, spoke up, shocking the whole team. Choi Sung-gu laughed hard, his tone dripping with disdain. It is the first time I have seen someone like you. Only losers would like a 2D character. You really are pathetic. The coach's voice cut through the argument. Both teams are ready. The match begins with the sound of the whistle. Choi Sung-gu laughed so hard he was in tears. He was laughing to the point of tears. I will go easy on you. You still have to return safely to your little Lumi. The coach blew a long whistle, signaling the start of the match. Choi Sung-gu got into a fighting stance but kept mocking Minan. What kind of old hag is that? Even though the comment was annoying, Minjin remained calm, showing no reaction as his teammates charged in. Minjin glared at Choi Sung-gu rushing in, his expression turning icy. He charged and shouted, still feeling relaxed. Just as he was about to touch Minan's shoulder, Minan gracefully shifted to the side and dodged the attack. His teammates looked at him in bewilderment, big question marks floating above their heads. Choi Sung-gu held his face. His expression was gray with pain and embarrassment, a red mark appearing on his forehead. His teeth were clenched tight, his face twisted in agony. Feeling more frustrated than after eating chili, he growled through gritted teeth. This is just me making a wrong step. Let this one slide. Min-jun shrugged and looked at the coach. Are you confused about how to handle this too? The coach glanced up at the commanders sitting in the observation area, his eyes seeming to seek a judgment from them. Then, the coach reminded the 2 sternly. Remember to be careful to avoid unnecessary collisions. I repeat, fighting here is prohibited. Minan smirked slightly, and the coach turned to leave. Soon-go's face was dark, and he grimaced angrily, hissing through clenched teeth. That damn kid is really cute, but I won't go easy on you anymore. You are as good as dead. Minan replied with a scowl. Cute. The coach's voice rang out. Keep going. Minan began to get annoyed. I am not. Koi stood there dazed when he suddenly saw Minan turn and run away. What? Then he smugly said. So that is how it is. He was about to flee. His eyes narrowed. But Minan did not run away. He charged towards his 2 teammates like a gust of wind, leaving them wide-eyed in shock. He did not understand what was happening. The 2 teammates were launched into the air, screaming in panic. Minan continued to rush like a whirlwind. John was so frustrated he was on the verge of tears. He was tossed up. Why me? Choi looked on with confusion as Minan charged past. What? Why is that guy attacking his own team? Both Sergeant Lai and Kwang Sich were thrown up as well, but they were lucky to avoid it, unable to comprehend what Minan was doing. Everyone looked at him in frustration like he was a disruptor. Sergeant Lai was angry. Standing in front of Minan with his arms crossed and his brow furrowed, he gritted his teeth. That crazy guy. Immediately, Sergeant Lai and Minan collided, another teammate getting hit and flying high. Choi still stood frozen to the side, staring at everything in disbelief. What are you doing? Sergeant Lei was extremely angry. Choi was even more shocked to see Minan knock Sergeant Lei away. What the hell? Minan was surrounded by a purple aura. His eyes filled with madness. What is up with that damn guy? In the observation area, the two commanders were arguing. Colonel John stood up shouting, "What kind of fight is this? Stop them." Colonel Lee argued back, "What are you talking about? He is not breaking any rules. Why stop the match?" Colonel John continued to counter, "But is it normal for him to take down his own teammates?" Colonel Lee was a bit tense, gripping the arms of the chair tightly. "What is wrong with that guy?" "No idea. We can't keep making excuses for him." Colonel Jun continued to shout, "Are you responsible if someone gets hurt?" Colonel Yu, who had been silent, finally spoke up, "The referee will handle this himself." Just like in previous matches, Colonel John suddenly fell silent. Pondering the girls in Colonel Yu's team, who were defeated by Choi Sung-gu's team, he seems to have said something careless. Weren't those girls injured too? Colonel Yu sighed and turned to continue watching. In the ring, Minjun and Choi were grappling each other. His face contorted. Minjun is truly a formidable opponent. What is wrong with this guy? First, he turned this into a one-on-one fight. And now he wants to wrestle. You fool. You made a mistake. I know you are strong. But he has got a tight grip on Minjun. Strength is everything in wrestling. He looked pleased, seemingly confident of victory in his hands. In wrestling, technique is key. He held onto Minjun's waist, straining to lift him up. But strangely, a slender guy like Minjun was not budging. He looked doubtful. And before he could react, Minjun lifted him effortlessly. Then Minjun exerted force and threw him down in front of him, crashing heavily onto the mat, causing him to scream in fear. Minjun looked down at him lying flat on the ground, telling him to get up. That jerk Jokoi thought his technique was useless. He really is dangerous. Minjun smirked with a cruel smile. Looking like a little devil, Minjun lifted him again, and the guy panicked, pleading, "Wait, get it, I will surrender." Minjun did not hear a word and lifted him up, throwing him down again. Choi spun through the air, screaming in fear as he landed heavily. Minjun did not let him drop, but kept him suspended above the ground. He was gasping for breath. Minjun calmly said, "Who said you could surrender?" He lifted him again. The guy panicked. "Wait a minute. Maybe he is scared out of his wits." Choi shouted, "I said I quit. I will get down myself." Minjun ignored everything he said. His face darkening, he growled, "Listen closely. What is that guy panicking about?" Minjun's face looked like a fierce beast as he continued, "It is not just a 2D character." Then Minjun twisted his waist and hurled him behind. Everyone watching the match was left in awe, mouths agape. The young sergeant looked up in admiration, while Anseo was speechless. Akoi Sungu lay on the mat, frothing at the mouth, his eyes glazed like he was drunk. Minjun continued, "She is my absolute favorite." Choi was thrown down so hard that it dented the floor behind him, lying motionless. So that is what this was about. The coach raised his hand to announce the results. The match ended. The second team of the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Squad won. Minjun stepped off the mat, suddenly pausing. Next to Wang Sech and John looked at him in shock. Sergeant Lee angrily turned away. Minjun scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. "I just got a little excited." Everyone immediately surrounded him, bursting into laughter. "Gu is truly Sergeant Kim Minjun." "What is wrong with Minjun? You did not even break a sweat," Kwang Sik said, brimming with excitement. "It was indeed the best match I have ever seen. The notorious Koi Sun Gu lost in a one-on-one battle." Dong was excited too, giving a thumbs up, even after being completely taken down. It was quite satisfying. "You wanted to make it more dramatic, did not you? If you had spoken up earlier, we would have cooperated enthusiastically." Minan looked upset. Things did not seem to be going that way. They were really enthusiastic. But that is good too. Sergeant Lei was still angry and spoke sternly. No matter the reason, he could not justify taking down his teammates. "I am really disappointed," Kim Minjun said as Sergeant Lei turned and walked away. Minjun silently watched him leave. "This time, I definitely crossed the line." Sergeant Lei walked away, letting out a sigh, picturing Minjun rushing at him on the field. If he let his guard down, he could have become prey. His eyes were filled with determination. "Kim Minan, next time I will definitely beat you." Finally, the award ceremony for the tournament took place. Everyone stood in neat military uniforms, looking serious. The flag of the Hunter Corps fluttered in the wind. Colonel Yu called out Kim Minan's name. Then she draped the medal around his neck. Everyone below saluted. Under the bright sun, Kwang Sik uncomfortably stood up and left the tent. A teammate asked, "Where are you going?" He shouted that he was going to the bathroom. He walked away grumbling, Why do we have to train in guerrilla tactics at a time like this in the Hunter Corps? It will take a lot of time to get back to base. A girl's voice echoed from behind. Hey Hunter. He turned around and saw the girl, turning red as a beet. This guy is really easy to embarrass. Right after that, following the brief but intense training of the 104th Division, voices could be heard discussing in a corner, so we have to be more careful when mentioning this. I think even if we get punished for it later, we can't give up, but if the sergeant finds out, do not be scared. We just need to lure them to the Rendezvous point. They definitely won't be able to do anything then. Getting forgiveness is easier than getting permission. Hey kid. Your role is the most important. Can you handle it? The four in Minen's team huddled together. These people had schemed something before the fatigue of training was lessened, Wang Sek said with a serious face. Simon B. We do not have much time. Do we? We need to make it as effective as possible. Zhang added that choosing the right rendezvous point was key. So which location is the best? Zhang Jin said shyly. The front line in the East Jiang area. Otherwise it will take a long time to reach somewhere else, Wang Sich exclaimed. That is right. Keep suggesting ideas. The phone in Wang Sich's hand beeped, and everyone leaned in to look, their faces slightly flushed. Wang Sich exclaimed again. Another one. A message had come in from Ainshio. Hello. I am so. Thank you for giving me your phone number. Can we talk? I did not think you would text me. Now I can discuss this. What is it?
Yep.
Ainshio made a suggestion. Have you decided when to take the break from the match? Our team has won too. So I would like us to go together. Of course. When can we go? Thank you. Next Sunday works. Right. Sure. Sure. Ainshio continued to text. Okay. Since we have scheduled it, your team can choose the location. I will let the others on my team know. Thanks. We will choose the location and let you know. You will be pleased with it. Ainshio then made a request. Can you give me the phone number of the hunter Kim Min Jun? After reading the message, Kwang Sek's face changed dramatically. And Dong next to him did not know what to do. Dong said.
Wait.
If that is the case, we are definitely going to get caught. Right. Wang Sich frowned and pointed at the phone. Should I say I do not know? Dong also complained. Who would believe that? Zhongin worried. We are all on the same team. And it would be weird if we do not know his number. Kwang Sich's face turned pale, and Diane immediately stood up to deny responsibility. I do not know about this. It is tough. I do not think it will work out. You are the one who brought it up. Right. They do not know anything. Saying that, Dong turned away, then called back. You guys should leave before we all get into trouble. So the three of them left together, leaving Kwang Sich in utter confusion.
Wait.
What if the sergeants really want to hang out too? The three stopped. Dongjin turned back to look at Kwang Sich in confusion. Kwang Sich was still standing there shouting. Guys. The hallway of the dorm was neatly arranged, and there was no one passing by at this time. Min Jun opened the door, a skill bar appearing in front of him. Min Jun excitedly put his hands on his hips. This is the result of the training process. On the skill bar, it says Kim Minen. The founder of the Lumi Mai sect is my favorite character. Strength 66 and 60 plus 5. Agility 65 and 66 plus 1. Stamina 60. Demon energy 30. Skill decay, acquired.
Yep.
Practitioner C. Demon energy is specialized in demon energy E and crude weapon techniques. Sword power E enhances speed. Min Jun's eyes lit up. Thank you, Koi Sunu. Min Jun happily added more weights to the bar, humming as he worked out. It is going to be tough to increase the stats since they are already at 60 points. But this time, the agility has gone up by 1 while lifting weights and thinking. His face was full of excitement, and the strength increased by 5. That is really impressive. Min Jun happily lifted weights when he suddenly heard someone calling him. Master Kim Minen. Master Kim Minen. The barbell was reset and made a clanking sound. Min Jun sat up, one hand on the barbell, the other on his knee. Looking puzzled. What is wrong? What is happening? The voice came again. Can I ask for a little help? Min Jun gritted his teeth, knowing this person really knew how to ruin someone else's mood. Why are you asking me? I already gave you the money. Just buy it yourself. Bong Gu laughed like an idiot. Thank you, Master. Minen rubbed his head, his face gloomy. Why is that jerk so happy? I am going crazy. Bong Gu's voice echoed again, and I discovered a mysterious energy phenomenon. Minen got even more frustrated. He gritted his teeth. Should not you have mentioned that first? Bong Gu fell silent. He continued to ask. What does it matter? What is this mysterious energy? Is it demonic energy or what? It is not demonic energy. But it definitely comes from somewhere else. I have never felt this kind of energy in is. Bong reported the situation to Minen, who pondered and asked. What is it? Why did you suddenly stop talking? Bonggu casually replied. The soup is here. Let me finish eating first, then I will continue talking, Minjun shouted. You jerk. He angrily left the gym. Truly furious, Minun's phone buzzed with a message from Ainshio. Hello. Is this the number of Hunter Kim Minun? Minjun was confused. Staring blankly at his phone, he seemed irritated and exclaimed. What is going on today? Why does everyone suddenly want to talk to me? And how does she even have my number? Just block her. Just as Minjun was about to press block, Kwang Sage burst in, shouting. Don't, Sergeant Kim Minun. Please. Minjun avoided Wang Seich's touch as he tried to block. Wang Seich grabbed his hand pleadingly. Minjun looked at him annoyed and said, What is it? Wang Sich asked. You just got a message from Hunter Ainshio. Right. Wang Sich put on a flattering face. This is a rare opportunity. Please think of your teammates. I am sure you will achieve an even higher position. So you also have to care about the morale of your subordinates. Right. Minjun looked at Kwang Sich and asked. What the hell are you talking about? Suddenly, Minun pushed Wang Sich away. Wait a minute, so you are the one who gave her my number? Wang Sich sheepishly admitted. That is. He tried to wrap his arm around Minun and continued. We just want what is best for the army. And when else can we develop except during times like this? Minun's expression changed. He was about to explode. He looked at Wang Sich and asked what he was really talking about. What have you been plotting? Wang Sich looked bewildered.
Hey.
Have not you heard anything from Mechanic Sonio? Minun started to lose his temper. Heard what? Wang Sich stammered. I mean. Minjun's face turned fierce. He threatened. This is the training room. You better tell the truth. Wang Sich turned pale. He had not forgotten the last weightlifting match. Next Sunday, at the Thunderland amusement park, the Army's combat boots marched in. Minun's team was out having fun after the training session. Everyone looked excited, except Minun and Captain Lai, who seemed unwilling to be there. Dong excitedly said to Minun. Thanks, Sergeant Kim Minun. I never thought I would make it here. Wang Sich looked at him with disdain, grinding his teeth in reproach. What right does a traitor like you have to say thanks? Do you have any idea how much I had to spend? Before he finished, Minun turned and interrupted him. Minjun glanced at Wang Sich and said, You think we got here because of you? John had already said he wanted to come here. Minun hugged Junho's shoulders, making him shyly scratch his head. He continued. We should really thank him. Dong continued. Anyway, I do not think Sergeant Lai Sung Ho will let this slide easily. Dong's face turned slightly red as he spoke to Sergeant Lai. I know you are just a man after all. Sergeant Lai did not turn to look, his voice helpless with this chatterbox. I thought to myself that it was better than being out all day with those guys. Sergeant Lai's calm expression darkened Dong and Kwang Sich's faces behind him. Dong eagerly looked around, wondering where the girls from the 4th Battalion were. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked in one direction with interest. On the other side, the girls seemed to be having a great conversation, and behind them stood a tall man. Dong shouted, There they are. At the ticket booth. Suddenly, everyone's faces froze, and they looked at the girls with surprise. Minun looked at Ainshio and the man behind her with confusion. Ainshio looked a bit flustered. The man behind her was General Sun, Ainshio's father. His face was serious, his gaze radiating authority. Kwang Sich's face turned pale as he rolled up his sleeves. Wait, is that the mafia? Dong seemed skeptical. How could the mafia dare? Sergeant Lai raised his arm to block Kwang Sich, preventing him from acting rudely. He shouted, Wait! Everyone pay attention. He spoke seriously and raised his hand to greet the man, who greeted him back. Everyone was somewhat serious, except for Ainshio, who seemed a bit shy. Minjun was extremely surprised, his eyes wide as he looked in that direction. Stammering. He is the commander of the 107th Division. I have seen him speak on TV. Everyone gasped, looking at Minun in disbelief. Ainshio pulled General Sun's hand, shyly saying, Dad. Oh no, Dad. You just said to take me to the door. Please just go home, Dad. General Sun gently smiled, comforting his daughter. I just wanted to say hello to the hunters working with you. Then I will head back. Ainshio looked awkwardly at her father, but before she could finish her sentence, General Sun brushed her hand away. He walked towards Minun's group of hunters with a serious face, completely different from when he was comforting his daughter. Ainshio could only stand behind and watch. Minun's eyes brightened when he saw him approaching. General Sun's face was serious. It was hard to tell if he was happy or sad, as he walked with a dignified stride. He stood in front of Minun, his sturdy chest blocking Minun's view. He was really tall. General Sun spoke. You are. Gritting his teeth, his eyes widening. What did Minun do to make him so upset with him? He growled. Kim Min. Right, at the ticket booth of the amusement park. Minjin was behind, getting tickets. Corporal Che was excited like a child. She turned around urging everyone, "Hurry up and get in. We do not have much time." Corporal Che seemed enthusiastic, pulling men along. Dong and Kwang Sich were behind, staring at the two. Corporal Cha held Minan's arm, and everyone was watching her. Zhang and Kwang were blushing with embarrassment. If they held hands, they would probably have a nosebleed. The girls looked at her helplessly, and Sergeant John had told her not to use that style anymore. Kwang and Zhang turned back to call everyone. "We have planned the most time-efficient route, so you do not have to worry." The girls were also incredibly excited. "Thank you, guys." Everyone happily walked in together. Today might turn out to be a really fun day, and Sergeant O and Sergeant Lei were still standing behind, not yet entering. Seeing Sergeant Lei turn back, Sergeant O explained, "I do not like these places at all." Sergeant Lei sighed. "Me neither." Sergeant O was a bit surprised. "Really?" The two slowly walked in while talking to each other. "I prefer to spend my days off training alone, get it?" "Me too. How many squats can you do?" These two seemed to get along really well. They had quite a few common topics to discuss. Everyone played together joyfully. They played various games, screaming together while on the roller coaster. The girls also put red bows on each other's heads. Private Jian looked a bit tense. It seemed she was not used to such feminine games. Sergeant Che kept teasing her while, in the distance, some guys were staring at something that looked like cotton candy. They probably had not seen feminine girls before. It makes sense. They spend all day in the barracks without seeing any women. The whole group headed towards the roller coaster. Everyone screamed at the top of their lungs with excitement. It seemed like it had been a long time since they felt this carefree. After the roller coaster, they gathered around to watch Sergeant Udo and Sergeant Lee arm wrestle. These two seemed evenly matched. Everyone cheered enthusiastically. And then they moved on to play shooting games, costing 10,000 for 10 shots. Kwang aimed and shot like a pro. He seemed to be an experienced marksman. He squinted and pulled the trigger accurately. However, the result did not look very professional. He ended up winning a stuffed apple, which was just a consolation prize. Dong laughed when he saw him. "Are you even a soldier? Let me show you how it is done." Dong skillfully raised the gun. The two girls beside him watched and cheered for him. Dong was feeling quite proud. He then also shot a stuffed apple. The girls were laughing hard. And Dong, feeling embarrassed, hugged his apple and walked away. Kwang mischievously said, "Don't forget we bet that the loser has to pay." "Right. It is definitely you." Dong quickly defended himself. "Is there something wrong with this gun?" Minan looked at the two of them with curiosity. He walked over to take a look. The first prize was a stuffed mushroom, alongside a keychain featuring a girl and a stuffed banana. The second prize was the keychain that caught Minan's attention. His eyes lit up like a child seeing their favorite toy, the limited edition Lumi keychain from DPAF. How did this legendary item end up here? Minjin excitedly raised his gun, filled with determination. "It has to be mine." The explosions rang out continuously. The game master's face showed a bit of confusion. Perhaps no one has ever shot as well as this before. Minjin placed the gun down on the table. The game master exclaimed in astonishment, "You still have one bullet left." Minjin was visibly happy to have gotten his favorite item. He chuckled. No need for it anymore. The girls began to chatter again. Did he just hit everything? Right. But why did not he shoot the last bullet? Private Che seemed to have a serious crush. Her eyes lit up. Maybe she was even thinking of names for her future kids. The game master handed a keychain to Minjin. "Is this the prize?" Minjin happily accepted it. "Thank you." The keychain featuring Minjin's favorite character rested in his hand. The girls looked at him in confusion, big question marks appearing over their heads. "What is that?" Minjin smiled and turned to his teammates. "I think coming here was not a bad idea." Kwang Sich and Dong chuckled. "Why was it so hard to convince you to come at first?" Private Che continued to gaze at Minjin with admiration. Minjin stood in a corner, admiring his favorite prize. People across the street were pushing each other to take shots to find out who would pay. Next up, suddenly, Anio walked up behind Minjin. She hesitantly said, "Hunter Kim Minjin, what did you say to my dad earlier?" She was curious but shy, not daring to speak too loudly. Minjin was still cheerful, turning around to smile gently. A scene of Minjin's conversation with Lieutenant General Sun appeared. The two stood facing each other in the parking lot. Lieutenant General Sun spoke first. "I am sorry to pull you away for a talk during your break." Minjin still did not know what was going on and politely replied, "It is all right." "What did you want to talk to me about?" Lieutenant General Sun said nothing, lowering his gaze to look directly at him, his hand rising to rest on Minjin's shoulder, as if he had something very displeasing to discuss. Minjin glanced at the hand resting on him. Lieutenant General Sun gripped Minjin's shoulder tightly, veins bulging in his hand. Minjin stared at his hand on his shoulder. Furrowing his brows but remaining still without any reaction, Minjun clenched his fists, staring directly at Lieutenant General Sun. Just as Minjun was about to react, the general released his grip from his shoulder. His face seemed approving. The general smiled slightly. You seem to have trained well. Minjun relaxed his facial muscle. Realizing the general only wanted to test him a bit, he smiled back and replied, "Thank you, sir." The corner of Lieutenant General Sun's mouth curved up slightly. Then his expression relaxed. After that, he smiled unusually widely. "Since my daughter is grateful to you." He reached into the car to search for something. Minjun was very confused, not knowing what he was up to. In Lieutenant General Sun's hand was a black box with a card bearing his name. His voice calm as he picked it up. "This is a relic from the dungeon. Something only for high-ranking officials. But I want to give it to you. Although the military has not fully assessed its capabilities, it can boost your stats randomly." Manan awkwardly accepted the gift from the general. He opened it to find a bracelet. Feeling excited inside, he hit the jackpot. That item must be very valuable. His face beaming with joy. "Thank you, sir." The lieutenant opened the car door, hoping that with it, you can maintain your current training level. Remember to use it well, and do not tell anyone I gave it to you. Minan's face was still dazed. He listened attentively to the general. "If you ever reach the dragon level, call me. We should have a meal together. And one more thing." The general's face suddenly darkened. He gritted his teeth and warned, "If you have any intentions toward my daughter, I will kill you." Then he drove away. Minjun stood still, watching as his car disappeared into the distance. He tucked the bracelet into his pocket, saying there would not be any of that. Coming back to reality, Manan smiled softly at Ano. "That is all there is to it." She sighed in relief, seeming glad that her worries did not come true. "What a stroke of luck," she asked again. "Really, my trio did not do anything rude." Before she could finish, Manan interrupted. "There really was nothing." Saying that, he reached into his pocket and pulled out something. He showed Ancio the general's business card. He continued speaking. "He only said he would treat me to a meal if I reached the dragon level." Ancio looked a bit surprised. "Your dad rarely opens up like that." "But why does my dad?" Minjun explained. "Probably because I helped you last time." Ancio thought about the time she was injured and Manan carried her. He fought while carrying her. Her face suddenly turned red. Minjun gently continued, "Anyway, I am sorry for making you meet my dad." Minjun raised the general's business card again. He smiled, looking quite pleased. "I will ask him to treat me to a feast." On the other side, everyone was strolling around the tourist area, laughing and chatting happily. All the fatigue from the training had vanished. Wang Six shyly struck up a conversation with Hes Che, the huntress. Hes Che waited for him to continue. Wang Sech, blushing, said, "I just wanted to ask why you invited us out. That is not weird, right?" Hes Che relaxed, smiled slightly, and made a martial arts gesture with her hand. "Do you remember how my team was thoroughly defeated by the hunter Sunu in the last battle? But then Hunter Kim Minan avenged us. So we want to take this opportunity to repay him." Wang Sech's expression dimmed a bit. Sergeant Tu put his arm around Hes Che's shoulder and generously said, "That is right. Lunch is on us. So order whatever you want." Then the two of them walked ahead. The four members of the team with dark faces watched them go. Dongfang Fo said, "So they called us just to see Sergeant Kim Min Jun." "Ah." Kwang Sech sighed. "We did not do anything in that battle." Kwang Sech's face scrunched up. He mumbled that it was actually revenge for Sister Lumi, not for them. At that moment in Jan, a large dungeon was guarded by the military. Perhaps there was some instability here. A crow's claw was placed down, and a crow-shaped figure looked around. Below, two commanders were walking together, exchanging something very tense. Colonel Senjin held a tablet. His eyes widened as he read the information on it. He was alarmed. "What? 100 kilograms of magic stone?" The girl next to him confirmed. "That is right. A type of magic stone estimated to weigh about 100 kilograms was found on the path of an Hank's dungeon. Contrary to that atmosphere, at the dungeon entrance, Colonel Senjin's eyes glinted coldly, and the corner of his mouth slightly curled at 100 kilograms. Amidst the vibrant amusement park, the giant Ferris wheel slowly came to a stop, wrapping up a perfect day of fun. At the gate, two groups of soldiers were cheerfully saying goodbye after their rare moments of relaxation. Asa Che was always the most lively one. "That was fun, comrades." She waved both hands. Surgeon O waved back to the military officer. "Get home safely." A shy blush passed over Kwang Sich's face. "We had a great time too. Next time, let us treat you to a meal." Jiang quickly interjected. Kwang Sich pushed him away. "Yeah. Step aside. I will pay for it. I will cover lunch." Ancio raised his hand in a farewell gesture, while Mina remained as quiet as ever. After a warm farewell wave, they parted ways in opposite directions. In the city center, with its towering glass buildings, Minjun's team was walking together to the bus station. Amidst the laughter, a strange voice suddenly echoed straight into Minan's mind. A communication that only he could hear. Master Kim Minjun. Something happened with Master Minan. The cheerful expression on his face instantly froze, replaced by a frown of annoyance. What else are you thinking about? What time is it now? If you keep bothering me about food, I will kill you. The crow, Bongu, widened its eyes, perched on a tall pole, gazing towards a dungeon. The dungeon I am watching looks very suspicious. Didn't you say you were still investigating? I plan to take leave to visit Dai tomorrow. Below, a large army was tightly surrounding the entrance of the dungeon, keeping a close watch. Bongu reported further.
Yep.
Nearby there is just a no-entry sign and guards, but they seem busier now. Two commanders are intently looking at the communication devices. Colonel Senjin's face was taut like a bowstring. It seemed they had encountered a very serious problem. Min Jun yelled in his head. Damn it. Keep reporting until I get there. The next afternoon in Zhong, the city was eerily silent. Not a soul in sight. The car stopped, dropped Minan off, and rolled away, leaving him alone in the stillness. His face darkened as he looked around. The atmosphere was tense. Really chaotic. At the dungeon entrance, the military kept a strict watch day and night. Carts filled with blue mana stone were continuously coming in and out. Minan reached into his jacket pocket, pulling out a business card printed with the logo of the Hunter's Legion on the back. He thought to himself, if I show them this and ask to enter the dungeon, they will probably let me in. Suddenly, a pigeon approached Minan. It cooed a few times, catching his attention. The bird looked plump, with a colorful feather band around its neck and violet eyes blinking continuously. Minjun asked, is that you? Bongu. The pigeon's eyes lit up.
Yep.
Master Kim Minjun. You must have traveled quite a distance to get here. Minjun looked at Bongu's strange appearance. Why do you look like that? Bongu quickly replied. Bongu. Have completed my surveillance task until you arrived here. Minan sighed. So how much mana stone did you gather? Bong reported back. That is exactly what I heard. I do not know the exact amount, but it must be a lot. Minan guessed it had to be more than 100 times what was in the dungeon of the priests. His face filled with excitement. It must be a stroke of luck to find them. The pigeon flapped its wings and exclaimed. So it really is Minan confirming its thoughts are correct. Indeed, it is a massive amount of energy. The earth is also trying to weaponize them. The dungeon door flickered with flashes of lightning. Minan pondered something. The pigeon watched with wide eyes. Is that the energy from another world you mentioned?
Yep.
It is. The pigeon continued. I can touch that aura. I can sense any monsters inside. But I do feel a concerning source of energy. Minan replied. Well, it is understandable that you can touch it. Even I have only seen it once in my life. Do you know what it is? Minjun gritted his teeth. Right. Saying that, he hurriedly ran off. The pigeon also flew after him, but perhaps due to its chubby body, it was a bit slower than its previous form. In the dungeon, the top soldiers were still taking turns transporting the mana stone outside. The peace was shattered when the dungeon suddenly shook. From the darkness, grotesque, hairy tentacles stretched out, resembling the tentacles of a giant. Bizarre squid, the commander shouted. What is happening? Everyone stay away from the gate. Leave the mana stones behind. Just run. The scene was extremely chaotic. A soldier looked into the dungeon and shouted. There were still 3 squad members inside. The commander yelled. Don't go. Just run. You idiot. Follow the orders. Without a moment's hesitation, Minan dashed through the barrier. Immediately, an unusual surge of energy hit him, leaving him stunned. This was not ordinary energy, but that of a fake dungeon. As Minan passed through the barrier and got closer, the soldiers immediately stopped him. Who are you? The situation does not look good. Hurry and run. Minan ignored the soldier's warning. He ran straight into the dungeon, just managing to tell the soldier, I am Sergeant Kim Minan, from Division 104. Team 2. Company 2. I will reopen the dungeon from the inside. Please report to Division 104. The soldier looked on in confusion. From the inside, his face was filled with panic. What do you mean? That is more dangerous than death. While everyone else was frantically running out, Minan charged in alone. The commander stood at the dungeon's entrance and shouted, What are you doing? Before he could finish his sentence, Minjun jumped into the dungeon, leaving him stunned in place. Minan's shadow gradually faded into the darkness of the dungeon. A purple vortex sealed the entrance. Electric sparks crackled against each other. The purple tentacles twisted together, blocking the exit. The commander's face outside turned pale. Damn it. We are doomed. Minan's skill bar appeared. You have entered the dungeon. He carefully observed his surroundings. A group of soldiers stood in shock before Minun. They were all astonished to see him enter. Clearly, they were trapped in this dungeon. Minun asked if anyone else was here. Private Lim replied with a look of surprise still on his face. But who are you? Min-jun surveyed the area and answered. I am Sergeant Kim Minun from Division 104. I just happened to pass by here. What? Min-jun did not say much to them. He scanned them and asked, is anyone injured? The situation does not look too good, so I will explain later. Please check your bodies and equipment. The entire team of soldiers looked at each other in confusion. Then they pulled out 3 long swords, 2 daggers, and some candies. Minun frowned at the pile of gear they just laid out. Is this all you brought into the dungeon? Private Kim hastily explained. We are just the transport team, so this is all we have. The inspection team has already left. Minun grinned slightly at that. Who would send a transport team alone like this? There is definitely something off. The transport team looked at each other in confusion. Minjun stomped his foot to get their attention and said, Come on. Get your gear back. Minun began to speak seriously to them. I do not know if anyone knows this, but we are in a fake dungeon. What is the whole team yelling about? Minjun continued to explain to them. It does not appear often. To make it simple, just think of the entire dungeon as a giant monster. It lures people inside to devour them. The soldiers started to feel uneasy. What? Minun said again. This time the bait is you. Looking at the scattered stone golems. Everyone looked at those stones in horror. Minun immediately reassured them. You do not need to worry. I will take responsibility and get you out of this hellhole. The whole team cheered. Really? You know how to get out of here? Minun signaled for them to be quiet. Just follow my orders. From now on, we just need to eliminate the monsters and head to the center of the dungeon. Private Lim looked confused. Monsters? Isn't there just one dungeon? Min-jun looked at him deeply and said, Right. Let us get started. With that, he looked at something, and the soldiers turned around in panic as tall dark figures approached them. They screamed. What the hell is that? A group of monsters resembling earth golems was moving toward them, while the soldiers were still stunned. Minun turned into a blur and charged forward. A punch packed with terrifying power struck down, causing the earth monster to explode into countless fragments. The others behind it were horrified. Min-jun turned back to the shocked soldiers and said, Just stay behind me. The soldiers looked on in amazement and whispered among themselves. Private Lim charged in. If he really is Sergeant Kim Minun from the 104th Division, then Private Lim confirmed.
Yep.
I think he is the most famous hunter who became a sergeant the fastest in history, an invincible monster in the hunter corps. In front of them, Minun eagerly attacked the monsters, each one getting annihilated by his punches, their faces showing fear. Outside the dungeon, Colonel Lei Sangin was trembling. He was scared and shaking. He had just made a very foolish mistake. The angry voice of Major General Sun echoed. Hey. Lei Sang. He trembled in response. Major General Sun's face hardened. He angrily said, What do you mean? Azir, this bastard. The Major General grabbed his collar and lifted him. He angrily asked him, What the hell are you doing? Colonel Lei stammered. I was just retrieving the stone golems we found in the dungeon. And the Major General's eyes flashed with anger. He was furious to the point of yelling at Colonel Lei. Who told you to do that? Just investigate the dungeon as ordered. How dare you deploy soldiers without a raid team? And in a fake dungeon at that, Colonel Lei stammered. After 2 weeks of investigation, it is confirmed that this is an empty dungeon, which is why I only did this to protect the stones safely. Major General Sun, now furious, said, You dare to deploy soldiers into the dungeon on just 2 investigations without my permission. He gripped his collar tighter and continued. You did something this ridiculous. Do you think I do not know that you want to send people to their deaths, just for your damn achievements? Colonel Lei stammered. Well, the Major General is not done being angry. Regardless of the situation, you should prepare to take that uniform off. Major General Hen looked at him, then turned to the tightly sealed dungeon and said firmly while pointing at Colonel Lei, If there is even one casualty, I will hold you responsible and throw you in jail. So you better hope everyone stays safe. Inside the dungeon, Minjun was fighting while Minun was excited. After a fierce brawl, the monsters were just piles of mud on the ground. Minun stood among the soldiers, all of whom had drawn their swords to fight. Minun gritted his teeth in annoyance and said, Hey, I told you I would handle them. So why are you still getting involved? The soldier cautiously replied. So can we help you? Minun sighed and reiterated. Didn't I just say we need to get past these parasites and head for the center? Do you remember? The soldiers looked tense and a bit annoyed. They felt as if Minun thought they were children who could not remember simple things. Min-jun continued explaining. These monsters are created by the fake dungeon, so they can lure prey inside it. More importantly, as we get closer to the heart of the fake dungeon, which is the center. They will start to flood everywhere. So you need to conserve your strength. If you get injured now, we will be in big trouble later. The group of soldiers did not expect things to be this complicated. They looked at Minun like a hero. Then the whole group rallied together to chant their slogan for motivation. Minjun smirked. Sounds pretty reasonable. But in reality, he did not say this out of concern for them. I do not know anything about them. But this place is giving me a ton of experience points. Minjun's skill panel appeared. A whole series of new skills were added, and his strength increased significantly compared to before. Minjun grinned slyly, and thought that saying these things was just for his own benefit. Min signaled the team to advance. And the soldiers followed him with enthusiasm like a marching army. They shouted. Minun's foot stepped into a gooey mess. And a group of monster-like mud creatures appeared. They growled, threatening the whole group. A horde of monsters stood like a wall in front of a purple orb placed on the ground. Perhaps that was the heart of the dungeon. The monsters stepped forward, wanting to capture people. The soldiers were a bit panicked. Some felt uneasy. Minjun looked at them and thought, if their stats were low, just being inside the dungeon would be enough to drain their strength. If we tell them to keep fighting, some of them won't make it here. Minun pointed to the purple orb and calmly said, we have arrived.
Neg.
Now we just need to smash that thing and get out. The monsters growled at them, not allowing them to easily achieve their goal. They screeched loudly. Minjun said to the soldiers, it is your turn now. No matter what happens, do not get hurt or lose anything. The whole team looked very determined. Minjun added, for my sake, I mean for your safety, stay behind me and focus on defense. We will wrap this up quickly. Almost revealed all the secrets. The soldiers said in unison. They all drew their swords, ready for action. Minun glanced at them from a distance, seemingly confident as the monsters charged at them. One by one, they were punched apart like soap bubbles by Minun. Minjun dove into the middle of them. Since there were people around, he limited his skills. The monsters screamed in anger as they rushed at Minun. He jumped high and delivered a kick that sent a group of monsters splattering like mud. The ones below trembled in fear upon seeing this, but continued to attack to protect the heart of the dungeon. Minun used his demonic energy to leap into the crowd of monsters. The overwhelming power caused them to become a jumbled mess. His eyes lit up as he charged into the next group, feeling extremely excited. Two of the largest monsters charged at Minun to attack. They grabbed Minun's arms and bit down. He immediately jumped as high as he could, taking both monsters with him. They burst apart and scattered. The horde of monsters below was terrified. Minun smirked wickedly at them. He waved his hand. Come here. It is time for my experience points. The monsters froze, no longer daring to advance. He saw the purple orb very close, emitting an eerie glow. Minun's eyes widened. He panicked. It is poisonous. He immediately turned around and yelled. Fall back. The soldiers stood still in fear. They were bewildered, not knowing what was happening. Minjun looked at them anxiously. He thought he had poison resistance and would be fine. But for the others with this type of toxin, they might not make it out of here. Minun opened a stream of demonic energy, gritting his teeth in anger. There was no time left. He had to deal with this after they finished handling this dungeon. Suddenly, the circle in Minun's pocket glowed. The item notification announced that it was reacting to the demonic energy, and the item's hidden ability had been unlocked. He took out the ring. The words of the young general echoed. This was an item from a dungeon, meant for a general only, but I want to give it to you. Although the military has not fully confirmed its capabilities, it can help boost your stats randomly. He thought he wanted to keep it until his stats reached a difficult state. But what does hidden ability mean? The ability guide popped up showing how to use the bracelet, leaving Minun astonished. The bracelet could mimic. A mage could use any skill they know, including skills that the mage does not have. After the skill is used, the item will lose its properties and disappear. Minun's eyes light up. To get an item like this at this moment, I am really lucky. Great. Minjun holds the ring in his hand. And I know which skill is the most suitable right now. He tightly grips the ring, and a dark purple aura appears, forming a giant sword in Minun's hand. The soldiers watch in astonishment at what he is doing. Minun slings the sword over his shoulder, looking extremely pleased. This is the unique skill of the Dark Knight, the monster he can never forget. It was very difficult for him to catch it. He raises the sword. This is the expulsion skill, summons a demon sword that tears through space and blows away the enemies around through a spatial rift. Minun laughs loudly, tasting the power of it. Then a massive sword slashes down. The monsters stand frozen in fear, and a spatial rift opens, sucking them all in. The purple sphere cracks, and then fissures appear before it shatters, creating a purple vortex. The sword in Minun's hand gradually disappears, his hands now resting empty in the air. Minjun smiles contentedly, and the sound of cracking fills the air. Master, Akim Minun has a big problem. The soldiers are currently attaching something at the entrance of the dungeon. Outside, the soldiers are attaching a round object resembling glass to the closed dungeon door. The mana bomb installation is complete. Necessary personnel are to stay, and others should evacuate quickly. The young general gazes intently at the dungeon. Minjin surprised. A bomb, Bong says again. They said they have installed a mana bomb. Master Kim Minan, can you hear me? He approaches the pedestal of the shattered purple sphere. Don't worry. We will be out of here right away. He swings his hand down onto the remaining intact part of the sphere. The soldiers are still continuing to attach the mana bomb to the dungeon door. A soldier approaches the commander and hands him the control button. The commander holds the button in his hand, looking at it thoughtfully, because if it succeeds, it could open the dungeon. If not, this move could trigger unexpected reactions from the dungeon door that we do not know about. The only hope now is to choose wisely. What? Kim Minan from the 104th Division. The commander shouts at his soldiers. One of them speaks up with a serious, somewhat worried expression.
Yep.
Someone has confirmed that he is currently in the dungeon with our team. Immediately, the commander, with a somewhat displeased expression, speaks up. But what the hell is he doing in there? Is he too free to sneak into the dungeon? Which is not even part of his mission. Faced with the commander's sternness, the soldier begins to recount the story. According to the soldiers on duty, as soon as he revealed his identity, he rushed straight through the gate. The commander, unsure whether to worry about Kim Minan or his own mission, quickly asks, have you contacted the 104th Division yet? The quick soldier replied that the commander of the 2nd Battalion, Kim Minan, was currently on the way. At this moment, there was movement in the dungeon, and the division commander turned to look at the dungeon as if he understood something, then looked back at the control button in his hand. Before he could think, a soldier rushed in to report that the entire army had been evacuated to a safe distance. The division commander made the decision because those who had entered the dungeon had been inside for 4 hours without any proper equipment. Although he wanted to pin his hopes on Kim Minan, time could not be delayed any longer. Just as he was about to press the button, a loud noise suddenly echoed from the dungeon, startling everyone. Debris from the gate began to fall, and the situation was becoming critical. Commander. The gate, a soldier stammered, pointing at the gate. Before it got any worse, he immediately ran toward the gate and gave orders. He immediately requested the medical team to be on standby to prepare vehicles for the survivors, while the officers on site brought their weapons. The gate continued to shake, and the commander, in a moment of urgency, held the gate tightly with his bare hands. He truly was a hero. While the commander struggled to hold the gate, the medical team arrived, ready to take on their mission. As the female medic arrived, she barely had time to understand what was happening when 3 shadowy figures emerged from the dungeon. The commander joyfully ran over to pat one of the soldiers on the shoulder. Are these kids all safe? Is anyone hurt? Like finding a glimmer of life at the end of a tunnel, the soldiers erupted in emotion upon seeing their commander in the flesh. We are all safe,
Sir.
Everyone from the dungeon gradually came out. The raid had been successful. Kim Minan, supporting his injured teammate, was the last to emerge with a confident expression. While everyone was helping to check on their comrades, Kim Minan suddenly saw the commander looking at him. A soldier. He seriously raised his hand to salute his commander, who returned the salute with a proud smile. Transitioning to that afternoon at the 107th Division headquarters in the commander's office, the commander held a coffee cup in one hand and read the incident report about Kim Minan with the other. I see. The commander set the coffee cup down on the table and began to ask, his eyes still on the report. So you are on vacation. But why are you here in the mud? Kim Minan, with a cheerful yet somewhat exhausted expression, replied, I came to see you because I wanted you to treat me to a meal. Upon hearing this response, the commander's face showed surprise as if he could not believe it was real. You used your vacation for that. Pausing for a moment, the commander shook his head and continued to voice his thoughts. So you just happened to pass by the gate and decided to jump in when the accident happened. Kim Minan fell silent at the commander's hypothesis, which sounded absurd. But instead of explaining and sitting here, he wore a cheerful expression. That is right, Sir. The commander looked at him helplessly and then burst into laughter. You are really something. I understand why Sei values you. Kim Minan could only chuckle at this commander. You believe that you are really easy to fool. Handling the dungeon without any losses is an impressive achievement. I appreciate your efforts this time. The commander intertwined his fingers together, speaking with a proud expression. At the rare compliment, Kim Minan smiled lightly. Thank you, Sir. Just as he was about to feel happy about the praise, the commander suddenly turned serious and stared at Kim Minan. You seem a bit too conspicuous. You have leveled up at an unusual pace. And with what happened today, the hunting corps must have started to take notice of you. Kim Minan thought to himself. Is not that a good thing? The division commander still wore a serious expression. If that causes you trouble, do not hesitate to let me know. He smiled lightly. No matter what happens. The 104th Division, and I will handle it for you. Got it, so that is it. Our protagonist has a fan now. With the division commander's concern, the protagonist quickly replied. Thank you.
Sir.
The atmosphere in the room relaxed a bit at that moment. The division commander leaned back in his chair and said, I can't invite you to eat today because there is still a lot to do. But if there is anything else you need from me, just ask. If it is within my ability, I will help. As a thank you for saving my people, he really is a great boss. Worth a perfect score. Once the commander opened up, how could our protagonist pass up the chance? Can I level up? Before he could finish his sentence, the division commander threw cold water on our protagonist. That is something I can't decide. Kim Minan wore a face full of disappointment, like a child denied by an adult. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes caught the stones on the division commander's desk. A dim but pure magical stone that he had just noticed. Looking into the protagonist's eyes, the division commander glanced at the stone. What is wrong? Do you like it? Do you know what it is? With childlike excitement, the protagonist's eyes lit up. It is the first time I have seen a stone like that. I want to add it to my collection. Faced with that desire, our division commander had nothing to say but blurted out, You have a really strange taste. Pausing for a moment, the commander said, It is a dungeon item, so it can't be taken outside. Meanwhile, the protagonist's eyes shone like a well-behaved puppy. Recently, there was a theft at my house. So this is all that is left. The commander, looking dissatisfied for not catching the thief, gently reached for the stone and handed it to the protagonist without hesitation. Take it. It has not been identified yet, but it won't harm the human body. Kim Minan happily held out both hands to receive the gift, showing delight in front of the division commander. But in his mind, he was thinking of Ncio, since he was getting involved with that guy. But for some reason, he did not dislike it. The division commander coughed and asked, So what is your relationship with my daughter? Kim Minan stood up straight and said clearly, We are just colleagues. Nothing more.
Sir.
The division commander is probably worrying too much. He was very satisfied with Kim Minan's answer, not wanting to waste the protagonist's time. You can go now. On your way out, could you call your platoon leader to help me? Of course. With such a simple request, how could our protagonist refuse? Right, that night, at a street corner, Kim Minan was admiring the stone in her hand while the girl enjoyed her fish cake, unable to stop praising its flavor. Despite our main character complaining and crushing the stone in his hand, at this moment, a notification appeared on the screen. You have absorbed a certain amount of demonic energy. The notification kept showing that the demonic energy level had increased by 1, suggesting it had reached its limit. This was quite understandable, as the main character's demonic energy had already reached an excessively high level. Then the notification continued to appear. Because your skill has reached the threshold, you have unlocked the demonic whip skill. The main character could not stop smiling with joy. Somewhere in Gyeonggi province, a tense meeting was taking place at the Hunter Corps headquarters. Hey Sono. How could you let a situation like this happen? Lieutenant General Kim Trangmo shouted, holding a report with an 8-part angry, 2-part threatening expression. The 107th Division is about to be inspected, so you better be prepared for it. If you think this is as far as it goes, you are dead wrong. Even your uniform could be stripped away. While everyone in the meeting room dared not say a word in the face of the Lieutenant General's anger, a message came in. That bastard, Lai Sen, will come straight to headquarters tomorrow. The meeting room door suddenly opened, and Lieutenant General Kim Trangmo stood up, raising a hand in salute. Lieutenant General Kim, do not be too harsh on them. The newcomer entered, sat down in a chair, and spoke in a slightly reproachful tone. I could still hear you yelling from outside. Lieutenant General Kim Trangmo replied seriously. I will fix that right away.
Sir.
The newcomer sat down. Good. I have received the report. Is it about Kim Min-jun again? With a smile reminiscent of a villain. This man was the commander of the Hunter Corps, General Guo. The car sped by quickly. It was Captain Lai, angrily stepping out of the vehicle, leaving the door wide open, showing just how furious he was. The commander's office door opened, startling Soldier Kim. What is going on? Where is everyone? Commander Lai kept looking around. Soldier Kim stood frozen, not knowing who Commander Lai was looking for, until Commander Lai spoke. Is he the target? Then he sighed, sat down, and cursed under his breath. Those damn bastards. He gritted his teeth with frustration, knowing there was nothing he could do. An hour, Two members of the Hunter Special Forces came to the commander's office. Sergeant Yu Tuan and First Class Sergeant Jiang Misu. I understand your point. However, Soldier Kim spoke up. You come this early in the morning and asked to meet a soldier from our team who just returned from vacation. So I think this is a bit. Before he could finish his sentence, Sergeant Yu Tuan raised a hand to signal him to stop. You know who ordered us to come here. So please help us this time, Sergeant Yuten said confidently. In response to that proposal, Soldier Kim became stern. Both our battalion commander and company commander are absent. This is not right according to protocol. Knowing the answer for sure, the two Special Forces members remained calm and composed. You need to check the official report. We will present it now. Sergeant First Class Jiang Mitsu opened his phone. Sergeant Yu Tuan, though not giving orders, had a commanding presence. Please bring Kim Min-jun here. I do not know if it is coincidence or intent. Sergeant Kim Min-jun arrived immediately, raising his hand in greeting. I heard you were looking for me. Everyone in the room turned to look at him, amazed. Kim Min-jun noticed the stickers on the shirts of the two men in the room, surprised because they belonged to a special unit of the Hunter's Corps. Sergeant Yu Tuan happily introduced him as Kim Minan. Then everyone came to shake hands and get acquainted. You stormed into the mock dungeon in Dong to rescue many hunters not long ago. Right? Sergeant Yu Tuan asked. It truly is remarkable. Sit down and let us talk. In response to the praise, Kim Min-jun smiled and said, Thank you, sir. Sergeant Yu Tuan did not forget to boast about his team's achievements. The Hunter's Corps really needs capable personnel like you. After all, unlike regular hunters, we are deployed to work in special cases such as raid dungeons, VIP protection, and overseas missions. Just like in the conversation with the division commander, Kim Minan maintained an expression that could not hide his admiration. However, in his heart, he was only focused on leveling up. If he gets promoted, he will agree to that offer. Other things are not important. Sergeant Yu Tuan continued. Your outstanding achievements over the past time have caught the headquarters' attention. So I will propose a worthy benefit for you, which is a special promotion. A special promotion. Really? Kim Minan asked excitedly. His teammates could only sigh, fully understanding his personality. In response to Kim Minan's excitement, Sergeant Yu Tuan seemed to have the upper hand. That is right, Sergeant Kim Minan. Our unit does not accept regular soldiers, so if you volunteer to join, the headquarters will promote you to sergeant immediately. To increase the thrill, Sergeant First Class Jiang Minsu added, if you join our forces, there will be many opportunities for advancement, as you will often be deployed in places where you can improve your performance before these attractive offers. With such a tempting proposal, our main character has no reason to refuse. If you think it is that simple, then you might be mistaken. The author does not make it easy. In the quiet space, Sergeant Aoun's phone suddenly rang. The main character immediately noticed. Is that a phone? Sergeant First Class Jiang Minix quickly responded, while also pulling out a similar phone. This is a device issued to the Special Forces. It is not a smartphone but is specifically used for security purposes. So am I allowed to use the internet and computers when I need them? The two sergeants were puzzled. Surprised, Sergeant First Class Jiang Minsu bowed his head and replied, security is a priority for the forces. Therefore, the use of the internet and personal electronic devices is prohibited in the barracks, and we also encourage limiting their use during holidays, while it may be a minor inconvenience. This is a great opportunity for you to serve the country, and of course, you will receive special treatment for that, so do not worry too much. Hearing this, our male lead could not hide his utter disappointment. Meanwhile, his colleague sitting next to him was smiling brightly. Hee. Sergeant 1 was handing over his business card while speaking, but the male lead Kim Minan unexpectedly declined, leaving both of them stunned. What? Sergeant Yu Tuan asked with a serious face. First Class Sergeant Jiang Minixu turned red with anger when the male lead rejected the offer just because of that damn Dungeon Warrior game. Are you planning to do that nonsense? For the male lead, that game is a crucial source of motivation. Nothing can change that. That is why the male lead was very serious in rejecting the offer. Sergeant 1 still maintained a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, First Class Sergeant Jiang Minsu showed clear signs of anger on his face. His will is what matters. So we request to leave. Saying that, Sergeant Yu Taiwan stood up, placing a hand on Sergeant Jiang Misu's shoulder. Soldier Kim could not help but laugh at the situation, quickly opening the door as if chasing away a ghost. Please go this way. Jiang Minsu was clearly very angry, doubting Kim Minan's abilities, believing that his skills were exaggerated, made up out of fear of not being able to withstand the forces, and that he would not even pass the entrance exam. Those harsh words touched the male lead's pride. How can you be so sure? That statement from Kim Minan left his teammate speechless. What is wrong with you now? Minan, this time, Our male lead is genuinely angry. I do not know what your entrance exam is like, but how can you be so sure that I can T-pass? Both stared at each other like enemies, neither side willing to back down. First Class Sergeant Jiang Menexu smirked. Do you want us to prove that? The atmosphere suddenly became more tense. That is enough. Kim Minan. Just one more day. Soldier Kim spoke up to break the tense atmosphere. Instead of making peace, Sergeant Wen patted Soldier Kim on the shoulder and said, Can we use the training center for a bit? Shortly after, as you can see, Jiang Minsu and Sergeant Kim Minan began a free sparring match. Sergeant Kim and Sergeant Wan watched the fight from the sidelines. With a muscular build, towering over the male lead, First Class Sergeant Jiang Mitsu wielded a wooden sword, dominating the match. However, our male lead Kim Minan was not an easy target. Equipped with a whip made of rope, wearing a tight black t-shirt that showed off his firm muscles, he calmly said, If I pass the entrance exam, you have to apologize for what you said. Sergeant Jiang Minsu felt a bit annoyed that the male lead was fighting with a toy-like weapon and dared to talk back. Sergeant Wan acted as the referee and began explaining the rules of the match. The fight would take place in 3 rounds, each lasting 3 minutes. Both sides take a fighting stance. Sergeant Jiang strikes first. The main character, Minan, is no pushover either. Just before Sergeant Jiang's spear lunges at him, he manages to dodge. However, he falls backward, leaving his opponent and teammates confused about his intentions. Then bursts out laughing. The first round ends, with victory leaning towards Sergeant Jiang. While the high-level hunting team celebrates their victory, Soldier Kim is unsure of what the main character is planning. What are you up to? The main character confidently replies. Of course, I am going to win. Completely clueless. But if it is him, I believe he will win. Soldier Kim thinks to himself. Yet he worries for the main character since if he wins, who knows what might happen. This is also the main character's concern. Then both look over at the senior sergeant's team. They have a reputation that is not to be underestimated, so I fear they won't let it slide. Soldier Kim nervously says. The main character clears his throat. Then I will let him hit me once. Our main character sure has a sense of humor. The second round begins. And of course, our main character loses again. Take him to the medical room. At least he dodged the first attack, so that is good compared to the Special Forces hunter. He is still in the game. Before he could finish, our main character sits up abruptly. It is not over yet. You two have underestimated the abilities of our main character. Minan, those hits were just a scratch. The main character stands up, brushing off his clothes, making Sergeant Jiang gasp in disbelief as all his attacks landed in critical spots. You want to continue? Sergeant Yu asked, somewhat worried since this is just practice. If he gets hurt from pushing too hard, it won't be good. In response to this concern, the main character confidently replies, no problem at all. Let us start again. Sergeant Jiang approaches with fierce determination, thinking the main character is just being arrogant rather than determined to beat him. This infuriates him. He decides to make the main character regret it. Perhaps this is what the main character wants. In this third match, he uses his unique power. This power has no color or smell, and it does not affect the surrounding environment. You can activate this skill anytime you want. A notification appears. Demon Whip. Focus the demon energy into whip form. With all your strength, Sergeant Jiang charges forward, launching a direct attack. The main character smiles as if waiting for his prey to fall into a trap, continuously spinning the whip in midair. Sergeant Jiang's sword is caught by the main character's whip just as it lunges forward. With a flick of his wrist, Sergeant Jiang's weapon flies 10 meters away. Everyone watching is astonished. The whip relentlessly strikes Sergeant Jiang, who can only brace for impact. Ha! You seem to be skilled at that. But attacking me like that won't do anything. If he knew the main character would use his unique power, I bet he would not be so confident. Before he could counterattack, he screamed in pain. Now that he feels the pain, our main character might be a bit cruel. Sergeant Yu was stunned by what was happening. First Class Sergeant Jiang Minsu was brought down to the point of kneeling from such an attack. Once again, the whip struck. The main character wore the smile of a victor. Sergeant Jiang turned pale with fear and did not manage to stop it before taking a hit to the chest. I guess with that kind of force, the whip must hurt 100,000 times more when it hits, no matter how thick the flesh. It will definitely yield to this type of weapon. If you think that is the end, think again. Our main character is just getting started. He still needs to test the strength of this energy whip. He was even more excited by his opponent's moans. Isn't it interesting? Even the Aura warriors, who are tough as nails, will be brought down by a single strike, so do not be so arrogant anymore. At this moment, the main character's face resembled a wild beast out of control, instilling fear in his opponent. The pale-faced Sergeant Yu rushed to intervene. I thought our main character would deliver a final blow, but this strike was merely a scare. causing First-Class Sergeant Jiang Minsu to foam at the mouth and faint on the spot. Witnessing everything, Sergeant Yu could not believe his eyes that his teammate was knocked unconscious by him. Doubting the whip's power, Sergeant Yu looked sternly at the main character. The fault of the subordinate is also the fault of the superior. Can I apologize on his behalf? The main character scratched his face, thinking he might have used too much energy. If that is the case, then it is not good. Apologizing first is the best approach. In response to Sergeant Yu's question, the main character firmly replied, I have acted beyond my rank. I apologize, sirs. Sergeant Yu fell silent, saying nothing, only handing his business card to the main character and supporting his teammate out. Soldier Kim, though happy for the main character's victory, still remembered his rank and hurriedly followed the two higher-ups of the Special Forces team. Do you want to rest in the medical room? Sergeant Yu gently replied. No need. We have to go. Holding the business card, the main character happily said. So everything is fine then. Back in reality, the commanding office echoed with the hearty laughter of Captain Lai. Great. So where is Sergeant Kim Min-jun now? He has gone back to practice. Soldier Kim replied. Captain Lai could not hide his joy. He would personally report to the division commander that Kim Min-jun had turned down the Special Forces offer. However, the captain wore a pensive expression because after today, the Special Forces would want Kim Min-jun even more. They would not let him go easily. Soldier Kim spoke up. So should we do something? What to do to keep Min-jun here? Captain Lai was still contemplating. The division commander had anticipated this, so there was no need to worry. Then he chuckled, waiting to see what the division commander's decision would be for Sergeant Kim Min-jun. In the office, the division commander, with a goatee, had a fierce face and laughed loudly. Huh. Indeed, Kim Min-jun has not disappointed me. That arrogant bastard from the Special Forces must be feeling pretty smug right now. No matter what privileges I promise to give, if Kim Min-jun decides to join the Special Forces, we can't stop him. That is why I am worried. But it seems everything is okay now. Only Haile was cheerfully laughing in response.
Yep.
I think it is time for us to take action. The division commander walked over to the desk phone and said, Right. I need to show my appreciation properly. Then he picked up the phone. Is what I said ready? Haile sat behind, still confused about what was happening, and saw that terrifying face smiling, which made it even scarier. Great. Bring all the related files right away. It is a bright and beautiful day. Just looking at it makes you feel alive. In the office, Sergeant Lai stood with Kim Min-jun in front of everyone, his commanding presence making Kim Min-jun shiver a little. One of the people in the crowd asked, What is going on? Sergeant Lai crossed his arms and announced, From today onwards, the commander of Team 2, Squad 2 will be Sergeant Kim Min-jun. Got it, a soldier with a buzz cut quickly asked. Sergeant Lai, did you get promoted? Sergeant Lai replied seriously. But I will be testing myself at the Sergeant Major rank. I have enough points to be promoted, so I will pass my current position to Sergeant Kim Min-jun. Does anyone have any objections? The crowd seemed to have found the spring of their lives, laughing loudly and eagerly responding, Nope. Besides Sergeant Kim Min-jun, who else could take his place? A soldier raised his hand, expressing his desire to speak. Sergeant Kim Min-jun, may I ask a question? Min-jun also noticed, raised an eyebrow and replied. What is it? The guy continued. I heard that someone in the 104th Division handled a fake dungeon by himself not long ago. That was you. Right. Sergeant Kim Min-jun, you also had a vacation at that time. After asking, he was already sweating, waiting for the answer. At this moment, the curious crowd realized the issue. Oh right. The entire hunting community is buzzing about that. Kim Min-jun thought there was something going on, exhaled a sigh, and replied. Yeah, that was me. I happened to be in Jokchan and got caught up in that, even though they had anticipated it. When they heard Min-jun say it, the crowd was still very surprised. Really, that is amazing. Did you get hurt anywhere? Min-jun spread his arms to prove his words. The crowd still would not let him off the hook. Does it have anything to do with your appointment as squad leader? Is there any other reward for that? Min-jun turned pale and stepped back. Well, there is. Then the soldiers clamored to ask Min-jun what it was. Min-jun reached out, but it was hard to contain this enthusiasm. A few days later, at the goblin dungeon, a beam of light fell, cutting the goblin's throat, while two soldiers fought and chatted. So he got the offer to join the hunting special forces, just after a short time like that. Exactly, and he flat out rejected that offer. He even managed to defeat a first-class surgeon in a duel. Well, the stuff you are saying sounds unbelievable. No one would believe it except for those in the military. Anyway, the division commander has already appointed Sergeant Kim Min-jun as our squad leader, and even promised to promote him to sergeant within a year, if he meets the targets. Right, yeah. Sergeant Like Sung-Ho agrees with that. Do you know how he feels about the special forces? While talking, a furious roar from a goblin erupted from behind the thick trees. A huge goblin that scared even the West CRM Tri stepped out, marching threateningly toward the two soldiers who were chatting earlier. As it approached, it opened its mouth wide and let out a loud scream. Run. The two soldiers looked at me. I looked at them, glancing back and forth as if we had no intention of dealing with it. Then the monster swung its spear high, roaring as it charged at the two soldiers. Suddenly, a whip flew in from nowhere, fast and strong, hitting the goblin square in the face. Sparks flew from the impact. After taking the hit, the goblin could only clutch its face and retreat. The two soldiers watched and felt the pain for it. Then came a series of whipping strikes, fast and powerful, just like the first one. At this point, all that could be heard was the pitiful moans of the goblin. It was furious but dared not advance any further. Even when Minun reeled the whip back, it terrified the goblin. Minjun, while retracting his move, smiled with satisfaction. He got into a stance as if ready to charge again. In his hand was the personal weapon that the DAV commander gave to Sergeant Kim Minun. It looks pretty cool, does not it? The two soldiers remarked. Right. Even the squad leader does not have personal gear. It is really a privilege. Minun excitedly continued to whip toward the monster. The hits landed on the goblin, signaling that these creatures were about to meet their end. Why are you two still talking about that whip? It seems the division commander offered to provide him with any kind of weapon, and Sergeant Kim Minun chose this one, with so many rewards. It is no wonder he rejected the Special Forces offer. It is rare for a sergeant to use personal equipment. In fact, the division commander had to sign over 10 documents to make this happen. After a while of testing the new gear, Minjun quietly assessed that this was much better than he expected. The weight balance and grip of it are excellent. It is on a completely different level compared to standard equipment. Plus, with this magic stone, I do not need to use a demon whip to boost its power. Minjun happily swung it and unleashed a flurry of strikes down onto the ground. This left the two guys feeling dazed as well. Besides having the freedom to choose personal gear, he was also promised a promotion within a year. This made Minun smile even in his dreams. With this little buddy, the promotion would surely come quickly. Minun laughed to himself while striking. Saturday in Chuncheon. In front of you is a dish that I am not even sure what it is, but it looks delicious. Minun does not seem very happy, sitting there with a gloomy face. At that moment, a voice came from across the table. Can we eat now? Minjun sighed. Why are you asking me that? He looked up. Moreover, why are you suddenly having lunch with me? No wonder Minun is so flustered. Because sitting across from him right now is Sun Anio. She was lost in admiration, gazing at the fragrant spread of food before her. The shop owner was helping them prepare the food at the table, and Sai looked up. We can eat now. Thank you, madam. Then she began to dig in with joy. That dish must really be good. Minjun sat quietly listening to her rave about the food, just folding his arms and observing her. Ainseo was about to take a delicious bite when she realized the person across from her was staring intently at her. Isn't he going to eat? I will. You can eat as much as you want. Minjun was completely unfazed. That is not the point. He frowned and asked her, how did you know I was going out today? And how did you know I was heading to Chuncheon? Plus, that I would come to this restaurant. A thought flashed in his mind. Wait a minute. He remembered the message earlier from a teammate he trusted a lot. Turns out it was the jerk Kim Hong-sich who had made Anseo awkward too. It is not just a coincidence. This remark completely drove Minjun crazy, and Anyo quickly bowed her head to apologize to him. I was the one who asked him to do that, so please do not be mad at him. Minjun exploded. Whether I am mad or not is my choice. But do not you find this strange? Do you like me or something? Anyo panicked and shouted. There is no way that is true. Why are you suddenly talking to me like that? Minun was not about to back down either. You are the same way. After all, we are around the same age. And C's face turned bright red. That is true. But I do not like you or anything. Don't you misunderstand? Even the ladies in the kitchen must be chuckling at this little bird banter. Why do you suddenly want to eat with me? I am sure you have taken a day off, because you heard Hong-sich say I was going out. But that is for a different reason. So what is the reason? At this point, Anio finally calmed down and hesitantly asked. The hidden dungeon in the training center, the blood gate in the public welfare support area in Hongcheon, and the recent fake dungeon. Seeing her hesitate, Ninjun asked, what are you trying to say? It is like wherever I go, something happens. So it is a bit strange. I wonder if it will happen this time. Having said that, Ainseo lost all her courage to continue. No matter what Min says, it sounds ridiculous. But I still have to say it. After a struggle, she looked up at Min Jun, suddenly seeing Minun awkwardly smile. Huh? I am not the kind of person who brings disaster. Ironically, as she said this, beads of sweat broke out on him, and he was shaking while holding the cup. Aincio still does not understand what he means, while Minun thinks, oh no. Have you been caught by her? At the restaurant, Minjin and Aincio are sitting across from each other. Minjin suddenly speaks up. Ah, so you have become a sergeant now? Aha. She blushes as she replies. I just passed the promotion exam last week. Does that mean Hoang Sak has failed again? Minjin continues. You are quick. Well, if it were you, I would not be surprised either. Are you teasing me? You are already a sergeant. What else is there to discuss? Why do you keep talking nonsense to me? Minun is enjoying her meal and speaks innocently like a fairy. I told you to do the same. Aincio reluctantly compromises. All right, I will do that too. Good. Over here. Ainio is still angry, her eyes glaring at Minun. Even the weather avoids ruining a good meal. Yet right now, an image flashes before him of a park. The two people he is looking for are appearing there together. Minun silently curses in her head. Damn it. Why now? Looking at Aincio sitting across from him, eating and watching him, he thinks, she is pretty smart, is not she? I am about to request leave because of a portal about to appear. I am done. He regains his composure and clears his throat. I need to go to the restroom. Just looking at him, it is clear he is making excuses. He looks like he is ready for battle, successfully reaching the park he saw earlier. Minun scans the area looking for her little black mascot. It must be around here somewhere. At that moment, a head pops out from beside the bench. Minun smiles and gives it a thumbs up. Great job. Splitting up really speeds things up. Ah. I can sense the energy here. Minun casually tosses a gift with the little fairy, sighing. But where did that bastard go? Haven't seen a trace of him for days. Just as she finishes speaking, something flashes. The sound of electricity crackling along with a blue light appears. Fortunately, it is, so there are not many people around. They continue to crackle until a time portal appears in front of Minun. He frowns. Why is it appearing in a residential area like this? There are so many people living here. Do not those monsters have any conscience? Minun rolls up his sleeves and approaches, with no choice but to quickly handle this for the safety of the citizens and his own interests as well. From that door, footsteps start to sound. The shadow of the monster becomes clearer before Minjin's eyes. So it is showing itself now. At that moment, his phone notifies him of a new message. An urgent alert from headquarters asking everyone to evacuate. Minun is not sure what is about to come out of that door, but if it is too strong for him to manage, then he can only try to keep it here. The military is already aware of this, so he needs to come up with a plan to buy time. Just then, a massive, sharp claw emerges from the door. Then, the monster's face was revealed. It was at least 3 times larger than an average person. It howled, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. Minun realized this was a hammer. It swung its claws, preparing to strike down. But could there really be only one like this? Just how many demon powers has it consumed? Its arm looked too dangerous. Minjun shot backward with terrifying speed, dodging its attack and getting ready to counter. Those blades look sharp. But if it can't touch me, it is pointless. Shadow water skill. The monster suddenly launched a blade towards Minun. Of course, he did not expect it to be able to do that, so he could not dodge in time. And it plunged straight into the ground with a bang. Truly, the aura of a main character is unmatched. That massive weapon came down without harming him at all, landing perfectly between his legs. He asked, "What kind of trick is this?" The monster, having no eyes, could not possibly open its mouth to answer him. Seeing him hanging onto the chain, it used all its strength to throw him back, forcing him to let go. However, the blade in its other hand was already poised to strike. But this is nothing for our refined main character. Minun delivered a swift strike right across the monster's face. The Hansu stumbled back, bleeding, but with its size, its endurance could not be ordinary. One hit was not enough to take it down. Just as Minun prepared to attack again, he heard a call. Kim Minun, fully focused, was startled by the voice, turning around from surprise to fear. He saw Aincio rushing towards him with a signpost on his shoulder. Minun blocked the monster's claws and asked, "What are you doing here?" The beast roared. But it could not scare Aincio, who was still focused on food. "I am the one who should be asking that. What are you doing here without a weapon? Why did you leave while we were having dinner?" Minjun was also taken aback. "How did you know I was here?" She replied loudly while throwing the signpost at the monster like a spear. "I saw an emergency message." Understanding Ainio's cue, Minun smiled lightly and leaped up, striking the signpost down onto the monster's head. "By the way, have you charged me yet?" At that moment, the monster's head was smashed flat against the ground. Minjin reached out to absorb the demon power from it. Ainio coughed through the dust, covering her mouth. I suspected it. But it really is a Hanner. Did you just kill a high-level monster by yourself? Minjin acted as if it was nothing. Didn't he someone help me? But inside, he secretly scoffed. If it were not for you, I would have dealt with it faster. Ainio stepped forward to examine the monster's corpse. But this creature is not ordinary. What kind of cave has blades on its hands? I think you and I need to have a serious talk. Suddenly, a noise erupted from the sewer, and a pack of ferocious monsters emerged, exactly 5 of them. Ancio intended to pull Minen to run away, joining the army when they arrived. But Minen encountered that it was a good idea for her to escape and return when someone came. Ancio shouted, What about you? Are you planning to fight them alone? Are you crazy or something? The monsters were clearly eager to fight. Continuously howling, Minjun smiled. Let us fight. Ancio was puzzled. What? Minen took her stance, ready to attack, an aura of dangerous killing intent radiating from him. But as he charged, he wore a cheerful smile.